Georgia, Virginia, North Carolina, Ohio. We have heard just now with Roz from Florida. Pennsylvania may not report until, let's say, Friday or so, but we're watching that too. That, of course, is Joe Biden's home state. So we've got people in all the key battlegrounds, and we'll do all the maths for you. Do stay with us. This is America Decides across the BBC.
This is the most important election in the history of our country.
Character is on the ballot. Compassion is on the ballot. Science, democracy, they're all on the ballot.
At the end of a remarkable campaign, the choice is being made. Will it be Donald Trump or Joe Biden?
I've covered elections all over the world, and I'm trying hard to think of an atmosphere like the one there is in the United States at the moment.
The number of campaign stops that both candidates have made has been astonishing.
Even before polls opened this morning, a record 100 million people had cast their ballots.
The big question is whether he'll be addressing the crowd and the nation as the next president, the losing candidate, or if the result will still be unclear when he speaks.
The full shape of America will be changing before our eyes.
Well, you may need coffee because this could take a while.
With more coverage still to come across the BBC, this is America Decides.
Coming up in the next 30 minutes, we assess Joe Biden's campaign. We go to Nuala McGovern in Reno, Nevada, where she's talking to voters. We speak to an expert on voting rights in an election where the issue of voter suppression has played a big role, and the joy of victory and the despair of losing. We'll find out what's it like to be in the room with the candidates as the results come in. That's all later on and coming up after this summary of news.
BBC News with Neil Nunes. Polling in one of the most sharply polarizing and bitterly contested U.S. presidential elections in recent memory is coming to a close in some parts of the country. People have voted in huge numbers. More than 100 million people voted even before polling day, setting the election on course for the biggest turnout in a century. Polling booths have closed their doors in parts of Kentucky and Indiana. Voting is due to end in other eastern states within the next hour, and in the key battleground states of North Carolina and Ohio shortly after that. Answering reporters' questions at the Republican Party's campaign headquarters in Virginia, President Trump had this to say about winning or losing an election.
No, I'm not thinking about concession speech or acceptance speech yet. Winning is easy. Losing is never easy. Not for me, it's not.
The Democratic contender Joe Biden also spoke to reporters in his home city of Wilmington, Delaware.
I believe very, very strongly that we have to restore decency and honor in our system, or it's going to fall apart. Secondly, I believe that we have to rebuild the middle class. We have to give ordinary people a fighting chance.
In other news, Austrian and Swiss authorities have made a number of arrests in connection with Monday's shooting rampage, which killed 4 people in Vienna. Austrian police say they've arrested 14 people after raiding 18 properties. Police in Zurich have also arrested 2 Swiss young men in the northeastern town of Winterthur. Chile's Interior Minister Victor Perez has resigned after the lower house of Congress approved a motion to suspend him over police brutality in recent protests. Mr. Perez was accused of failing to address human rights violations. BBC News.
Welcome back to America Decides, as BBC Radio brings you full coverage of the American election. Voters, millions and millions of them, are choosing between President Trump and his rival Joe Biden. Mr. Trump's been tweeting in capitals, as we're used to him choosing. He says, "We're looking really good over the country. Thank you!" ! Also, the Daily Mail reporter Emily Goodwin says the senior Trump advisor Jason Miller has done a call with reporters in which he says everyone on the Trump team, the president included, feel better and more confident than about our positioning in 2020 than we did at this exact moment in 2016. Although I suppose, Philippa, we should point out that at this point in 2016, the Trump campaign really wasn't quite sure of how it was doing.
Yes, and there's an element on both sides of they would say this at this point in the evening, wouldn't they? We're hearing from a senior Biden advisor telling CBS News that overall they feel good. More specifics coming though from this, saying Florida does seem to be a true toss-up, but everywhere else the numbers are looking strong. The Biden camp feeling good about, for example, Wisconsin, Michigan, North Carolina, Georgia, and Philadelphia, Pennsylvania rather, where Philadelphia is the biggest city and where Joe Biden has spent more time than anywhere else, I think.
That's definitely right. Now, I suppose you could boil down the offer from these two men as being Donald Trump saying, despite COVID, I'm going to open up the economy and you can trust me to continue the work that I've been doing. Joe Biden's pitch is very much, I'm not Donald Trump, and his pitch is, I'm going to take a different approach to the pandemic. But beyond that, you don't necessarily hear a huge amount of detail from the candidates. But let's look now at what a Biden presidency could involve and how his pitch has been resonating or not with the voters. We're going to be back with Nuala McGovern in Reno with some voters in a minute. But first of all, here's the BBC's Neda Tawfik examining the Biden platform.
Here and now, I give you my word. If you entrust me with the presidency, I will draw on the best of us, not the worst.
Joe Biden made that promise to Americans when he accepted the Democratic nomination for president. If he triumphs over Trump, the most immediate change out of the White House will be the tone.
That's the job of a president, to represent all of us, not just our base or our party.
Democrats under a Biden administration say they would also take a completely different approach to tackling the major crises facing the country. First and foremost, the worst pandemic in over a century.
As we come on the air tonight, more than 200,000 people in the U.S. have now been killed by the virus.
Numerous scientists have condemned the current administration's approach to the coronavirus, including in an editorial in the New England Journal of Medicine, in which the editor-in-chief, Dr. Eric Rubin, says the administration has demonstrated it is dangerously incompetent.
It's incredibly frustrating, and I hope that a new administration would have a very different attitude towards science in general.
And that's exactly what Joe Biden has vowed to do on public health and the existential threat of climate change.
Listen to the scientists. Support masks. Support a mask mandates nationwide.
Another illness afflicting Americans is racism.
We're not racist because we love this country. We're not racist because we love that flag to support our police officers. I can't breathe! And everybody's pointing the finger at each other. And that can be dangerous. No justice! No peace!
Amid the strongest movement for racial justice since the 60s, Joe Biden has had to answer questions about his record in the Senate.
And Madam President, we have predators on our streets.
In particular, how his support for a controversial crime bill in the 80s and 90s impacted the black community.
In the 80s, we passed a bill on how to deal with drugs. It was a mistake.
But unlike President Trump, he does believe systemic racism is a problem and one he has vowed to address.
The fact of the matter is, there is institutional racism in America.
The economy is another area where Joe Biden says he plans to create a more equal society. Democrats say his plan would be the most radical economic overhaul since FDR and would lift America out of the most damaging economic crisis since the Great Depression.
Nobody making less than $400,000 will pay a penny more in tax under my proposal.
The wealthiest Americans and corporations would be taxed more. That revenue, along with increased borrowing, would help fund expanded government investment in everything from greener energy and infrastructure to healthcare and child development.
President Trump has been working very hard to pull away from the world. He's going alone. That's not Biden.
Mark Zandi, Moody's chief economist, says the former vice president's policy and approach is the right plan at the right time.
The entire world is struggling. So in that context, economic policy should be very expansive, aggressive. And if he does stand down on the trade war and the tariffs that Trump, he's been battling with the Chinese and with a lot of our allies, I think that's also going to be very therapeutic for the global economy as well.
So that's the Biden platform. We're about to find out whether the voters like it.
Thanks so much, Neda Tawfik, giving us an overview of the policies of Joe Biden. I've brought you to a different part of Reno now. Can you hear that? It's the
Truckee River. Exactly, we are in City Plaza, and I have another couple of guests that are with me. Let me introduce you to Cher, who's a Republican. Hi, Cher.
Hi, how are you?
So good to have you down with us. And we also have Dawn with us, a Democrat, I should say. I think it wouldn't be difficult for people to figure that out if it wasn't radio, as you have your Biden-Harris signs on your hat and jacket, as Cher does on her, for Trump, I have to say, as well, on her jacket. But let me turn, you know what I want to know? And I think our listeners do too. How are you feeling today, Dawn?
Right now, my stomach's a little queasy because the polls are closing in Indiana and I think in Kentucky, so that was a little scary to see. You know, it's like it's actually happening finally after all this time. So, I don't know. Felt really good today. It's just now it's actually here.
It's here.
It's here.
What about you, Cher? How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm really excited to see a red tsunami. I think it's going to be a big wave, and I'm just excited to celebrate tonight.
You don't feel queasy like Dawn?
No.
Let me turn back to you, Dawn. Why are you voting Biden-Harris? What is the main issue for you?
You know, his policies, of course, but I just think we need to have things go back to normal and have someone in the White House who knows what he's doing, that he'll have a cabinet of a very diverse group of people that represents our entire country, and just kind of get us back to, I don't know, kindness and respect and just more civility in our country.
Let me turn that back to Cher. Do you feel the past 4 years have become less civil?
No, I think during this, in fact, I was flipped off by apparently 2 Biden supporters on my way here when they saw my car.
Where were they, in a different car?
Yes. Yeah, on the road next to me.
And what do you do, or what do you feel when that happens?
Doesn't bother me. I wave at them and smile. I think they're showing me their intelligence.
Right. So you, however, are talking about some incivility that I think you are experiencing.
Yes.
And do you think that perhaps that division has occurred over the past 4 years, due in some part, the responsibility lies at Donald Trump?
No, I don't think so at all. I think that Donald Trump was sent here at a time when we really needed it. If Joe Biden could do anything, he would have done it in the last 47 years.
But when Mr. Trump is brash or abrasive, does that bother you at all?
No.
No. What is the most important thing about Mr. Trump for you?
He's pro-life. He's pro-Second Amendment. He's pro-Constitution. And I think that's what we need.
The Supreme Court, of course, he's had a lot of successes there.
Yeah.
What does it mean to you if he does not get in for the next 4 years?
I think we're in big trouble. Biden is going to be swept way to the left, and I don't think he's going to be president for long. I think Kamala Harris will take it over.
And if she does?
I think it's going to be horrible.
Main issue?
Well, she's going to move everything to the left. She's going to go after our guns. Even Biden said he's going after our guns. And, you know, they're up to killing babies all the way to birth.
And I mean, a lot of people would disagree with that. Also, I don't have the quote from Biden of what he said exactly on guns, but of course there is a division when it comes to abortion. Let me turn back to you, Dawn. What does it mean to you if Mr. Trump is back in for another 4 years?
It's really concerning. I mean, I think, you know, when people talk about progressive movement and, you know, with Kamala Harris, I mean, it's not progression necessarily, it's just life, it's change. We have to evolve as a country and you know, in the world and with things that we're facing. We can't have one foot back in the past, you know? And so, I don't know, just the incivility between people on both sides has been occurring, not just with Biden people. I've experienced it myself too. So.
This is a theme I am hearing now as I speak to people, but I want to thank both of you for being civil and coming and chatting to us. Very, very briefly, where are you watching the election tonight?
At my house.
By yourself?
With my family.
What about you, Cher?
The Atlantis with a whole bunch of Republicans.
Which is a big old casino here with the lights. You're already in sparkles. I can see you have exploding fireworks on your shirt.
Yes.
So thank you both, to Cher, to Dawn, coming down, giving us a little flavour of what's happening in this battleground state of Nevada.
Thank you.
Nuala, thanks very much. Now let's speak to Andra Gillespie, who's Associate Professor of Political Science at Emory University in Atlanta, Georgia. And welcome to the programme, Andra. I just want to talk a little bit about the questions surrounding voting, because we're obviously interested in how people have voted, because that's going to decide things. But the question of whether their votes count, how easy it's been for them to vote, is always a very live one during US elections. I just wonder what we've seen so far. Anything that concerns you on voting day, as we can call it?
Well, because so many people voted early or via absentee ballot, we've already seen, 2/3 of the electorate that we expect has already participated. And so I think it's a question of how many people participate today and what kind of record we set. So, most estimates suggest that we're going to have between 150 or 160 million people cast ballots. In terms of the security of the vote, in many places, because so many people did vote early, it's actually been easier to vote. So in my own state of Georgia, it's largely been easy because there just hasn't been the same volume as there would normally be. There are still issues with mail votes. So for instance, there was a judicial order today to do postal inspections to make sure that any ballots that are at postal facilities that haven't actually been sent to their local offices are being collected and sent. And as of probably about an hour ago, it wasn't clear yet whether or not people had complied with the order, and they certainly hadn't given a report to the judge as they were supposed to make sure that those had been sent. And I'm sure across the country there are probably places where machines broke down, where people are going to have to keep certain polling stations open to allow people to exercise their right to vote. But I think sort of the big difference in this election was a lot of people taking advantage of voting before Election Day, whether it was out of fear or whether it was out of, concern about standing in lines too close to people who might be COVID positive. I think we're seeing a big shift overall in how people vote, and this may have long-term implications for how we vote in the United States going forward.
Yeah, people have characterised voter suppression potentially as being something different in this election because of those mail-in ballots. It's a question of, will they be counted in time, or will they be allowed to be counted?
And the rules vary by state. So there's some states where it has to be received by tonight at the time that the polls close in order for them to be counted. Other states had rules, some of which have been held up in litigation, that will allow ballots that were postmarked by today to be counted if they arrive within a prescribed window, so by the end of the week, perhaps some other time. There will be some contestation over that. There will be contestation over provisional ballots. That's often the case. Those will matter if the results in states are very close. If the results are pretty decisive, those votes will ultimately be counted, but you have time to haggle over them, and you don't have to worry about it affecting the overall result of the election.
And just a brief thought, Andra, on the state where you are, Georgia. It's a state that's been very comfortably Republican for a long time, but is thought to be in play this time for Joe Biden. There were some pretty tight elections a couple of years ago, weren't there? What are you hearing?
So I expect that this election is going to be tight. We've seen over time a decrease in the margins by which Republicans have carried statewide elections, so looking both at presidential and gubernatorial elections. In 2016, Donald Trump beat Hillary Clinton by 5 points. I fully expect that margin is going to be narrowed this time around, regardless of whether Joe Biden or Donald Trump wins.
Andra, thanks very much. That was Andra Gillespie, Associate Professor of Political Science at Emory University in Atlanta, Georgia.
Jamie, thanks. Let's speak now to someone who really knows what it's like to be in the room with the candidates. Greg Simon is on the line. He's the former president of the Biden Cancer Initiative. Greg also worked in the White House as president of the Cancer Moonshot Task Force, and before that was a top advisor to Vice President Al Gore. Greg, you've helped to run Democratic campaigns. You know the White House. You know Joe Biden well. How are you feeling right now about his chances?
Thank you for having me. Good evening. First, I'm feeling very good about his chances. That doesn't mean that I can even sit still for a minute.
Right. So you're having to cope with the stress of the night. How do you think he'll be managing?
Well, I have to say, he has been a paragon of control and discipline during the whole campaign. When somebody standing on the stage with you shouting insults about your children, and Mr. Biden refused to take the bait, I thought this is really a focus. This is what focus looks like. He is someone who's been through, as you know, a number of personal tragedies in his life, which gives him the strength to handle the kind of tension that we're all experiencing tonight. So I think when the times are hard, this is when he shines.
You've worked closely with him inside the White House and since. Tell us, Greg, something about how he is in handling a room, about his leadership style.
Well, number one, the empathy that you read about is true. I've seen him with a room of 200 nurses bring the room to tears, talking about the role of the nurses in taking care of his son. I've also seen him take on the titans of industry and healthcare and speak truth to their power, so to speak. One time he was asked, why do you even want your medical records? You won't understand most of them. And he gave the only accurate answer, which was none of your business. They're my medical records. I want access to them. So he is both empathetic, but he's also no nonsense when he's talking to people, especially about healthcare.
Okay, I'm going to be somewhat blunt now. Compared to Donald Trump, might he be seen as lacking energy, as boring? Does that matter?
I don't think that being harassed on an hourly or a minute basis is interesting. It's like having a barking dog at the house next door. I think people are looking for a respite from presidential drama. They would much prefer to have someone who's working rather than tweeting about what's on cable television. There's nobody who's been in a room with Biden when he was in the government who would say he was boring. He has the facts at his command. He is a straight shooter. I think people will like having a president who knows the facts of the job.
Greg, you were the top domestic policy advisor for Al Gore when he was vice president, and Clinton and Gore worked together very closely. Gore really stepped up into that role. Do you think that if Joe Biden becomes president, Kamala Harris will be that kind of very active vice president or even co-president?
Well, I don't think she'll be co-president, but I do think that given Biden's own experience, given the responsibilities that he was by Obama, I think he understands how valuable it is to have a vice president who's not a figurehead. I have every expectation that she will have a number of enormous responsibilities because we are heading into the most difficult 4 years, I think, in American history other than the Civil War. We have to repair our international relations. We have to stop the COVID virus. We have to bring the economy back. We have to deal with climate change, racial injustice, and all of this with a Congress that will still have a number of Republicans who would have the ability to block everything. So he will need a full partner, but there's only one president.
Let's bring in Beth Myers at this point. She was Mitt Romney's former chief of staff and his campaign manager during his bid for the Republican presidential nomination in 2008. And Beth, your thoughts about what it's like on this night?
Good evening. This is a tough night for everybody involved. There's a lot of stress, and I'm sure Greg is absolutely right when he says he's fidgeting around his room. I've only really been in the room of a losing presidential candidate, and it's tough. You bring you've got your family, your closest friends and aides, and it's a very intimate and profound moment when you realize that it's not going to go the way that you had hoped it would go, and all that you worked for and dreamed about would happen isn't going to happen.
And Beth and Greg, it's Ros Atkins here with Philippa. I wonder if you could share with us more those moments. Beth, for you in 2012, Greg, for you in 2000. Who's present? What discussions flow from the moment you realise this maybe isn't working out? Maybe Greg first.
Well, in 2000, I went to dinner with the campaign manager after the networks called Florida for Gore. So we thought we had one. And then I was standing with Gore in one of the rooms in his suite watching the networks call Florida for Bush. at which point a number of people burst into tears. Gore himself simply said, "I need to go be with my family," and left the room. And within an hour, we had learned that we, in fact, had not lost, and that there was a recount that was required by Florida law. I was with Gore in the room under the Nashville Coliseum when he called George Bush and took back the concession that had been informal at that point. And there were about 30 people in the room. You could hear a pin drop when he called Bush, and all we could hear was Gore's side of the conversation. But when he said, "I don't think your brother is going to be the ultimate arbiter of the election," we knew that there was the real complaining going on the other end of the line. So that was brutal, and I was in Florida for the recount, and I remember being in a video store, if anybody remembers video stores, when the announcement came that the Supreme Court had just decided it was time to stop counting and declared Bush president. And it was a traumatic day, which I still have not recovered from.
So that was your experience in 2000. Beth, what about yours with Mitt Romney in 2012 when he lost to Barack Obama?
Well, I hand it to Greg to have had one of the weirdest, if not the weirdest, election night roller coaster. So my story is a little bit, is quite a bit more mundane. We were in a room with a very few close aides. We had a sense that it was not going to go well. So we had a big party in a ballroom downstairs, but the room was small, and we were watching it. Paul Ryan's family was there, the Romneys were all there, and there's a lot of them. And a few friends who'd been with Mitt for a long time. And you watch it, it's sort of a death by 1,000 cuts. And you see one state go that you kind of hoped would go your way, and then another one, and you know what's coming. So that was 8 years ago, back in the day when our politicians behaved well. We got on the phone pretty quickly to President Obama, and he was gracious as you can imagine. And then you put one foot in front of the other. You make a few calls to people who you know will be waiting for them, and you buff up the concession speech and go down and naked to the people who are very disappointed. It's a tough moment. No one's at their best. They're tired, but you do what you have to do, and that's how it goes.
And Greg, hearing concession speeches, I think the lesson of Florida in 2000, it might have been don't concede early.
Absolutely, especially given the fact that it was George W. Bush's cousin in the Fox News election room that made the call that Florida had gone for Bush. If they had not done that, you would not have the public image of Gore challenging the election, when in fact, at that moment, nobody had won the election.
And I'm listening to you, and I'm wondering, in the middle of all of this, does anyone allow themselves to think about the things we might need to do if we've won? Do you start planning the next day, or the day after, or the week to come, or is all of that on hold?
I've been involved with 2 presidential transitions, and you start long before the election. So you have a lot of work, a lot of briefing books, etc., in anticipation of being in the transition if you're coming in from outside. And you just don't do anything until after the election. But if you haven't started thinking about it, you're in trouble.
And Greg, we just have a minute or so. I just wanted to ask you, Greg, because of your involvement with health policy, whoever is going to be president on 20th of January, the transition has to be about coronavirus, doesn't it?
Well, not only that, the next 2 months has to be about coronavirus. If Trump loses and does nothing over the next 2 months to stop the spread in America, we will lose tens of thousands of people that we could save. So you can't wait in a pandemic until the inauguration. Hopefully, they would begin negotiations on how we could start working together to adopt Biden's policy on the coronavirus instead of Trump's.
Greg and Beth, it's been a pleasure talking to you. Beth, just before I go, I can see that a Trump campaign source has told CBS that the president is cautiously optimistic and in a good mood. I wonder if the same could be said of you.
Well, I am cautiously optimistic and in a good mood, too, and I'm a Republican voter for Biden.
And have you taken stick for that from other Republicans?
Possibly, but it was a pretty clear choice for me. I'm very comfortable with that, and was proud to cast my vote for Vice President Biden.
Good to speak to you both. Thank you very much indeed for your time. That's Beth Myers, Chief of Staff for Mitt Romney when he took on President Obama in 2012, and Greg Simon, who was the National Policy Director for Al Gore in 2000.
And do stay with us. It's going to get very exciting. We're going to be bringing you results in the next few minutes. We can take you through the night here on BBC Radio on the US presidential election. And, of course, all those seats in Congress, seats in the Senate. Stay with us. We'll tell you exactly what you need to know.
You're listening to America Decides across the BBC and across the world.
America is on course for a record-breaking turnout.
There is a very big police presence. There is trepidation.
Oh my gosh. I mean, first of all, it would reestablish our credibility around the world.
You know, I just don't think any other president could have done anything differently.
We are here all night for all of you listening in the UK and around the world.
This is America Decides from the BBC. The US Elections 2020 from the BBC.
Listening to 5 Live, it's
BBC Radio Wales.
Listening to BBC Radio Scotland.
From the BBC World Service Desk.
BBC Radio 4. This is BBC Radio Ulster.
Listen live around the world on partner stations, on BBC Sounds, and at bbcworldservice.com. America Decides.
It's midnight GMT, 7 p.m. in Washington, D.C. I'm James Kamarasamy. Welcome to BBC Radio's coverage of the US presidential election. Polls are now closing in some parts of the United States, including in most of the key swing state of Florida. We'll be live there shortly.
As we heard on this program a short time ago, the chair of Florida Republican Women, Deborah Tamago, is oozing confidence.
We are feeling fantastic. What we've seen on the ground today has really given us confidence that we will not even be in the margin of a recount.
But in another key state, Pennsylvania, Joe Biden is also sounding confident.
It ain't over till it's over, and when it's over, we're going to win Pennsylvania because of you.
Plus, we talked to President Trump's niece, Mary, who wrote that damaging book about him, and to the mooch, Anthony Scaramucci, briefly his communications director, after the news.
Hello, I'm Neil Nunes with the BBC News. Voting in the US presidential election is closing in several southern, midwestern, and eastern states as people choose between the incumbent Donald Trump and his Democratic rival Joe Biden. They include South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia, as well as Georgia. Polls close in the key swing states of Ohio and North Carolina in half an hour. More now from Peter Bowes.
With the polls now closing in several eastern states, America is in uncharted territory. An election in the midst of a global pandemic, a deeply divided nation, and a country on course for the biggest turnout in a century. All eyes are on a handful of states that could help clinch the White House for either candidate. In the next hour, the polls will close in Florida, a key election battleground that Donald Trump won in 2016, but could go either way this year. After crisscrossing the country in the last few days, the president is back in Washington.
These voters in the key state of Michigan gave their views to the BBC.
I don't like Trump because he's not a good role model or leader, and I want something that the children could look up to, or just anyone could look up to for love and not hate or division. And it seems to be a lot of that. He seems to be a more selfish and egotistical person.
Even though I'm a retired public school teacher, my husband was a staunch Republican. I consider myself an independent, but I am a staunch Trump supporter. I do not want this country to become socialistic, and I just hope and pray. I'm Catholic, and it's in God's hands now.
Americans are also casting ballots for seats in the U.S. Congress and are choosing new governors in 11 states. Most eyes are on the third of seats up for grabs in the Senate. Polls suggest the Democrats have a chance of capturing the upper house after 6 years of Republican majorities. The vote comes amid widespread anxiety over disinformation, which has been rife on social media. Here's the BBC's Mariana Spring.
all eyes have been on foreign interference, and there have been examples of divisive content and emails pushed by Russia and by Iran. But in fact, most of the disinformation campaigns have actually been domestic, and all that foreign actors have had to do, or perhaps we'll later discover have done, is exploit these already very polarized conversations that are happening on social media in the US.
Voters in many states have also been asked to approve or reject a wide range of ballot questions, from proposals on elections and tax to abortion and drugs. Voters in Colorado have been asked whether they want to reintroduce wolves to the wild. In Oregon, people are voting on whether to allow the therapeutic use of a psychedelic drug known as magic mushrooms. You're listening to the latest world news from the BBC. In other news, Austrian and Swiss authorities have made a number of arrests in connection with Monday's shooting rampage, which killed 4 people in Vienna. Austrian police say they have arrested 14 people after raiding 18 properties. France has reported 854 deaths linked to COVID-19 in the past 24 hours. It's the highest daily death toll since mid-April and double the figure recorded on Monday. Police in Zimbabwe have rearrested a prominent journalist, Hopewell Chinono, for breaching his bail conditions, reportedly for using Twitter. It's alleged that he has posted tweets critical of the government. 3 years after breaking away from Antarctica, the world's biggest iceberg is bearing down on the South Atlantic island of South Georgia, posing a threat to the rich wildlife of the British Overseas Territory. More from our science correspondent, Jonathan Amos.
South Georgia is the graveyard for many of Antarctica's greatest icebergs. They get drawn up from the White Continent on strong currents, only for their deep keels to catch in the shallows surrounding the British Overseas Territory. These giants have been known to stick around for years, slowly melting away. The biggest iceberg right now is called A68. It weighs hundreds of billions of tons, but it's relatively thin, meaning it could come right up to South Georgia's coast before anchoring. If that happens, say scientists, it could block seals and penguins getting food for their young, as well as crushing all life on the sea floor.
Doctors treating the former Argentine football star Diego Maradona say he'll undergo surgery in the next few hours for a subdural hematoma caused by a head injury. The doctors say Maradona is doing well and is expected to make a full recovery. He was admitted to a clinic on Monday with anemia and dehydration. BBC News.
And this is BBC Radio's coverage of the US presidential election with Philippa Thomas, James Kamarasamy and Ros Atkins. Polls have just closed in many states across the east coast of the US in an election that's seen record turnout. And the BBC is projecting that Donald Trump will hold Indiana, the first state of the night. There are other crucial swing states where voters may hold the keys to the White House. Georgia, for example, which was a safe win for Donald Trump in 2016, but is up for grabs this time. And of course, Florida, the swing state of all swing states.
And we should start getting the first results from Florida this hour, because the rules in the Sunshine State mean that early and mail-in ballots have been counted early. And it's not just Georgia and Florida where every vote counts. Both candidates have been out campaigning in swing states, trying to rally people to the polls.
Winning is easy. Losing is never easy. Not for me, it's not. I think we're going to have a great night, but it's politics and it's elections, and you never know. I can say that Texas, Arizona, a few of them are looking really very, very strong. Florida, looking very, very strong.
I promise you this. Oh, I'm running as a proud Democrat. If you elect me, I'm going to be an American president. There's going to be no red states or blue states, just the United States of America.
We're going to be live in Florida in a couple of minutes, but also in this half hour, we'll speak to Anthony Scaramucci, who is very briefly Donald Trump's Director of Communications, and we'll talk to Martin Luther King III, the eldest son of the legendary civil rights campaigner, who will help us assess the ever-increasing black vote and which candidate it's going towards.
But now we can speak to Mary Trump. She is the niece of President Trump. She wrote a tell-all memoir about the Trump family earlier this year. The White House tried to prevent it being published. Mary, you described election night 2016 as the worst night of your life. How are you feeling about tonight?
Well, it's one of them, certainly. I'm guardedly hopeful. Like a lot of Americans, I am still quite traumatized by what happened on November 9th, 2016. But we're in a totally different landscape now. Donald is the incumbent, and he has a record now, so nobody can pretend not to know what he's capable of.
If he does lose, how do you think he'll react?
It depends largely on the size of the margin of a Biden victory. I think if it's as big as it might be, I'm hearing a lot, especially based on early voting numbers, that it could potentially be a landslide. I think Donald's not really going to have a choice but to kind of pretend that it's not happening and just keep a low profile, which I know sounds weird considering we're talking about Donald, but if it's close, I think we could potentially be in a lot of trouble because he has already been, encouraging people to commit voter intimidation. He's already called the legitimacy of the election into question if Biden were to win. So if it's close, he is, I'm afraid, going to, use all of the tools at his disposal. And since he is the incumbent, he has quite a lot of them.
And if he wins, what might we expect from a second term?
Oh, it would be disastrous. It would be disastrous for my country. It would be disastrous for the world. He would continue unimpeded down the path towards our autocracy. And we can only imagine what that would do with other countries who are already on that path. And we can look at more withdrawals from treaties. We can look at the further weakening of the Western alliance, and nothing will be done about COVID-19 in America, and nothing will continue to be done about climate change. So it will affect all of us in very bad.
Mary, you talk about autocracy, but if he is re-elected, that will be twice that the American people, under the American presidential system, have voted him in democratically.
I think there will be questions about that because, we need to be really clear about this. He's been cheating in this election for a couple of months now. He's been making it harder for people to vote by mail in the middle of a pandemic. We still have courts ruling about ballots that aren't being counted by or delivered by the post office. As I mentioned earlier, he's called the legitimacy of the election into a question. And he is encouraging voter intimidation. These are all ways of stealing an election before it's even happened. So I believe there would be an asterisk next to that. But you're right. I mean, it would be a horrible tragedy and one from which the American people won't escape because it should never have even been close, honestly.
Mary Trump, the president's niece, thanks very much for joining us.
Jamie is in Michigan. Philip and I are in the BBC election studio. Just to remind you that we have a first projection of the evening. The BBC is projecting that Donald Trump will hold Indiana. That will bring him 11 electoral college votes, but we should emphasize that that is absolutely entirely expected by both campaigns. A state that's getting more attention than Indiana is Florida. It's absolutely crucial. Our reporter Nomi Iqbal is there, and Nomi, the polls have just closed.
They have, and so we should at some point later this evening get an indication of how it's going. The polls are neck and neck. I spoke to a Republican earlier who works for the party here in Miami. He said he's fairly confident Donald Trump will take the state, which will of course give him a strong path to re-election. Democrats tend to be more cautious about Florida. It's always been seen as that unreliable friend that doesn't always show up when you need them. Donald Trump's been tested by Florida since his narrow win in 2016, and he's passed. There are 2 Republican senators here. The governor is Republican. But of course, the pandemic has impacted many people in this state. And that's the message that Joe Biden has been bringing to Florida, that he will give them better leadership. And he has said that he's confident about winning the state. Of course, if he wins it, then he's pretty much got a straight path because he would only need to win a few other key swing states to get that magic number of 270 to get into the White House.
And Nomi, when you talk to people in Florida, Do they like the attention? Do they like the fact their votes are getting much more attention than perhaps the votes of people in California or Alabama?
I did ask that to lots of people here in the last few days. What is it like to be popular and have politicians come down here and try and get your vote? And many of them do understand the importance of Florida. They're used to it. I did speak to one man who said he was fed up of it all. He said he couldn't wait for it to end. So so it's quite a mixed reaction to how people feel about their state getting so much attention. But of course, as we have said, it is a crucial state.
Well, across the next few hours, we're going to be focusing on all the swing states, all the battleground states, as the US media calls them. Florida is one, plenty of others, Pennsylvania, Ohio, the list goes on and on. Normia in Florida, thank you very much indeed.
Yeah, here on America Decides, we have reporters on the ground everywhere in those key battleground states. And at the headquarters, let's go now to the Biden campaign headquarters in Wilmington, Delaware, and our reporter, Neda Tofik.
Yes, well, Philippa, I am actually joined here at the Biden-Harris election headquarters by Tom Perez, the chair of the Democratic National Committee. We're having the first polls closing, results coming in shortly. I mean, we've heard from the Biden campaign that they are optimistic that they will come out tonight the winner. How are you feeling about the race?
I feel optimistic as well. We want to make sure everybody in line stays in line because we got to run through the tape here. It's going to be close in so many battlegrounds. But here's the thing. We have multiple pathways to 270 electoral votes, and Donald Trump has a very narrow pathway. We're competing in so many states that Donald Trump won. We have a lot of expansion states like Texas, Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona, Iowa. These are states that Donald Trump won, and he's struggling. And that's because we've built a really remarkably broad coalition of hardcore lifelong Democrats, independents, and then what I call John McCain Republicans, people who were part of the party of Lincoln, and that party of Lincoln's dead and buried.
Well, let's look at Georgia because we are waiting for results to come in. CBS News has characterized it as a toss-up at the moment. A Democrat hasn't won since 1992 there. If Vice President Biden is able to carry Georgia, what do you think that will signify about what the rest of the night could tell us?
Well, that would bode very well for the Vice President and Kamala Harris. And Georgia is evolving along with America. It is such a remarkably diverse state. And Joe Biden's coalition is a remarkably diverse coalition. He practices the politics of addition. He's invited everyone into the Joe Biden-Kamala Harris coalition. Donald Trump, on the other hand, is a very narrow coalition. And that's why you see Joe Biden doing well in Georgia. And coronavirus is on everyone's mind in Georgia and across the country. The presidential failure of crisis management is on the minds of voters in Georgia and elsewhere. And that's why Joe Biden, I think, is going to win Georgia.
But it's also really crucial for Joe Biden to cut into the margin of voters, blue voters, who went for President Trump in the last election. White voters, especially in the Midwest, that blue wall that broke in 2016. Do you think that Joe Biden, given the environment with COVID, has done enough campaigning to get those voters back to the Democratic side?
Absolutely. Let's just take one example in Michigan. Michiganders remember that Barack Obama and Joe Biden saved the auto industry when Republicans said, let them die. And that is why you saw in the primary, Joe Biden won every single county in Michigan. Joe Biden and Barack Obama were in Michigan last weekend, and voters in those counties who were Obama, Trump voters, I think they're going to come back to Joe Biden because he has a plan to rebuild our economy to fix this coronavirus.
All right, we'll see. Tom Perez, thank you so much.
Pleasure to be with you.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
And Neda, thank you very much for being with us from Biden headquarters.
You're listening to America Decides from BBC Radio. I should mention that in the next few minutes we'll be speaking to Mick Mulvaney, the US Special Envoy to Northern Ireland, and also Donald Trump's acting Chief of Staff in 2019.
But first we're going to speak to Anthony Scaramucci. That is a name you may know. You may remember that he was President Trump's communications director back in 2017 for 10 days and has pretty strong views, I think it's fair to say, about Donald Trump. In fact, Mr. Scaramucci, I think you've said that a vote for Joe Biden will save the Republican Party.
I do believe that, yes, but I was there for 11 days. Don't get me out of that last
I'm
day.
so sorry.
that's
We pride ourselves on
that's
the
like
facts.
I know. I mean, it's like 9% of my federal career. You know,
it was a stellar 11 days.
Well, let me tell you, even when the president is railing on me on Twitter, which he is wont to do, he always puts in the 11 days, not 10. But yeah, look, listen, the vice president will win tonight. He'll win handily. And I was listening to his campaign headquarters, and obviously we have a lot of nonpartisan polling data that we do at Skybridge Capital, and so it'll likely be a Biden blowout. And I think that will be very good for the Republican Party because, as Jared Kushner has said about that party, it was hijacked by President Trump. It was converted into something distorted from typical Republicanism. Let's call that Trumpism. It was based on demagoguery and a personality cult and reckless spending and malpractice as it related to the pandemic and lying about things like science and politicizing masks and all this sort of nonsense. So that party hopefully will have a reckoning and a restructuring and hopefully a restoration.
Anthony, it's Ross Atkins here with Philippa in the election studio. I can hear from your words you're not keen on Mr. Trump, but you can appreciate his success in connecting with some American voters. How do you assess his campaign in the last couple of months?
Well, the truth is I'm actually sort of keen on Mr. Trump. I got along with him well. I campaigned with him and obviously advocated on his behalf 4 years ago. This is really more of a dispassionate assessment of what's gone on over the last 4 years. As far as his campaign in the last 2 or 3 weeks, I think, and I've said this to my friends because I know the president very well, he was not campaigning. He was going through the motions of iterating the Mueller report, Hillary Clinton's emails, saying nonsense about John Bon Jovi and Lady Gaga. And that is, he wasn't trying to expand his base or anything like that. That to me is a sign that he knows it's over. He's cut back the guests that are going to be attending the super spreader event in the White House tonight to 250 people. And so, no, I don't think he was wholeheartedly campaigning in the last 3 weeks.
But can I put this to you? Trump's people love him. Those who are there for him believe he's kept his promises. And if he's ousted, there are going to be some very bitter feelings.
Well, I accept that, yes. I think unfortunately in our society right now is very polarized. I think the media has helped to manufacture a false narrative about a cultural war in the society, and his acolytes believe that he's the last white man standing to protect them against this culture war that they see coming. And so I do accept what you're saying. Yes, there's ardent support for him. I believe what he has said, that he could shoot people on Fifth Avenue and people will still be supporting him. But the good news for the country and the good news for the world is that's probably a third to 40% of the country. I don't think that's 60% of the country.
Are you still in touch with him?
Well, the last time I spoke to him was Easter Sunday of 2019. So no, I can't say that I'm still in touch with him personally, but I had a lot of friends in the White House. I had a lot of friends in the cabinet and the agencies, and I'm a lifelong Republican. And remember, I worked for the guy for over a year, and I raised him money and I worked on his transition team. This is just an objective assessment of what he's doing to our society, and so therefore, I'm a business guy. I'm not a politician, so I'm just looking at it. This is a guy that we got to fire, and we got to switch jockeys so that we can handle the pandemic here in the United States and revive the economy.
Now, you're saying you're a lifelong Republican. You're still in touch with lots of Republicans, but in the last year or so, you've been so vocal in your criticism of the president. You must be disappointed that very few high-profile Republicans have joined you in that public criticism.
Well, let's go over the Republicans. So John Kelly, he's the most dishonest person you ever met. He's former White House Chief of Staff. John actually fired me. Him and I have become very close personal friends. Jim Mattis, he's the most divisive president in his lifetime. Most presidents try to unite people. He's dividing them. Rex Tillerson, I can't use what he says about him on the air because there's too many expletives. So, no, I think there's a lot of high-profile Republicans that have spoken out against him. Obviously, Cindy McCain has endorsed the vice president. I think you have to remember the Republican Party has a very small registration comparatively to the independents in the United States and the Democrats. And so one of the things they've been able to do is used the gerrymandering in the Electoral College to keep power. But I think Mr. Trump's recklessness is going to threaten that tonight.
Anthony Scaramucci, we're going to leave you to the kids. I think they might want your attention. And I hope you enjoy your election night. We're very glad to have had President Trump's former communications director for 11 days with us here on the BBC Radio Election Special. Thank you.
Let's bring you up to date with the events in Florida. We mentioned that the swingiest of swing states, as we called it, the polls had closed at the beginning of this hour, and also that actually started counting those early ballots some time ago, actually, and that's meant that they're being pretty quick, and we're getting at the moment 40% of the results are already in, and well, the hype wasn't hype. It is very close at this point. With 38%, it was 50-49 in favour of Joe Biden. With 40% of votes it is now 50-49 to Donald Trump, to just around 2 million votes each. That is clearly going to be developing. We'll bring you up to date with all of that and dig into those numbers, those figures a bit. But let's speak now to someone who doesn't really need any introduction when I tell you his name. He is Martin Luther King III, the oldest son of the civil rights leader, Martin Luther King Jr. He served as the fourth president of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, and he joins us now from Atlanta, Georgia. Welcome to the program, sir.
Thank you. I'm happy to have the opportunity.
And your father, of course, framed things in huge historical terms. How would you see this moment in American history?
I would have to say this is a monumental moment and will determine really the course of direction that this nation takes, for the next, not just 4 years, but, a number of things have been done by the current president. And if he is successful tonight, it will show a different direction, or a direction that I do not see as progressive and positive. If he is defeated tonight, then I think we have the opportunity to recraft, to bring the nation together. It's going to take time, because it has taken him time to divide us so much. We've never been this divided, and it's very unfortunate. But at the end of the day, no matter what the outcome is, somehow this nation has got to find a way to come together to address the pandemic that is affecting so many of us around the world, to deal with climate change that is affecting so many of us around the world, to deal with healthcare that is affecting us in our country, and maybe perhaps healthcare throughout the world, but certainly we want to address the United States of America and what's going on around healthcare, and so many other issues.
And it was thought that 4 years ago, if we dug into the numbers, that the African-American vote did not come out in the numbers that might have been expected or might have been hoped for by Hillary Clinton. Have you got any sense in this campaign how much enthusiasm there has been amongst African-Americans?
So I think the enthusiasm, if one calls it that, is not so much generated exclusively by the campaign, but I think that those who come out, and I really believe black women will come out in significant numbers. It will be shown. Black men will come out in decent numbers. I don't know if it's going to be significant. That's a concern, because I think that, the campaigns have to speak more to the African-American male community in the future. I do think, though, however, the overwhelming large majority of black people will still go with Vice President Biden and Senator Harris.
And would Senator Harris's place on the ticket be important if that's the case?
Oh, absolutely. I think from day one, once he chose her, she immediately showed her value to the ticket, because the campaign automatically received an infusion of resources, significant resources. I think that women are excited about Senator Harris. Certainly, African-American males, some were excited and are excited. But I think just in general, the nation is concerned about being calm, a calmness. The president does not ever exhibit majority of the population. I do think the president has a hard 38, 39, 40%, but 60% does not agree with that and believes that we need to have different leadership. The goal and hope is that that 60% came out today and over the last month and cast their votes. And I do believe that is perhaps what we're going to see.
Martin Luther King III, eldest son of the civil rights leader Martin Luther King Jr. Thank you very much indeed for joining us here on America Decides. We are bringing you all the results as they come in from the US presidential election. We'll have more on those partial results that we have so far in Florida after the news. Do stay with us. You have me, James Kamarasamy, in Michigan. We have Ros Atkins and Philippa Thomas in our election studio as well. We'll be keeping you company as the results roll in from across the United States throughout the night. So do stay with us here on BBC Radio.
You're listening to America Decides from the BBC.
If Joe Biden just wins back those 3 states, he would be the next president regardless of anything else that happens tonight.
Americans are basically conditioned into this idea that the polls are going to close and then there's going to be this magic moment sometime around election night. And, you know, to your question about how long this could take, yeah, absolutely, it could take weeks.
If the Republicans were to lose narrowly in Pennsylvania, Florida, and some other states, they will be in court. And they think they control the judiciary at this point.
We are feeling fantastic. What we've seen on the ground today has really given us confidence that we will not even be in the margin of a recount.
For the long haul, staying up all night?
As long as it takes.
With live coverage from across America and reaction from across the world, this is America Decides from the BBC.
Coming up in the next 30 minutes, we're off to North Carolina, one of 3 states closing its polls in the next couple of minutes, and one that polling experts are keeping an especially close eye on. It's also one of the states that's electing senators, the upper house of Congress as much in play as the White House. Plus, we'll be talking to Mick Mulvaney, currently US Special Envoy on Northern Ireland, but a former Trump Chief of Staff. All that after the news.
BBC News with Neil Nunes. The states of Ohio and North Carolina are the latest where voting is just ending in the U.S. presidential election. In several southern, midwestern, and eastern states, the polling is now over. These include South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia, as well as Georgia, a Republican stronghold, which may see a tight race. Americans have been voting in large numbers at the end of a bitterly divisive campaign. More than 100 million people cast their ballots even before polling day, setting the election on course for the biggest turnout in a century. Polling is still going on in Wisconsin, a key state in this election. The BBC's Yalda Hakim has been speaking to voters there.
This state is very much part of Donald Trump's story. He captured that non-college educated white voters, the blue-collar workers who were traditionally Democratic voters. They were heavily unionized, and they had voted for Obama in 2008 and 2012, and then Donald Trump managed to flip them in 2016. Many of them told me they were happy with the way that he led this country over the first 3 years of his administration, but the last year of his administration has been dominated by the coronavirus, and Wisconsin is one of the worst affected states. So really, the people who go into those ballots, that's the one thing that they will be thinking about more than anything else.
Yalda Hakim there. That pandemic, she said, voters are talking about still grips the country. It's ravaged the economy and led to the deaths of more than 230,000 Americans. In other news, Austrian and Swiss authorities have made a number of arrests in connection with Monday's shooting rampage, which killed 4 people in Vienna. Austrian police said they've arrested 14 people after raiding 18 properties. Police in Zurich have also arrested 2 Swiss young men. BBC News.
Hello, this is Ros Atkins with Philippa Thomas in the BBC's election studio. Jamie Kubrasamy is live with us from Troy in Michigan, and the three of us continue to bring you coverage of the US presidential election. Now, let's immediately bring in our analyst for these few hours, Kyle Kondik, managing editor of Sabato's Crystal Ball, based in Virginia. Kyle, we're starting to get some serious numbers out of Florida. If people haven't been following this online in the last few minutes, just take them through what they're telling us.
Well, I think the key result is that in Miami-Dade County, which Hillary Clinton won by a pretty impressive 30-point margin in 2016, we've got 1 million votes there already, which is actually a little bit more than 2016, and Joe Biden's only up by 10. And so that is a horrible result for Biden. And he's actually, it seems to be doing decently well in other parts of the state, but I don't think he could survive that kind of performance in Miami. I guess the one thing that's good for Biden is that in this sense is that there aren't really many other places in the country that look like Miami-Dade in that it has a very significant Cuban population that is historically a Republican group. It's kind of cold to Trump in 2016, but it seems like a number of those voters have come home. So it may not be really reflective of other kinds of urban areas, but Florida's a really important state, and I think Trump looks pretty good there right now.
But given the range of communities in Florida and the size of it as a state, how can we extrapolate so much from one county, significant though it is?
Well, look, I mean, again, I do think that there are other positive signs of growth for Biden in other parts of the state. And I'm not calling the state or anything. I don't think it's been called by any of the news outlets, but you see a drop like that. I mean, I think we thought there was a lot of polling that indicated that Biden was not going to be able to do as well in Miami-Dade as Clinton did, but to see that kind of drop, and there's still votes to be counted there. Election day is usually more Democratic there, so Biden's lead may go up, but it's still a really big underperformance, and it's a kind of underperformance that can really undermine Biden and the rest of the state, even if he is doing well in other parts of the state.
Hi, Kyle, it's Philippa here. Do we have anything on demographics in terms of elderly voters, senior voters coming out in Florida? Because that was Biden's big hope, especially given the pandemic.
There are some signs of slight improvement in other parts of in some parts of the state, but again, it's just this Miami-Dade result is just really just jumping off the page and is I think overwhelming almost everything else.
In terms of where we go from these initial results coming through to a point where we might be able to say which way Florida's going, how long is that journey?
I mean, the state votes, the state counts votes very quickly. I mean, polls are actually going to close in the Florida Panhandle, which doesn't close until the top of the hour. We may see a call in the 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock hour, so maybe an hour or two from now. And again, I think we need to see more from the state, but we've already got a lot of the votes already reported there, and that Miami result just isn't good enough for Biden, I don't think.
So you're focused on Florida at the moment, Kyle, but you're also keeping an eye on other states. What other states are coming down the track in the next few hours that we need to particularly focus on?
We're starting to get some results in from Georgia. We're going to start to get results from North Carolina at 8:15. So about 40 minutes from now, there was a 45-minute delay in terms of reporting the results because some polling places stayed open. Georgia seems very, very close and competitive right now. But there's only really a handful of votes already in. Ohio, polls just closed in Ohio. All these states we're talking about are not necessarily must-wins for Biden. I think they are must-wins for Trump. If Biden could pick off just one of them, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, Ohio, he'd be in really good shape to win the election. But I can't sit here and tell you that he's guaranteed to do that.
Kyle, stay with us. We want to talk a little bit more about North Carolina, another of those places that is not only an important presidential battleground state, there's a very important election for the Senate tonight as well, and our colleague Oliver Conway is looking at this, following it over the course of the night. Ollie, remind us about the importance of these races for the Senate.
Yeah, hugely important. 35 Senate seats up for grabs tonight, 23 of them held by Republicans, 12 by Democrats. The Republicans have two realistic targets, Alabama and Michigan, while the Democrats are targeting 12. They need a swing of 3 to take control of the Senate. Why does it matter? Well, the Senate's very important. Last week, of course, Amy Coney Barrett got a seat on the Supreme Court. Why? Because the Republicans held a majority in the Senate. The Senate also acquitted President Trump on impeachment charges, and it has a key role in legislation, healthcare, pandemic stimulus, climate change, that sort of thing. So very important for both parties.
What are the other interesting races, the ones you're focusing in on for us tonight, Ollie?
Okay, probably the one that most people are interested in is South Carolina. Lindsey Graham, 3-term senator, against Jamie Harrison, a black former congressional aide. This is in the South. This was the first state to secede in the Civil War. Lindsey Graham, a critic of Donald Trump, turned a fan, one of his biggest fans, a golfing buddy. I mean, the fact that this could even be in play is extraordinary. Lindsey Graham won by nearly 17 points in the last Senate race there. And according to the Washington Post, some $220 million are being spent on this race alone.
Ollie, thanks.
Now, Carl, if we can bring you back in on the Senate, just explain to us in the context of this state why the Senate's so crucial.
Well, look, I mean, even if Joe Biden gets elected, if he doesn't have control of the U.S. Senate, it's going to be very difficult for him to get any of his legislative agenda passed. And North Carolina is one of the crucial states. You really have had two pretty weak candidates running there, and that Tom Tillis, the Republican incumbent, has really kind of poor favorability numbers. And his challenger, a former state senator named Cal Cunningham, seemed to be running a good race, but he got caught up in a sexting scandal. It seems pretty clear that he had an extramarital affair, and so this race has seemed very close. Cunningham has generally been leading by a little bit, but North Carolina's presidential race should be really close, and the Senate probably going to be really close too.
Kyle, thank you very much indeed. Those of you just joining us, a reminder that the BBC is projecting Indiana for Donald Trump, something we would entirely expect. CBS is projecting Joe Biden is going to win Vermont, also something we would completely expect.
And Ros, we just heard there, didn't we, from Kyle about the importance of North Carolina. We can go there now, and we can speak to the BBC's Larry Maddow, who's in Charlotte, that great banking centre of North Carolina. Larry, what are you hearing there?
We're hearing that polls are about to close in the entire state. Most of them closed in the last 9 minutes or so, but in a few where polling started a little late because of printer problems or election officials didn't show up, they will be closing in 8:15, so just in over half an hour, and then we'll know for sure what happens here. It's very important, especially for President Trump to win. He's been trailing a little in the polls, but they've been so neck and neck with Joe Biden that essentially they were in the margin of error. But one poll came out yesterday that had President Trump leading again narrowly. If he loses North Carolina, it's a real warning flag. Lots of red flags going up because it might be a sign of what's happening in the rest of the Bible Belt and the places where President Trump has support. He won with 3.5 points in 2016. He needs to keep it in the bag again if he's got any path to 270 electoral college votes.
And I guess for Biden, that area, it's known as the research triangle, is pretty important, isn't it?
It is, and he's just not spent enough time here. He's only been here 3 times. Compare that to President Trump, who's been here 13 times. They all know that these 15 electoral college votes are good in trying to get that math 270. Joe Biden generally thinks that it's competitive as a state, and this also plays into the math of trying to win back the Senate for the Democrats as well. So there's 2 interesting races to watch out for here, and North Carolina and Charlotte, which should be called hopefully sometime later this evening, will be a good sign of how the night will play out.
Larry, thanks very much. Larry Maddow there in Charlotte in North Carolina. We've got 20 minutes here in Michigan until polls close. Well, nearly all of them actually. There's the upper peninsula part, the upper part of Michigan where they stay open a bit longer, but almost all of them are going to be closed. We're also going to be hearing shortly from Ohio, another one of those key swing states that Donald Trump won pretty handily 4 years ago, but is seen very much in play. And of course, Republicans, if they want to win the White House, traditionally they always have to win Ohio, so we'll be hearing from there.
Jamie, thank you. Now, here with me and Ros in the election studio, I'm pleased to say that we have a Thomas Gift. You've been sitting there for quite a long while listening in, Thomas, and I'm glad to be able to introduce you. Associate Professor of Political Science at UCL, University College London, founding director of the Centre for US Politics at UCL. And I know you were born in Pennsylvania, Thomas, and you've lived all around the US since you were born in Pennsylvania. I want to ask you about sometimes it's called the Rust Belt, isn't it? But those states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, that Donald Trump took last time, Biden has to take them back?
Absolutely, they're really crucial. Pennsylvania in particular, because it does have 20 electoral votes. And so if Biden is able to win that, it's a state where Hillary Clinton lost by just about a percentage point or two. That would be a huge win. I think it would give him considerable momentum, and it would also reflect well in terms of capturing votes in some of these other Rust Belt and Mid-Atlantic states that you just mentioned.
And what's your take on Florida? We just heard Kyle Kondik talking to us about the fact that Miami-Dade is not looking that good for Joe Biden. The Democrats' hopes in Florida. He's giving us some caution about that. Joe Biden could lose Florida, but push on to success.
He could, although if Florida does go to Trump, that's certainly great news for him. I think any legitimate path to victory for Donald Trump requires Florida. If you look at his odds, according to 538, they're about 1 in 10. If he loses Florida, they go down to less than 1 in 100. So it is absolutely crucial for Donald Trump to win that. Joe Biden, again, does have multiple paths to victory, I think, beyond just Florida.
And when we talk about the path to victory, this is all through the prism of the Electoral College, because it doesn't matter who gets the most votes all over the country.
Exactly. I mean, it really does boil down to just about 13 or so swing states. And of course, this is where both Donald Trump and Joe Biden have been crisscrossing over the last few weeks. They're the ultimate deciders. How these two candidates fare in the swing states will determine who occupies the White House for the next 4 years.
And we're broadcasting all around the world. Some people might be surprised that given the Republicans, I think, won the popular vote in 2004 and then before that 1988, there's not more of a discussion in America about this system.
Well, I think that there is some discussion, but I think the plausibility of reform is relatively limited simply because it would have to go through Congress. It would require ratification of the states. It would be kind of a very significant overall overhaul of the electoral system. So, of course, you hear concerns about it, but I think that the feasibility of it is quite limited.
Just quick thought then, when we were talking about, the Electoral College, might things change? If Texas came into play, that would shake up both parties, really, wouldn't it? Make the case for changing the system.
Absolutely. And when you look at the demographics, even if Texas isn't in play this time around, I think 4 years from now, 8 years from now, it absolutely could be. One of the interesting things about Texas is that the Republicans have had to spend money, resources, and time there just to keep it. And so if you think about this as kind of a scarce resource game, it's less energy, time, and resources that they've been able to devote to other traditional swing states.
Thomas, thank you for the moment. We always knew Florida would be a political thriller. We were talking a couple of minutes ago about how one significant county in Miami was not looking particularly positive for Joe Biden, but the BBC results system at the moment is telling us that with 73% of votes counted in Florida, it's showing 51% for Biden, 48% for Donald Trump. So it remains very, very tight, Jamie.
Indeed, tight in Florida. Polls have closed in Georgia as well in the last half hour. They've also closing another important state, Ohio. Donald Trump won it 4 years ago by 8%. He really does need to win it again this time. As I mentioned, I think no Republican has ever taken the White House without winning Ohio. George W. Bush, when he was re-elected in 2004, it was the state that just got him over the edge. We can speak to the BBC's Anna Foster now. She's in Cleveland. They had a convention there 4 years ago, the Republican convention. How's it looking, Anna?
Well, the polls closed, where are we, 16 minutes or so now, so we're expecting really soon the first set of counted, scanned ballots, because of course here in Ohio they're allowed to start looking at them before now, so we'll get all of a sudden this projection on the screen, all of the votes that have already been counted, and we'll be off and away and starting to look at what is going to happen here this evening. As you say, this is a bellwether state. This has predicted the presidents here in Ohio every year since 1964. Places to watch. So I'm in Cleveland. This is Cuyahoga County. It's the second biggest in Ohio. It is solidly Democratic, but Hillary Clinton lost votes here in 2016. So Joe Biden really needs to rack up votes in places like this to offset areas like Stark County in East Ohio. Now, Donald Trump back in 2016 turned a 0.5% loss in Stark County into a 17% win. So he will be wanting to hang on to numbers like that if he is going to achieve victory in Ohio this evening. Mike West is with me, who is the communications manager for outreach here in Cuyahoga County, because we are, Mike, thank you for joining us.
You're welcome.
In-
Thanks for having
In
me.
your Board of Elections warehouse. Now, it's all reasonably peaceful at the moment. We're sitting in the shadow of all of these blue plastic bags of votes. We're going to find out which way they went very soon. But all the action will start when you start to bring in all of the votes and the memory sticks from the 295 locations. Tell me what's going to happen. A lot of the action's on the floor just below us, isn't it?
Yes, well, what happens first is the vans will come in with all the ballots and other voting paraphernalia, and then they'll be put on carts and brought up in a freight elevator to this floor, and there are teams of about 200 people that will start to unpack everything, sort everything, inventory everything, divide the regular ballots with the provisional ballots and things of that nature. Here in Ohio, we have some advantages of other states, if you'd like me to go into that.
Well, it's the fact that all of these ballots behind us, you've been able to look at these already. You've got a head start, essentially, on some states.
Yes, exactly. And that was one of the things I was going to mention, that we are allowed to start scanning vote-by-mail ballots as soon as we get them. So with over 300,000 ballots and each or 2 pages, we've been able to scan over 600,000 pieces of paper. We don't count them until now. They're in the process of doing that right now, actually doing the tabulation after the scanning has been complete.
And what fascinates me as well is that they all come in on memory sticks. They've already been scanned at the place where people voted. And so you can do this really quickly. You can put them in and you can count them in a computer. And we can literally see the totals racking up as the night goes on.
Yes, that's true. And that's also true for the 51,000 people who voted early at our Board of Elections. And in that case, they insert their ballot into a scanner, and that vote is recorded on a memory stick as well. So the early votes, vote-by-mail votes, we plug them right in. When they come in from the field, it's very important to know that while we have those vote tallies on the memory stick, we also have the paper optical scan ballot that we can use to review if there's any irregularities. We can take the paper ballots, review them, scan them, whatever.
Mike, it's great to talk to you. Thank you so much for joining us. Mike West, who's keeping an eye on things here tonight. So as I say, in the next few minutes, we're all lined up here watching this big screen where very soon all of these early ballots, these mail-in ballots will appear, and we'll start to get our first picture of how things are looking in Ohio.
Anna, thanks very much. Anna Foster there in Cleveland. Well, let's cross to Florida. As we've been saying, the results are coming in thick and fast. We can speak to Brian Corley, who's election supervisor in Pasco County. Welcome to the program here on the BBC, Brian.
Thank you. Great to be with you.
And good to be have you here as well. And I understand it's looking fairly similar to 4 years ago. It's quite a Trump county there, isn't it? And he's doing well.
Yeah, I have to tell you. So the initial results that came out included the early vote and the vote by mail totals, which were 60% of the voter roll. And when those first came out, it was way closer. But the election day turnout was heavily lopsided towards Republicans. And so you're absolutely right. It's almost spot on to where it was 4 years ago for President Trump.
Well, that's interesting. If those early mail-in ballots are leaning more Democratic, I think that's probably what people expected, isn't it? But just tell us what's the day being like? What is this very unusual polling day being like for you?
Well, during a major election, the most election in our country's history during a pandemic, there are no words. But if you asked me this question a few months ago, I would have said I was concerned about having enough polling places, poll workers, and there was talk about an all-mail ballot election, and we had considerably more in-person voting than voting by mail. But the voters were very pleased. We took precautions to ensure a safe environment from COVID, as well as there were some concerns about security at the polling places. And quite frankly, exceedingly well. The weather was absolutely gorgeous. It was unseasonably cooler for us here in Florida, and the lines were quite manageable, and we were able to get voters in and out. So it's been a very, very smooth day.
Smooth day. So better than you could have expected.
Surpassed my wildest dreams. I was concerned for a myriad of reasons, leading up to Election Day, but nothing ever materialized. It's all been good.
It's all been good. And just at the moment, what are the actual figures telling you?
Well, right now we're looking at about, we have, of course, all of our early voting in. We have about 98% of our vote by mail. So in Florida, you can actually deliver your vote by mail ballot to the physical office. And so you have until 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So that's going to be a late run, but that's, a couple of thousand. And we have about 101 of 111 precincts in. So there's not much left to come in as far as election night. Of course, it's not over. We still have what are called provisional ballots. If your eligibility can't be determined, you forgot your ID, except you do a provisional ballot. We have several hundred of those. And if you did not sign your vote by mail ballot or your signature didn't match, you could cure that. So we'll look at those Friday. But, I'm hearing statewide, the first numbers has Trump and Biden extremely close. So those ballots would come into play. And, of course, lastly are 10 days for our military voters. So the earliest I think it'd be certified would be November 13th.
It's always Florida, isn't it? Brian Corley out from Pasco County there, telling us what it's been like on the ground organising this most unusual of elections.
You're listening to America Decides from BBC Radio, and the whole evening is beginning to gain momentum. Joe Biden is projected to win Vermont. That was expected. CBS is projecting Trump to win Indiana. That was also expected. And Fox News is projecting Mitch McConnell, very senior Republican, to win his Senate seat in Kentucky. CBS as a characterization of Ohio being a toss-up, North Carolina being a toss-up, and West Virginia leaning towards Trump. Now, these aren't abstract words. These are specific words. Let's get some help from Carl Kondik, our analyst, who's helping us throughout these hours, because, Carl, these phrases toss up and lean and so forth, they mean particular things when the projections come in.
Yeah, that's right. And look, I think that the various news networks are going to be very cautious in calling these states, because you're seeing a lot of people voting by mail, which hasn't happened as much in the past, people voting early in person. And there's a big difference in a lot of states between the early and mail-in vote and the election day vote. And I think we're seeing that in the Florida results right now, in that the first votes that came in look better for Biden than the results that are there now. And you're going to see that dynamic in some other places. For instance, we've got a number of results from Ohio so far, and at first blush they look pretty good for Joe Biden. But you got to remember that in Ohio, and this is even more true this year, the early and mail-in vote skews pretty Democratic, and then the Republicans usually catch up on election day. So be very cautious about over-interpreting the results that we have so far.
Let's bring in a guest from Florida now. A lot of attention on Florida at the moment. Linda Trocine is chair of the Republican Party in Seminole County in Florida. Linda, what's happening for your county? What are you seeing?
Well, we're watching the results closely, and we found that, of course, the vote-by-mail ballots are counted first in Seminole, and Democrats have been voting by mail more than Republicans, and Republicans have been voting at the polls, and those results will come in later, and some races are not as expected.
Some races are not as expected. Does that mean you're feeling a little bit nervous, Linda?
Well, we were hoping for a big win, and we're about 65% of the precincts are counted, so we'll just have to wait and see what happens with the rest of those results.
Now, you're northeast of Orlando, is that right? Tell me about the kind
Yes.
of voters that you have.
So we're a suburban county, and most elections here are chosen by the suburban women. And so safety and jobs are messages that resonate with our voters. And, we've had an influx of new voters moving into the county that are younger and more progressive. And we'll have to see if they turned out or if suburban women are going to hold on to this county.
And when you say whether the young voters turned out, you mean the younger voters are more likely to vote Democrat?
Yes, that's correct.
And we should remind our listeners around the world that Florida is key, and it went to Donald Trump in 2016 by just 1.2%.
That's correct.
So just describe the atmosphere. I can hear there's a few people in the background, but, you're all biting your nails there.
Yes, well, we have we're having a wonderful time. We have a big crowd. Everyone's excited about what's going to happen here in Seminole County. And we've done everything humanly possible to help our Republican slate of candidates. And it's been a lot of fun. And we have a very exuberant crowd.
Has it been harder to campaign because of the COVID pandemic? Because you did have such a second surge there in Florida.
Right. We had to adapt to the situation. You know, we have methods of reaching voters that are safe, and we've employed a variety of methods across the board.
Well, Linda, I can hear results coming in behind you, and we will continue listening to what's happening in Florida. Thank you for your time.
More polls are closing as we approach the end of the hour. Of course, we're keeping a very close eye, and there's a slight lag between the polls closing and us starting to get data. But in some cases, not so much, because states like Florida and other states as well have granted permission for mail-in ballots to be counted from this morning, while other states, such as Pennsylvania, have said actually that counting cannot start in advance. And so that's why there are some states like Michigan and Pennsylvania where the results may come in later than those from Florida. If you're listening and you've got questions about what you're hearing, do get in touch with us via social media. I'd also remind you that you can get detailed, up-to-date analysis, not just through BBC Radio, but also via the BBC website, bbc.com/news. And if you are just switching on your radio, wherever you are in the world, Donald Trump is projected to take Indiana. We expected that. Joe Biden is projected to win Vermont. We expected that. And the reason that we're spending a lot of time talking about some states more than others is because this isn't about who gets the most votes among Americans. It's not about the national vote. It's about who wins electoral college votes. And that all hinges on who wins individual states. The results continue to come in, and we'll continue to bring them, both from the election studio and from Jamie in Michigan.
This is America Decides across the BBC.
Battlegrounds we've been talking about include Georgia, Virginia, North Carolina, Ohio.
Now my stomach's a little queasy because the polls are closing. It's actually happening finally after all this time.
I'm just excited to celebrate tonight. America is on course for a record-breaking turnout.
For the long haul, staying up all night? As long as it takes.
With reaction, interviews and analysis, this is America Decides from the BBC. The US Elections 2020 from the BBC.
You're listening to 5 Live. It's
BBC Radio Wales.
You're listening to BBC Radio Scotland.
From the BBC World Service Desk.
BBC Radio 4. This is BBC Radio Ulster.
Listen live around the world on partner stations, on BBC Sounds and at bbcworldservice.com. America Decides.
It's 1 o'clock GMT, 8 p.m. in Washington. I'm Philippa Thomas. Welcome to BBC Radio's coverage of the US presidential election. Polls are closing in several key US states as voters choose whether to give Donald Trump 4 more years in the White House or hand power to his Democratic challenger, Joe Biden. Donald Trump is projected to hold the state of Indiana, but Tom Perez, chairman of the Democrat National Committee, says he's cautiously optimistic about Joe Biden's chances.
Success is 270 electoral votes. We have a linear pathway of Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and we won all the statewide seats in those states in 2018.
Stay with us as we go to colleagues at both of the campaign headquarters.
And to another key Rust Belt state, Pennsylvania, and to the man who used to be its governor. Plus, we speak to one of the men who worked on the 2016 Trump campaign. All of that after this bulletin.
Hello, I'm Neil Nunes with the BBC News. Voting in the US presidential election has now ended in most East Coast states, as well as parts of the Midwest and the South. Among them are the battleground states of Florida and Georgia, a Republican stronghold which could fall to the Democrats for the first time since 1992. Our North America correspondent Peter Bowles has this update.
The first projection of the night was not unexpected. A win for Donald Trump in the traditionally Republican state of Indiana, where he won comfortably 4 years ago against Hillary Clinton. Democrats are hoping to make inroads in states where Mr. Trump had narrow victories in the last election, such as Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. With the polls now closed in Florida, all eyes are on America's Sunshine State, which is crucial to President Trump if he's to win 4 more years in the White House. Under the Electoral College system, Florida holds 29 votes, which could help catapult either candidate towards the winning line of 270 votes.
Kevin Cooper is a Republican executive in Florida. He's told the BBC he's confident of another Trump victory.
We're fairly confident. We've seen an outpour of support for this president, the like of which we haven't seen really ever. We have 30,000 Republicans in Miami-Dade County alone who are first-time voters who haven't voted before an election. They're coming out and they're supporting Donald Trump for president. We're seeing that throughout the country. There's just a level of enthusiasm and support that is difficult to gauge, but is definitely out there.
North Carolina is also seen as a bellwether state. The BBC's Larry Madowo is there.
North Carolina has picked president 3 out of the last 4 times. This time, the polls are really tight. Some of the polls had Joe Biden leading very narrowly. One recent poll that came out in the last 24 hours had President Trump with a very narrow lead within the margin of error. This state has 15 electoral college votes. President Trump has been here 13 times. Joe Biden has been here 3 times. They're all hoping that they can take North Carolina. And for President Trump, if he loses North Carolina, then there's lots of red flags and warning lights across the dashboard because this should have been a solid state for him.
Larry Madowo. The election comes at the end of a turbulent year with the country still in the grips of a pandemic that's killed more than 230,000 Americans and ravaged the economy. The U.S. has also been shaken by months of protests against racism and police brutality. Voters in many states have also been asked to approve or reject a wide range of ballot questions, from proposals on elections and tax to abortion and drugs. Voters in Colorado have been asked whether they back a plan to reintroduce gray wolves into the wild. This is the World News from the BBC. South Korea's military says it's conducting an operation near the heavily fortified border with North Korea after detecting an unidentified person crossing barbed wire fences installed along the demilitarized zone. It said this prompted the dispatch of a large search team. The nationality of the individual is unknown. Police in Zimbabwe have rearrested a prominent journalist, Hopewell Chingono, for breaching his bail conditions. It's alleged that he posted tweets critical of the government. Mr. Chingono was released from a maximum security prison in September, following his arrest on charges that he helped to foment anti-government protests. 3 years after breaking away from Antarctica, the world's biggest iceberg is bearing down on the South Atlantic island of South Georgia, posing a threat to the area's rich wildlife. Here's Jonathan Amos with more details.
South Georgia is the graveyard for many of Antarctica's greatest icebergs. They get drawn up from the White Continent on strong currents, only for their deep keels to catch in the shallows surrounding the British overseas territory. These giants have been known to stick around for years, slowly melting away. The biggest iceberg right now is called A68. It weighs hundreds of billions of tons, but it's relatively thin, meaning it could come right up to South Georgia's coast before anchoring. If that happens, say scientists, it could block seals and penguins getting food for their young, as well as crushing all life on the sea floor.
Argentina's former football star Diego Maradona has been transferred to a private clinic in Buenos Aires province, where he'll undergo surgery for a small blood clot caused by a head injury. Doctors say Maradona is in good spirits and will make a full recovery. Dozens of people were waiting for the former world champion outside the clinic, waving flags and chanting his name. BBC News.
Welcome to ongoing coverage of the US presidential election here on BBC Radio with me, Ros Atkins, Philippa Thomas and Jamie Coomerasamy in Michigan. And we are starting to get to the point where hard data is coming through thick and fast. We'll bring that to you in the next few minutes. Also, polls have just closed in 18 states across the US, including in the key swing states of Pennsylvania and Florida, along with Michigan. These states will very much help decide who wins the election. You could definitely make a case that Donald Trump needs to win at least 2 of those 3, if not all 3, if he's to remain in the White House. And we're starting, aren't we, Philippa, to get projections from a number of states now.
This is where we geekily get really excited. Yes, we can tell you some of the projections. Now, this run, I think, is not going to surprise anyone who knows about US politics, but Joe Biden projected to win Delaware, his state, of course, this would be his second state, 3 votes. Joe Biden projected to win Washington, D.C., which has 3 electoral college votes. And then Joe Biden projected to win Maryland on the borders of Washington, 10 votes there. That's his 3rd state. Massachusetts, 11 votes, his 4th state. And then also New Jersey, 14 votes, his 5th state. So the numbers starting to rack up for Joe Biden.
But they're all holds. They're all states that we would have expected him to win. Donald Trump is projected to hold Kentucky, 8 electoral college votes, and to hold Oklahoma, 7 electoral college votes. Again, we would have expected that. And just a reminder that the number we need to keep in our heads throughout is 270. Each state brings with it a certain amount of electoral college votes relating to its population size. And if either man reaches 270 electoral college votes or more, they will be president. Let's bring in Kyle Kondik, our analyst based in Virginia, who's helping us through the program. Kyle, can we learn anything from these states, given that they've gone the way we were expecting them to go?
Probably not. You know, we're going to be looking at the granular results in a lot of different places, and you can sometimes use them to tell you about the states that are more competitive. One thing I've just been looking at as I've been going through some of the results that we have so far is that I think you are seeing erosion for Trump in some suburban and urban places, but a lot of rural areas that came out strongly for him in 2016 seem to be holding up pretty well, or maybe he's doing a little worse in some places, a little better in other places. So I'm really curious as to how that shows up when we really start to look at the key industrial north battlegrounds, specifically Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, once we start getting results there.
And while you're looking at all of those states, let's keep our eye closely on Florida, because at the moment that's really the center of everyone's attention. You've had a few more minutes to pore through the details we're getting. Where have we got to there?
Yeah, I mean, again, I still think it looks pretty good for Trump, given that Biden has done a little bit better in a lot of different parts of the state, but there's been just sort of a Democratic collapse, it seems like, in Miami-Dade County, where the city of Miami is, and the president seemed to make a lot of inroads with a lot of the Cuban people, voters of Cuban descent in that county, and so for all of the good work it seems like Biden did in much of the rest of the state, Miami-Dade I think is really undermining him.
Carl, for the moment, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's pick up with some of all of this with the 2 candidates and where they are. We can speak to our correspondent Lee McBull, who's at Black Lives Matter Plaza, just outside the White House. What are you picking up, Lee?
Yes, last time I spoke to you, I was inside the White House grounds, surrounded for the last couple of days by a lot of fencing. Well, just outside now, several hundred people have gathered. A lot of young people in very festive mood, hoping that tonight is going to be something of a celebration. All very good-natured for now, but clearly the mood might change if things start to go a little bit more Donald Trump's way as the evening wears on. But they have been watching on the side of a building where all these projected results so far have been shown, and are generally happy with the way things are going. But as I say, the mood could change as the evening wears on.
Aleem, thanks very much. Let's talk to Nilla Tawfiq, who's at Joe Biden's headquarters in Delaware. What are you hearing there, Nilla?
Well, look, the Biden campaign, let's remember Biden on the campaign trail in Florida said if Florida goes blue, it's over. But they took really pains to stress that the Biden campaign didn't need Florida or Pennsylvania to still get to victory tonight. And so certainly a bit of a disappointment there in Miami-Dade that they weren't performing as well as Hillary Clinton did in 2016. But it's early in Florida. It's a nail-biter. But they've always said that their clearest path to victory is the Midwest and Pennsylvania. And those, of course, are states where we're going to have to wait a little while longer until polls close and counting gets underway there. But as far as the Biden campaign goes, they still feel that they have more paths to victory than Donald Trump.
Nella, thanks very much. Just a line to bring you, actually. We heard from Aleem just outside the White House. Kellyanne Conway, who's a former advisor to President Trump, has told ABC News, yes, you will hear from the president tonight. The president is expected to address the nation later from the East Room of the White House. Make of that what you will. But let's go to Pennsylvania. Let's hear from that other Rust Belt state, not far from Michigan, where I am now, the old industrial heartland. Of course, it was one of those key states, if not the key state, that went Donald Trump's way 4 years ago. And it's got 20 crucial electoral college votes. There's also, of course, the place where Joe Biden was born, Scranton, Pennsylvania, and that's the place that actually Donald Trump decided to pop in on the last day of campaigning as well. Our reporter Michelle Fleury joins us from Philadelphia, and Michelle, tell us what things are like there.
Well, Jamie, when we were driving into Philadelphia, we passed a billboard sign on the road which said "Women for Donald Trump." And I'm joined now, in fact, by one of the women who paid for that sign, Rebecca Belmont, and her husband, Kevin Belmont. Rebecca, you said in 2016 that you were a silent Trump voter. What made you become activist for the president?
Well, yes, I was silent in the first election about who I was voting for, and then I was definitely going to vote for Donald Trump again. I didn't turn to the activist level until I started to fear the social agenda and heading that direction. I thought we were going to lose our country and our freedoms and the American dream and everything that I love about the country.
Kevin, I mean, you both live in Bucks County, which is just outside of Philadelphia. It's one of the hotly contested areas, which Hillary Clinton carried in 2016. How are you feeling on election night tonight?
Optimistic. I think that with seeing the rallies, not only around the country, but we've had some in Bucks County, and they've been huge. And just the people's reactions, even when we still have our trucks decorated, and daily, people are thumbs up, beeping their horns. I mean, you can't go anywhere without anybody being positive. So that, to me, has we're pretty positive.
One of the things that people keep talking about with regards to Pennsylvania is efforts by Donald Trump, whether it's on social media or lawyers, to sort of slow down the process of counting the vote. And then at the same time questioning the fairness of it, that, he wants to know a result by the end of tonight. What do you make of that?
Well, I don't think that I don't think he wants to slow the vote down. I think that he would rather everybody do the walk-in vote and be done with it now, understanding that we are a Democratic governing state. So they're doing everything they can in their power to do, the other way. I think extending the voting count past 3 or 4 days is ridiculous, but that's what we have to deal with.
That is the mail-in ballots that can now still be received, providing they've got a postmark dated election day.
That's correct. Yeah, it's going to be probably a week before we figure out who Pennsylvania really goes with.
And for both of you, clearly the economy a big issue. Kevin and Rebecca Belmont, thank you so much for joining us outside a busy restaurant here in central Philadelphia.
Thanks, Michelle. Well, look, we can talk to someone who was the Democratic governor of that state of Pennsylvania, Ed Rendell. Welcome to the program, Governor Rendell.
My pleasure.
And how do you see things at the moment? This question of the ballots, those court cases, how key do you think that's going to be to who wins the state?
I don't think it's going to be key at all, because what they've agreed to do is sequester the ballots that have a postmark from November 3rd or earlier, but come in on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. That used to be, those ballots wouldn't have been counted, but because of the pandemic, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court extended the date for receipt of those 3 days, only 3 days, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. But they're going to sequester those ballots, and let's say there are 50,000 of them. Unless the winner won by the state by less than 50,000 votes, they won't have any part in determining who wins at all. They probably won't even be counted. So I think.
I was going to ask you what you think will determine that. I wonder, economic questions. I mean, President Trump has been really barnstorming the state, hasn't he, in the last few days? And his argument has been that Joe Biden is someone who wants to kill the oil industry. That's his sort of message. Do you think that is one that might resonate?
No, not at all. In Pennsylvania, there's very little oil. The big issue is fracking for deep drilling for natural gas. And I was the Democratic governor who authorized the permits for natural gas drilling, because natural gas is a better source of energy than coal burning. It's much less carbon producing. And until we can produce all our electricity with renewables, natural gas is a pretty good bridge to the future. Joe Biden has never been against fracking on private land. he was against fracking on federal government land, but I, as governor, was against fracking on state land and allowed it in private land and allowed the boom to occur. So Donald Trump, as you may have learned, doesn't tell the truth very often, and I think people realize that. I think right now Pennsylvania is going to wind up in the Biden column by about 4 points. The average polls, if you average all the last 5 or 6 polls, it would be about 6 points. But I think there's about a 2% gap of people who don't tell pollsters the truth, who are sort of afraid or ashamed to admit they're voting for Donald Trump, but do vote for him on election day. So I think the final margin is going to be about 4 points. Joe Biden will do much better than Hillary Clinton in the Philadelphia and Pittsburgh suburbs, and Joe Biden will hold down Trump's margin in the rural counties because Joe is a working class guy who was born into a poor household. His dad lost his job. Wasn't someone who came to Park Avenue.
And do you think that sort of favourite son status then does carry weight in Pennsylvania?
It helps a little in northeastern Pennsylvania, but all over Pennsylvania, people realize Joe Biden is a working class guy who grew up poor, whose dad lost his job, who understands what it's like to be poor, what it's like to be out of work. Donald Trump was born into a family where he was given a couple of $1 million to start a business and never really had to struggle. Didn't go into the army because of bone spurs, somewhat questionable. So I think that he'll do much better among blue-collar rural voters than Hillary Clinton did. And I think he'll wind up winning the state by 4 points.
Governor
But I could be wrong.
Rendell. Indeed, projections at this point. Governor, thank you very much for joining us. Ed Rendell there, the former Democratic governor of Pennsylvania. A bit of a caveat there at the end, Philippa and Roz.
Jamie, thank you. And in fact, we're going to stay with projections, just as you're all listening to America Decides here on BBC Radio. Just to let you know, results, well, projected results are coming through now. And so far, the states that have come through have Donald Trump on 37 electoral votes, Joe Biden on 44. Remember, the magic figure is 270 to win. And Thomas Gift, our professor from UCL here, the projections we're seeing so far, if you look at, say, Tennessee for Trump or Massachusetts for Biden, they're not too surprising. Now, Pennsylvania, however, is one that they're both very keen to flip.
Absolutely need to focus on Pennsylvania, but I think it's going to be quite some time until we know the results. Pennsylvania is one of those states that doesn't process vote by mail ballots until Election Day, and they're just not used to this overwhelming number of ballots coming in through the mail. So I do think that it could be a couple days until we know. But Pennsylvania is so key. You know, we often hear that Pennsylvania is Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, and Alabama in between. So to be able to win that state, you have to be able to resonate with affluent suburbs, moderates outside of Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, but also connect with rural residents in the central part of the state, culturally conservative, quite religious in many cases, and often vote on bread and butter economic issues.
I went immediately after the 2016 election, drove up to Pennsylvania to Johnstown, and that's where Donald Trump had stood at the site of a steel mill and said, we're bringing back coal and steel. And we heard just there from Governor Rendell, energy policy matters and it changes votes.
Exactly. Fracking is a huge industry right now in Pennsylvania, and we have seen a really fraught discussion over that topic. You know, Joe Biden in particular has gone back and forth, I think, a little bit on that topic. Donald Trump, by contrast, has really said that he wants to open this up, ensure that the United States becomes a leader kind of in these resources, particularly fracking in Pennsylvania. So it is on a lot of voters' minds, particularly in PA.
Thomas, here with us in the studio.
Yeah, Thomas is helping us through the next few hours. Let's go to Georgia. We can speak to Janelle King, a former Deputy State Director for the Georgia Republican Party and also co-founder of the organisation Speak Georgia. Janelle, we appreciate you joining us here on the BBC's election special. Tell me about Georgia. How are you feeling about the chances of the Trump campaign being successful?
Yeah, well, thank you for having me. I feel excited. I feel like this is, we're in a good position. Georgia had the momentum. We've always had the momentum. Election day typically is where we dominate as Republicans. So I'm definitely watching closely as to see, what happens as we start reporting. Right now, the president is up by about 56%. I'm seeing, but we're only around about 18%. As far as numbers coming in. So we're waiting anxiously.
We've spoken to quite a number of Republicans in recent weeks who are voting for Joe Biden because they're so uncomfortable with the Trump presidency and some of the actions we've seen from the president. Can you understand why some Republicans have become uncomfortable with how he's led the country?
Well, I can understand why people in general can be uncomfortable with either side, and that's because, the president has showed us that he is willing to shake up things a little bit in order to get things done, and that sometimes doesn't sit well with people who are used to and accustomed to the establishment way of doing things. So, when you have a president who comes in, he's kind of like that bull in the china shop that's a little tired of hearing, the same old rhetoric, but at the same time, he's ready to just do something different, show us something different, and move quickly. That can ruffle a few feathers. But I think for the majority, we are excited to have a president who is finally getting things done. I'm here live at the Kelly Loeffler event, and so we are Senator Kelly Loeffler event, and so I'm just the momentum is here.
Right, Janelle, you're going to be keeping us company across the next hour or so. We appreciate it. Janelle is in Georgia. Bear in mind, Georgia would normally be considered a banker for a Republican candidate in a presidential election, but the Biden campaign has been pushing hard. Some of its supporters think it could flip Georgia. We'll have to see if that comes to pass. Let's get another perspective on this. Waleed Perez is a conservative pundit who worked on the 2016 Trump campaign, and he's live with us from Washington, D.C. Waleed, thank you very much for your time. How do you assess the 2020 Trump campaign versus the one you were involved in?
It is a much tougher one, basically, from an objective perspective. I've witnessed it 2012. I was an advisor to Romney, and I saw how the Obama machine was very powerful in making inroad and finishing very quickly. I witnessed, obviously, because I was an advisor to Trump in 2016, it was a wave that the other side, the opposition, was not ready to. What's happening now is that you have both happening at the same time. You do have the same Obama-Biden machine that is back. It had 4 years to prepare itself, while the Trump administration was, being pushed against by its own opposition with all the other problems. But you have also a powerful, popular support that is for Trump in many of these states. So it's going to boil down to these battleground states, as we all call them here, and not only the states, it's going to be to the counties in those states. That's why we see that the most important battle at this point in time, in my view, at this hour in time, is going to be Florida. And after that, we'll see how the equations would work.
And one of the most crucial decisions for the Trump campaign this year has been to decide its approach to COVID-19, how Mr. Trump wants to talk to Americans about taking on the pandemic. Just in the last couple of days, he's again seen crowds chanting they want Anthony Fauci to be sacked, the leading expert on COVID-19 in America. It's an unusual approach to take during a pandemic. Do you think it's been the right one?
It is an unusual one, but what Trump has in his pocket is when he compares with other countries around the world, across the pond, or in other parts of the world, it's not faring much better, except with Australia, probably. So his base is very concerned about him crossing the line, becoming the president. And also, there is the suburban segment of society, which I believe is in the center, and that is going to count, is mostly concerned about the safety in the streets after what they saw in Portland and Seattle and this whole issue of defunding the police. So COVID and safety seems to be the two engine of the race on the psychological level, at least.
And people like you who work on presidential campaigns pore over all the numbers from the different states. As you look at Mr. Trump's situation this evening, where do you think are the crucial states which he has to carry if he's to stay in the White House?
He has to carry Florida now before the next 2 to 3 hours. So that if he doesn't have Florida, I don't think there'll be a real chance except miracles elsewhere. Then, of course, you have those 3 states that most of the observers believe he has to have two of three, if possible. That would be obviously Michigan, Ohio, and now the new battle state is going to be Pennsylvania. These are the 3 big ones.
Waleed Perez, we appreciate your time. Thank you very much indeed. We remain very focused on Florida, the numbers are coming in, Philippa. At the moment, it's very tight, but we should get some clarity in the coming hours.
We should. Let's hear now from a Democratic strategist who worked on the Obama campaigns in 08 and 12, Amisha Cross. Welcome to our BBC News special. In the last election, Hillary Clinton just didn't reach enough voters. What makes you think that it might be different for Joe Biden?
Well, I think that a lot has changed in the past 4 years, not only with the backdrop of the pandemic, but also some of the largest differences when it comes to the wealth gap across this country and the fact that we're in a racial awakening right now. We saw what happened in the streets over the summer with the George Floyd protests. We've seen the re-rise of Black Lives Matter. We've seen a president who has leaned against racial reconciliation and supported the alt-right and white supremacy. And out of that has shaped up to what we've seen in the streets when it comes to the historic levels of early voting that we've seen in this country right now. And I think that those things are driven by all of the aforementioned, but also we're seeing more diverse voters come out. We're seeing voters who've never actually voted before. We're seeing people who, especially with the black vote was depressed. Not suppressed, depressed in 2016. Many black voters didn't come out to support Hillary Clinton at all, and now we're seeing African Americans come out in droves to align around Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
We'll get more from you over the next hour. Amisha will be talking to you and to Janelle, who is in Georgia. And just to remind our listeners around the world that we are having projections come through now, and we are looking at those key swing states. Florida, for example, Ross, so tight.
So tight, and we can't emphasize this enough, that while Joe Biden can afford to lose some of these swing states, for Donald Trump it is more important that he wins them. And as we've just heard from a man who worked on Donald Trump's campaign in 2016, he was telling us if Trump doesn't take Florida, he's in deep, deep trouble. Well, with 93% of the votes counted in Florida, Donald Trump is on 50% and Joe Biden is on 48%. So we shall see how those remaining 7% of the votes go. And of course, as information comes in from across the United States, we'll bring it to you here on America Decides.
This is America Decides from the BBC, with live coverage of the US election results.
A Trump campaign source has told CBS that the president is cautiously optimistic and in a good mood. I wonder if the same could be said of you.
Well, I am cautiously optimistic and in a good mood, too, and I'm a Republican voter for Biden.
How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm really excited to see a red tsunami.
Whoever is going to be president on 20th of January, the transition has to be about coronavirus, doesn't it?
Well, not only that, the next 2 months has to be about coronavirus.
We have a first projection of the evening. The BBC is projecting that Donald Trump will hold Indiana. That will bring him 11 electoral college votes.
I mean, if the Republicans were to lose narrowly in Pennsylvania, Florida, and some other states, they will be in court.
Our reporter Nomi Iqbal is there, and Nomi, the polls have just closed.
Live coverage of the US election results across the BBC. This is America Decides.
Coming up in the next 30 minutes, we go to Nula, who's at a polling station in Nevada. We ask a Democratic official in Texas if she thinks that they can take the state from the Republicans. We speak to the clergyman who gave the sermon at President Trump's inauguration 4 years ago, plus that rarest of beasts these days, a bipartisan figure, a former Republican senator who went on to serve as President Clinton's defense secretary. All of that coming up after the news.
BBC News with Neil Nunes. Voting in the U.S. presidential election has now ended in most East Coast states, as well as parts of the Midwest and the South. Among them are the battleground states of Florida, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, as well as Georgia, where a Republican stronghold could fall to the Democrats for the first time since 1992. There's been a huge turnout following America's most divisive election campaign in decades, as voters choose between the Republican incumbent Donald Trump and his Democratic challenger Joe Biden. Other key states to watch in the coming hours are Michigan, Arizona, and the eternal bellwether state of Ohio, where our correspondent Anna Foster is watching the count.
This is the bellwether state. It's predicted every president correctly since 1964. And here is something that the Republican campaign will really be focusing on tonight. No Republican has ever won the White House without winning Ohio. That's not to say it can't be done. but it means that if Donald Trump manages it, he will be rewriting history at the same time. This was comfortably won by Donald Trump last time round. What Joe Biden needs to do here, he needs to pick up some of the votes that Hillary Clinton lost here back in 2016.
In addition to selecting their president, Americans are also casting ballots for seats in the U.S. Congress and are choosing new governors in 11 states. Most eyes are on the third of seats up for grabs in the Senate. Opinion polls suggest the Democrats have a chance of capturing the upper house after 6 years of Republican majorities. In other news, Austrian and Swiss authorities have made a number of arrests in connection with Monday's shooting rampage, which killed 4 people in Vienna. Austrian police say they've arrested 14 people after raiding 18 properties. Police in Zurich have also arrested 2 Swiss young men. BBC News.
Hello and welcome back to America Decides, BBC Radio's coverage of the US presidential election, and the results are coming in thick and fast. We have projected results from several states, and so far they have Donald Trump on 42 electoral college votes, Joe Biden on 44. Remember, 270, that's the magic number. That's what they need if they want to become the president of the United States. Just to give you a rundown of what we know, Joe Biden winning Vermont, Delaware, his native Delaware, Maryland, Massachusetts, New Jersey and Washington, D.C. Donald Trump has won Indiana, Kentucky, Oklahoma, Tennessee and West Virginia. No real surprises there. All eyes at the moment certainly on Florida, that key state where things are very, very close indeed.
Well, let's bring in again 2 of the big brains who are with us. Kyle Kondik, managing editor of Sabato's Crystal Ball, is in Virginia. Thomas Gift is here with us in the BBC Election Studio. Thomas, founding director of the Centre for US Politics at University College London. Kyle, I'm going to ask you first, what states are your eyes glued to?
I'm looking at Ohio, where the early vote skews very Democratic, and we're certainly seeing that. So Biden is up 10 points, but that's not going to last. That Biden may still win the state, but it's going to get a lot closer than that, I think. And also North Carolina, where you have some of the big urban counties, specifically Wake County, where Raleigh is, and Mecklenburg County, where Charlotte is. Those counties are already at their 2016 vote totals, and Biden's margin there is about 10 points better than Hillary Clinton's was in both counties. So that's an encouraging sign for Biden, but I also don't know. I mean, turnout seems like it's going to be up, so I don't necessarily know how many votes are going to be outstanding in those 2 big urban counties. But North Carolina, I think looks pretty, decent for Biden, although it seems like it's probably still going to be really close.
It is still the early days, isn't it, Thomas? But what are you watching particularly?
Well, I'm actually going to say the exact same thing in North Carolina, simply because it's such an interesting state. It's in the South, traditionally has been quite conservative, increasingly has become more and more a swing state, maybe even leaning Democratic this year. There's the research triangle between Raleigh, Durham, and North Carolina, quite urban, and then the rest of the state, much more rural, conservative culturally. And so I think that in many respects it could be a bellwether for some of these more moderate states throughout the Mid-Atlantic and the South.
Okay, we'll keep checking in with you both.
Thomas, I just wanted to mention something to you, actually. I've seen BBC's North America editor John Sopel retweeting the Trump campaign, and the Trump campaign is saying it's won Florida. Now, we should emphasize absolutely that has not been confirmed, but it's a sign that this election and the way that information is being shared is unlike anything we've seen before.
Exactly. I mean, now with social media, anything can be shared, distributed, and essentially disseminated to the entire world. So that's really interesting to see that observation. I mean, can't call anything right now. It's just way too close to call, but it is an issue.
And Carl, one thing you can help us explain to everyone listening is that because of the different speeds at which votes are counted, sometimes a state can appear to be skewing very heavily towards one candidate or the other, but in fact, that's not the case. And where we bear that in mind, how do you assess the situation in Florida? How serious is it for Biden?
Oh, I mean, I think it's very serious for Biden in Florida. And I mean, Trump, I don't know if the president doesn't tell the truth all that often, but I think that they're probably pretty accurate in there. I mean, again, I don't make race calls, but I think Florida looks pretty good for Trump. In terms of the skew of these early results, Pennsylvania is a great place to look because it seems like the first results are extremely Democratic leaning, but that's because I think there's going to be a big split between mail-in votes and people who are voting in person on election day today. So not much to glean so far from Pennsylvania in the scattered results that are available, and that is arguably the most important state in the whole country.
Let's bring in Amisha Cross, Democratic strategist from Chicago. Amisha, you have a lot of experience. You worked on Obama's teams at both times. The Trump campaign tweeting that it's winning Florida. We don't have a projection, but it's getting very tense. If they can claim Florida, they'll be very happy.
You're absolutely right. I think that they will be. What we know is that no news outlet is claiming Florida for Trump or Biden at the current time. This is Trump again jumping the gun. But moreover, I think that we have so few precincts that are actually in right now. No one could honestly call Florida yet anyway. From my vantage point, before this night went underway, I always thought that Florida was more than likely going to lean more Trump, specifically because of the Latinx vote and the fact that Donald Trump has done a good job of specifically reaching out to Cuban Americans, and Cuban Americans typically lean more conservative anyway, and that he was going to push very heavily in the southern Florida region. He's been there multiple times over the course of the year, long before he actually started his last few days rallies there. So I think that he felt solidly comfortable with Florida anyway. But even if Trump wins Florida, the road to 270 is still very long for him, and he would have to take off several more states, many of which are extremely leaning Biden right now. So in my prediction, Biden could lose Florida, and he would still be able to pick up the states that he needs to make it to 270 plus.
Amisha, we'll keep checking in with you over the next hour as well, watching Florida. We're watching Pennsylvania, although we know that that's going to take a while to get to, but we are now able to bring in some of the actual votes, the projections that are coming through.
Yes, thanks, Philippa. Florida, Pennsylvania, those are well-known swing states. But what about Texas? Ruby red, surely, down south there. But it has been moving more from the Republicans to the Democrats in recent years, changes in demographics. And this year, the voter turnout has been remarkable. More than 100% of the total votes cast back in 2016 were cast early. So what's going on there? Is this, as some say, perhaps not quite the time? Maybe there'll be one more push for the Democrats, or could they really take the Lone Star State? We're talking now to Deborah Peoples. She's joining us, the chair of the Tarrant County Democratic Party in Texas. It's historically a strong Republican area, but let's see what it's showing today. Welcome to the program, Deborah. Thanks for joining us.
Oh, thank you for having me. This is a great night for us in Texas, and I'm in Tarrant County, that they like to call the reddest large county in Texas, and something remarkable is happening here.
Well, do tell us what is happening there.
So we just got our early vote in, and we usually in Tarrant County, it runs about 60-40, about 60% Republican, 40% Democratic, and they just announced the early vote results, and Vice President Biden is only behind by 700 votes. That's extraordinary. We still have election day votes, and we still have a lot of vote by mail ballots that not have been counted. We know that a lot of that vote by mail looked like it was trending Democratic. So I think we have a very good chance to do some remarkable things here. And right now, Texas is too close to call. And so this is pretty exciting.
It's been the pattern in other states, so hasn't it, that those early ballots, those mail-in ballots, have favored the Democrats? Are you
Absolutely
worried that there'll be a swing away?
Oh no, I think we had an interesting thing happen here in Tarrant County. The elections office used a vendor, and the quality of the print was not good. So we are finding that only a small portion of our early ballots have been counted, and that's so they're working now to resolve that issue. So if we came out of the early vote only 700 votes down, I believe that's a good signal for us in Tarrant County, because I believe those vote by mail ballots will go our way. And then I've just seen an update that Biden is ahead by 180,000 votes in Harris County, which is Houston, and we really needed good performance out of the larger counties that are heavily Democratic, like Harris and Dallas. And then if Tarrant County can hold our own and come up with an upset, I think we may have a surprise for Republicans in Texas.
Just tell us about the quality of the paper issue. What? Tell us about that.
So they used a printer, and the printer, the quality, it wasn't as crisp on the barcode that identifies the ballot. And so there was some problems with that. And what was happening is the computer was rejecting those ballots. It was saying it could not read them. So the elections office, and they're doing a yeoman's job, they're having to recreate all of those ballots to get them through the machine. So this is something we've been working on when the problem came to light last week, and they've been working on these to get this resolved. So we don't expect to have those ballots completed tonight. They're going to work round the clock to get them done. But I just think for us to say now that we're that close, we're only 700 votes down in a county that historically we've lost to Republicans by about 40,000 votes. This is truly historic.
Deborah, thank you so much for being with us. Deborah Peoples, chair of the Tarrant County Democratic Party there in Texas. We're going to stay in the Lone Star State, and we're going to go to Dallas to speak to somebody who knows the president rather well, Dr. Robert Jeffress, who's head of the First Baptist Church in Dallas, Texas, and who delivered the sermon at President Trump's inauguration in 2016. Welcome to the program.
Well, it's great to be with you. Thanks for having me.
And I would imagine you would be hoping to deliver another sermon at another inauguration in January, would you?
Well, I hope there is another inauguration. I don't know who would do the sermon, but it was an honor to get to do it in 2016. And I think things are looking good for the president. I think they're looking very good in Texas for him.
Really, you just heard the Democrats there suggesting that they're sniffing a bit of a blue wave, perhaps.
Well, I heard yes, talk about, except for the early or the voting for today, which has not been taken into account. If it's not for that, Biden is doing very well in the early voting. That's kind of like the passenger on the Titanic saying, if you disregard the iceberg, I mean, it's still a really good trip. You can't disregard the present day voting. I think there's going to be a wave of Trump voters that will yet be counted once what happened today is counted for. It's been a beautiful day in Texas, and I think the voting was very heavy. And look, I would agree with your guest and most people that the demographics of Texas are definitely changing. And Texas will one day turn blue, but it's not going to be today, I believe.
And tell us, I understand that you were invited to the White House tonight. You didn't go. Why not, if you wouldn't mind sharing?
Well, I had a commitment with Fox News, and I was not going to be able to do it because of the arrangements in D.C. right now. The security, as you know, is very tight around the White House, and there's not a lot of ingress and egress right now because of some of the protesters. So it was going to be impossible for me to get to the studio. So I had to turn that down, but I would have loved to have been there. I actually was in Trump Tower with then candidate Trump on Election Day 4 years ago, and it was quite an experience. I remember going up to see Mr. Trump at noon, and things were not looking good at all, and he was as calm as a cucumber about it, and said, I've given it my all, and if I win, fine. If I don't, I've got a great new golf course I've designed. Let me show you a picture of it, he said. And then we all watched what happened that afternoon and evening, and I remember about one, and he came over to me and he said, Robert, did you see it? The largest evangelical turnout in history. I said, yes, Mr. President-elect, I saw it. I just wanted to be sure you saw it. I'm hoping we have another surprise like that tonight.
Well, how important do you think the evangelical vote is going to be this time?
Well, I think it's going to be critical. What people need to understand is evangelicals count for 1/2 of the entire Republican vote. That's why we talk about it so much. And the latest declaration by the Public Religion Research Institute estimated that 9 out of 10 evangelicals in America are going to vote. 79% of them approve of President Trump. So that's going to be a huge tailwind for the president tonight.
So nothing's changed over those 4 years. Nothing he's done has turned off evangelicals. You think it's the contrary?
Well, not only is it not turned off, it's absolutely energized evangelicals. I'm predicting he will have a larger margin of evangelicals this time than he did 4 years ago. And the reason is very simple. He's met and he's exceeded every promise he made to evangelicals about a conservative court. You know, he's confirmed 200 federal judges to the appellate bench and 3 Supreme Court justices. His promises in the pro-life arena, pro-religious liberty, what he's done for Israel, he has fulfilled everything. And, you know, some people say, well, I don't like his tweets. I don't like his temperament. Well, those are secondary issues. What people care about are his accomplishments, and he has a long list of those.
Dr. Jeffress, thank you so much indeed, Dr. Robert Jeffress there, head of the First Baptist Church in Dallas, Texas, and the man who delivered the sermon at President Trump's inauguration, and who knows, perhaps we'll do it again if he's re-elected.
Jamie, thank you very much indeed. You're live with us from Troy, Michigan. Philippa and I are here in the BBC Elections studio. Let me bring you the 11 projections we have so far for Donald Trump: West Virginia, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Kentucky, and Indiana. All of those were expected. For Joe Biden, New Jersey, Massachusetts, Maryland, Washington, D.C., Delaware, and Vermont. All of those were expected. And just a word of warning, if you're seeing lots of numbers flying around on social media or on different news websites, the totals you're seeing can often be after a partial amount of votes have been counted, and they can skew one way or the other very, very dramatically. So if you see a headline saying this state is this percent for Biden or this percent of Trump, immediately see how many votes have been counted, because if you're nowhere near 100%, don't take too much notice of it unless you've got someone to help you understand what's happening. Luckily, we do. Carl Kondik is still with us from Virginia. And Carl, you're still sifting through what's happening in Florida, a state that Joe Biden doesn't have to win. He'd like to, but you can argue Donald Trump has to.
Yeah, that's right. And again, the Florida vote, I think, looks pretty decent for Trump.
And what else is that telling us? Does Florida tell us things about the rest of the country, or is it an electoral island all of its own?
I think Miami-Dade County, where Biden really underperformed compared to Hillary Clinton, is different from almost any other place in the country. I do think that Biden improved a little bit in other parts of Florida, which might tell us something about the other parts of the country. But, you know, if you look across the electoral map, you really see this rural versus urban divide. There's some rural red counties in places across the country that are just as good for Trump in 2016 or maybe even better. But then if you look at some bigger urban areas, you see Joe Biden doing better than Hillary Clinton. So there's this, again, rural versus urban divide in American politics, and it really jumps off the screen when you look at the results tonight.
Kyle, stay with us. We want to go now to a polling station. We can go to Omaha, Nebraska, and talk to Kimberly Fletcher, who's president of the group Moms for America. Kimberly, I want to ask you about your group, but first, what you're seeing, because I think you're working as a poll worker. Are there lots of people turning up?
Holy cow. Yes. So I've been doing this for 6 years, and we're in Nebraska, 2nd District. And a couple of days ago, the president came here for a rally in Omaha and let everybody know what the news said, that Nebraska, too, could be one of the deciding factors of the election, depending on how the states go. And I don't know if that was one of the things that got everybody to come out, or if it was just they're fed up with what's going on in the country. But I have seen more than double the whole entire day. When we got here, we got here at 7 in the morning to set up the polls, and there was already a line that was well over 100 people. And we were like, oh my gosh, polls aren't even opening for an hour. And it's been steady like this all day long. And it's been amazing to see the excitement that people have that they're out here having their voice heard with their vote.
And Kimberly, you were saying Nebraska could be key, but Nebraska just has 5 votes. On the other hand, isn't it interesting because they can split?
Yes, we're one of the states where it isn't a winner-takes-all state. So depending on which, and 2 of them obviously pretty much always go, they're always going to be red. But Nebraska too, which includes Omaha, Nebraska, it has gone, it went to blue a couple of times. And we're like, what? So that, I think, has really put us on the map. And depending on how the states line up, Nebraska is suddenly something that people are looking at as something that we really need to pay attention to.
Now, something that Donald Trump has been paying attention to is how women vote for him. He said, suburban women, please love me. What about your organization, Moms for America? Who do you think has your interests at heart?
Well, I get asked the question a lot, do you think that Donald Trump is a good role model for your children? And I'm like, sometimes yes, sometimes no. But when it comes to what the president has been doing, our organization, the moms in our organization, and largely the moms across the country, we work with moms in all kinds of different networks, they love what the president is doing. Their problem has been, gosh, can he just be a little bit nicer? Can he just not tweet so much? Can he? And so one of the moms the other day asked me that, I'm just still undecided because, and her undecided wasn't, am I going to vote for Biden or am I going to vote for Trump? It was, am I going to go and vote? Is there something worth voting for? And I said, so why are you still undecided? And she said, because I just wish he would talk nicer. So I said, okay, what if your child was being yanked from your car by a kidnapper? Are you going to sit in the car and say, please, sir, can you put my child back? Or are you going to go full mama bear and get out of that car and do whatever it takes to get your kid back? And so then she looked at me and she goes, all right, I'm voting for Trump. So when it comes to law and order and strength, he's the guy who's doing all of the things that moms want. The problem is they don't know that.
Kimberly Fletcher, I hear your enthusiasm. I hear your love for the president. Thanks for spending some time with us here on BBC Radio.
And as we were listening to Kimberly, Arkansas has been projected for Donald Trump. We would very much have expected that. That's another 6 electoral college votes for the president. Now, next, let's speak to Secretary William Cohen, a former Republican senator and congressman from Maine. He's also served as Secretary of Defense for Bill Clinton when he was president. Secretary Cohen, thank you for joining us on BBC Radio. You'll have been digesting all the numbers that have come in the last hour or so. What do you make of them?
It's pretty much as we anticipated, I think. The president's going to continue to sweep the southern states for the most part and the rural states, and Democrats will do better in the urban states. And that's one of the great divides in our country, along with the health issue, COVID, I think is the driving force. COVID would be number 1, but racism is number 2. Mm-hmm. If you look at what's taking place in the brown community, the black community, the COVID is hitting them 2 or 3 times harder in terms of infections and even deaths. So I think in the urban areas, you're going to continue to see support for Biden. Trump will continue to dominate the rural areas.
And you know Joe Biden. Were you impressed by the campaign he ran?
Well, I've known him for almost 50 years. I hate to say it's 50 years, but we went to Congress together the same year. He went to the Senate, I went to the House. So I've known him. His son worked in my office one year, Bo, the son that died. So I've known him. I like him. I trust him. I think he would be good for the country. I think he would bring us back to being not only respected abroad by most of the countries who look at us really quite puzzled how we can possibly have a president who engages in the kind of conduct that he has.
If I could interrupt you, apologies, but you're telling me why you think you'd make a good president. I suppose I was asking what you made of the campaign he ran, because some people would say his main selling point was simply that he's not Donald Trump, that he didn't sketch out in detail what the alternative was.
No, I disagree. I think he has sketched out exactly what he would do. Part of the problem is that most of the vote that you're seeing take place is not necessarily pro-Biden. It is against Trump. So he has held back, letting Trump engage in conduct which most Americans, I think, find offensive, whether it's enough to turn them against Trump. But if you look at his language, his actions, what he has done to the political system by politicizing the military, the Justice Department has become a law firm for the president. If you go into what he's done, undercut our intelligence community, you go down the line, and what he has done is gravitated and pulled all power to him without restraint. And a second term would mean there's absolutely no restraint on the president, and he will do what he sees fit. So I think Biden was really saying, listen, we want to get back to where we were, have a law and order and justice motto, not just law and order. You can't have law and order without justice. And I think Biden was really trying to bring things down to normalize our political system. And Trump is trying to continue what he's doing by entertaining people.
And I want to ask you, your experience was to serve for President Clinton, and you were a Republican. It was a remarkable appointment in many ways. That type of bipartisanship feels completely lost whichever way this election goes. Would you agree with that?
I agree, but I think that the only hope we have for even making an attempt to get back to it will be Joe Biden. I think Joe Biden has been in the Senate, so he was in the Senate so long. He was VP. He worked across the aisles. He knows Mitch McConnell. He knows the Republicans, and I know how he has worked over his lifetime to bring people together. So it's a remote chance because the divisions have become so hard now. It's not a question of political ideology or philosophy. It's now political identity. And it's kind of an us against them, and it's the Republicans who have taken. Trump has taken over the Republican Party. That's why you've seen so many, quote, conservative Republicans who have left, formed the Lincoln group and others, because they know he's not a conservative. He's basically a transactional business type. And he doesn't think strategically. He has no sense of loyalty to allies or any of our relationships. And so they look at it purely in terms of raw power.
Secretary Cohen, I've got to jump in there because the music you can hear in the background means that I'm out of time. And the way the BBC clock works, there's absolutely nothing I can do about it. So if I don't ask you to pause, I'm afraid the way BBC Radio works will be cut off all the same. Thank you very much for speaking to us. That's Secretary William Cohen, a former Republican senator and congressman from Maine. And as we'll give you more details on in a couple of minutes, a number of key states are going to be closing in the next couple of minutes.
You're listening to America Decides from the BBC.
Across the next few hours, we're going to be focusing on all the swing states, all the battleground states.
Some races are not as expected.
Does that mean you're feeling a little bit nervous, Linda?
Well, we were hoping for a big win, and we'll just have to wait and see what happens with the rest of those results.
With reaction, interviews, and analysis, this is America Decides from the BBC. The US Elections 2020 from the BBC.
You're listening to 5 Live at
BBC Radio Wales.
You're listening to BBC Radio Scotland
from the BBC World Service.
BBC Radio 4. This is BBC Radio Ulster.
Listen live around the world on partner stations, on BBC Sounds, and at bbcworldservice.com. America Decides.
It's 2 o'clock GMT, 9 p.m. in Washington. Hello, I'm Ros Atkins. Welcome to BBC Radio's coverage of the US presidential election. Polls have closed across most of the eastern US as voters choose whether to give Donald Trump 4 more years in the White House or hand power to his Democratic challenger, Joe Biden.
All eyes are on Florida, where the race is neck and neck. President Trump is doing better than expected in Miami-Dade County. Here's the mayor of Miami, Francis Suarez.
Well, it's pretty clear that the argument against socialism is one that has taken hold and has been influential. You have to understand that Hillary Clinton won Miami-Dade County by 30 points. Right now, there's about an 8-point margin. Donald Trump is only losing Dade County by about 8 points.
We'll be speaking to a top Republican official in an area where many retired people live. Plus, we'll go to another key swing state, Wisconsin, where the polls have just closed. All of that after this bulletin.
I'm Stuart McIntosh with the BBC News. Hello.
Polls in the US presidential election have closed in most central and east coast states. All eyes are on the swing state of Florida, where the race is reported to be neck and neck between President Trump and his Democratic challenger Joe Biden. The Sunshine State, with a large number of electoral college seats, is crucial for a Trump victory. Peter Bowes has the latest.
So far, none of the so-called swing states, which could go either way, have changed hands based on the election results of 2016. Mr. Biden's first projected win of the night came in the safe state of Vermont. He's also expected to take Delaware, Maryland, Massachusetts, New Jersey and Washington, D.C., while Donald Trump is on course to win Indiana, Kentucky, Oklahoma, Tennessee and West Virginia. The president is watching the results from the White House, from where, according to a former advisor, he'll address the nation in the next few hours.
Chris Coons, the Democrat senator for the state of Delaware, told the BBC he was confident about the final result of the election. He criticised Donald Trump in particular for the way he dealt with the coronavirus pandemic.
I am hopeful that if every vote that's been cast is counted, that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will be the next president and vice president. We've had a record turnout, both in terms of early voting in person and by mail, more than 100 million. And the reports coming in across the country tonight are quite encouraging. Donald Trump has misled us in his response to the pandemic. He's divided us by his approach to the American people. Where he sees a division, he cracks it open even wider for his own benefit. And his bungled mishandling of the pandemic has made the recession worse and longer than it ever should have been.
Rebecca Belmont, a Trump supporter in Pennsylvania, explained why she was supporting the president.
The main reason I'm backing him is for his policies. The economy has been so much better during the Trump administration versus the Obama administration. And I fear that a Biden administration would be much the same as the Obama. The first election, I voted for him as well. And the reasons were a little bit different. I thought we could really use a strong businessman to run the country.
Americans are also casting ballots for seats in the US Congress and are choosing a new governor in 11 states. Most eyes are on the third of seats up for grabs in the Senate. Opinion polls suggest the Democrats have a chance of capturing the upper house after 6 years of Republican majorities. If they do, it would help Mr. Biden's legislative program were he to win the presidency and hinder Mr. Trump's plans if he gets a second term. The House of Representatives is expected to stay under Democratic control. You're listening to the World News from the BBC. Ethiopia's Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed has ordered a military offensive to subdue the long-running separatist movement in Tigray state following an attack on an army base in the region. Mr. Abiy was quoted as saying that the government had tried to avoid war, but he said a red line had been crossed and that force was being used as a last measure to save the people and the country. Austrian and Swiss authorities have made a number of arrests in connection with Monday's shooting rampage, which killed 4 people in Vienna. Austrian police say they've arrested 14 people after raiding 18 properties. Police in Zurich have also arrested 2 Swiss young men in the northeastern town of Wintour, previously investigated by Swiss counter-terrorism forces for having an IS cell. Argentina's former football star, Diego Maradona, has been transferred to a private clinic in Buenos Aires province, where he'll undergo surgery for a small blood clot caused by a head injury. Doctors say he's in good spirits and will make a full recovery. Dozens of people were waiting for the former world champion outside the clinic, chanting his name. Adam Wilde has more details.
Diego Maradona was admitted to hospital suffering from anemia and dehydration. Doctors described the surgery as routine. The World Cup winner, who turned 60 last week, is widely regarded as one of the finest to have ever played the game and has been receiving messages of support from fans in Argentina as well as in Italy, where he won 2 league titles with Napoli.
3 years after breaking away from Antarctica, the world's biggest iceberg is bearing down on the South Atlantic island of South Georgia, posing a threat to the area's rich wildlife. The iceberg is likely to anchor itself offshore, which could hamper seals and penguins getting food for their young and crush life on the seabed. And that is the latest BBC News.
Thanks for being with us here on BBC Radio with our ongoing coverage of the American election results. Polls in another 10 states have now closed. That means counts are now underway in 38 of the 50 states. Now, this hour, some very important Midwestern states like Wisconsin and Minnesota, big states like Texas, and some smaller ones like South Dakota and Wyoming. And we'll guide you through the hour about what matters most to the campaign headquarters.
Now, let me bring you right up to date with states that have been projected. So, for Joe Biden, Connecticut, New York, which has come in the last few minutes, New Jersey, Massachusetts, Maryland, Washington, D.C., Delaware, and Vermont, we would have expected all of those. For Donald Trump, Arkansas, West Virginia, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Kentucky, and Indiana, again, no surprises. Now, each of those states bring with them a certain number of electoral college votes, because we cannot reiterate this enough. It doesn't matter which candidate gets the most votes across the country. Remember, George W. Bush didn't get as many votes as Al Gore in 2000, but he became president. Donald Trump didn't get as many votes as Hillary Clinton in 2016, but she didn't become president. Donald Trump did, and it will be the same here. It doesn't matter who gets the most votes across the country. What matters is who wins states, because whether you win a state by 1 vote or by 1 million votes, you take all of the electoral college votes, and that goes into your total, and both candidates are trying to land 270. If either does, they will become the president.
We'll try to do the maths for you here, and luckily we've got some great brains on hand to help us, including Kyle Kondik, who is managing editor of Sabato's Crystal Ball, based in Virginia. Kyle, I, at the moment, am looking at Florida, 29 votes, and Texas, 38 votes. How about you?
Yeah, Texas, we're starting to get a lot of results there. The race looks somewhat like the widely watched U.S. Senate race there from 2 years ago between Senator Ted Cruz, the Republican, and Beto O'Rourke, his Democratic challenger. O'Rourke ran very competitively in that state for a Democrat, but he still ended up losing by about 2.5 points. And so, I think that Trump is probably doing well enough in Texas, but again, there's still a lot of votes to count there. Trump, I think, continues to have an edge in Florida as they finish up the vote count there.
Okay, Carl, for the moment, thank you very much. Let's also speak to Thomas Gift, founding director of the Centre for US Politics at UCL in London. Thomas, you've got a number of different things you could be looking at. What's your focus at the moment?
Well, I'm looking at Latino voters in Florida, and according to exit polls, Biden has won more Latino voters than Trump in Florida, but the margin by which Biden has won is less than Clinton in 2016. I think that's very notable. Of course, Latino voters, a key demographic and constituency that both candidates are vying for. That doesn't necessarily bode too well for Joe Biden, at least in Florida at the moment.
Okay, Thomas, thank you.
And let's bring in 2 other contributors, Democratic strategist Amisha Cross, ex-Chicago, Janelle King, a Republican strategist, is in Georgia. Janelle, how's Georgia looking for you?
So Georgia's looking good. We have President Trump still leading. I think what's interesting is that, the Republican Party initially have been the party of just the wealthy, or it seems to be the party of the wealthy, but it has flipped. The Democratic Party has become the party of the super elites, and now the Republican Party is representing, the working class, the middle class, minorities. Diversity no longer means Democrat. I'm seeing more and more African Americans go in the Trump direction, especially the black male vote. So I'm really, really excited about what we're seeing. And I think that, like I said in the earlier part, I really feel confident that he's going to take Georgia.
Now, I think Amisha might disagree with you on that and might be seeing a different set of facts. Well, what's catching your attention, Amisha?
No, you're absolutely correct. I think that what we're seeing in Georgia specifically, just a few moments ago, it was announced that in Fulton County, we're going to have to wait another 4 hours to see what actually happens because there was a water pipe that burst in the room. So that's going to take a little bit longer than we thought. But I think that with the early voting totals that we saw in Georgia, with the levels of the Divine Nine, the black fraternities and sororities that came out in droves specifically because of the allegiance to Kamala Harris, we've seen a lot of black voters this time around that didn't vote in 2016 that are very excited in 2020 because this has been, poised as the election of our time. This is an election where we saw more college voters. This is an election where we saw voters who never voted before. This is an election where diversity isn't just on the ballot. it is literally something that the nation is screaming about because of where we are with race and racial reconciliation that's needed across this country. And as someone who is an African American, but also grew up in an impoverished household, from a single parent household with a mother who was on food stamps and other social welfare programs, I know what it's like to be someone who has to, who looks towards a party for a better future. And that party for me has always been the Democratic Party. And many people with similar backgrounds have that exact same pathway to what the future looks like and what they see as a party that uplifts and helps those who weren't already born with a silver spoon in their mouth, which is the biggest contrast in this country.
We have to leave you both there for the moment, but thank you very much for giving us your time, and I can feel the energy and I can feel the tension as well. Amisha Cross and Janelle King, who's there for us in Georgia.
An awful lot of tension. Let me just tell you, CBS News is reporting per a senior Trump official who spoke directly to the president about projecting strength and setting his own narrative tonight. They're told, yes, the president will speak tonight, even if it's not to declare the victory. He needs to set the narrative, make it harder for those, and I'm quoting, Pennsylvania scumbags to try and steal it. That's from CBS News. NBC is reporting Joe Biden is surging in major North Carolina counties, in Wake and Mecklenburg counties. The big question is not so much whether he's performing well in those counties, but whether that will be enough, because we can't emphasize enough, can we, Jamie, that Joe Biden may make ground in Georgia, may make ground in North Carolina, may make ground in Texas, but unless he actually wins them, in terms of this presidential term, that doesn't make any difference.
Yeah, that's right. And obviously here in the Midwest, I'm in Michigan, he needs to regain the ground that was lost 4 years ago. This was, of course, the blue wall, it was known as. This was the place that Democrats could count on to win states, and it just didn't happen. They lost here by the narrowest of margins in Michigan. We go across Lake Michigan to a state where they also lost, and that was Wisconsin. We can speak to Jessie Apoyan, opinion editor of the Capital Times in the state capital, Madison. Welcome to the program, Jessie.
Thank you for having me.
So 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton didn't show up, literally did not go to Wisconsin, and she ended up losing the state. Did the Democrats learn from that?
Democrats definitely learned from 2016. We saw that early on with the announcement the Democratic National Convention would in Milwaukee this year had we not entered a global pandemic that put things on hold. But beyond that, Democrats have been campaigning heavily. Joe Biden has visited several times. Kamala Harris, other surrogates have visited. But because of the pandemic, one key difference that we are seeing between the two parties and their approaches is that while Republicans are having a lot of in-person events, Democrats have really leaned on virtual events and drive-in rallies and things that can be social distancing and mask wearing and abiding by those public health standards. But definitely not ignoring the state or taking it for granted.
And you mentioned Milwaukee, and it's those counties around it. I think they're called the WOW counties because of the acronym. They're the ones that are often seen as crucial. How, what are the indications of how the various candidates have done there?
Well, since polls did just close here, we haven't seen any returns yet, but I do know that these are to the results tonight because where Donald Trump does seem to be floundering is with suburban women, educated women, and those are the kind of Republican voters we're looking at in those counties. I know that Republicans running state-level races here are seeing those races as vulnerable, perhaps more so than other parts of the state. So I think there's an anticipation that we might see some shifts toward Democratic votes there, but no numbers yet.
Yeah, and just briefly, one other part of the state, actually, I've spent a bit of time in there since 2016, down in the sort of southwest, some of those counties like Grant County, where you saw big wins for Obama 2 times and then big shifts to Trump. I think some of the biggest swings anywhere in the country. More rural areas, again, what have you been picking up from them?
Very independent part of the state, which should be evident by those swings that you just mentioned. There are a few contested state legislative races there, which again indicates that the parties see that as an area that's still up for grabs. There's a lot of farming in the area, which could really go either way. You see the effects that Trump's trade policies and tariffs have had on farmers, and that hasn't been good. But you also see farmers who are inclined to stick with him regardless of that. So, that's also not the only deciding. Tourism is a big part of the southeastern and or the southwestern and western part of the state, and that's really faltered a lot thanks to the pandemic, and the president's handling of that pandemic is not viewed favorably by some 50 to 60% of voters here.
Jessie, thank you so much. That was Jessie Apoyan, opinion editor with the Capital Times in the state capital of Wisconsin, Madison.
Jamie, thank you very much indeed. While I was listening to you having that conversation, South Dakota is projected for Donald Trump. That's 3 electoral college votes, and we would very much have expected that. So far, all of the projections are projections that everyone, both campaigns, if they were being completely straight with us, would have projected, though we're keeping a very close eye on Florida. 95% of votes counted. Donald Trump leads 51% to 48%, but 5% remains to be counted. Now, let's tack west to Nevada, which was a blue state 4 years ago. Hillary Clinton won it. We'll see if Joe Biden manages to do the same. Nuala McGovern's with us from Reno, Nevada. Hi, Nuala.
Hey, you're very welcome. Now I've moved to old southwest Reno. I'm actually in somebody's backyard. It's dark. There is a little breeze that is blowing, and I've come to the house of Whitney, who is with me, and she's with her friend Lacey, 2 conservative women, but with differing views when it comes to President Donald Trump. So I heard you talking about suburban women there just a couple of moments ago in the program, Jamie. So let me bring in Whitney. We're in your beautiful home.
Yes.
There's a white fence beside us, a lake to the left, a big American flag out front over your white balcony. Thank you for having us. How are you feeling today?
I mean, oh my goodness, I'm on pins and needles. Honestly, it has been the longest day, followed by, a long week of just being anxious and nervous. I just can't believe that it's here. We're finally here.
It's here. And, Donald Trump did make a plea for suburban women to like him. Do you like him?
I love him.
Why?
I love his strength. I love his hard work, the way that he loves our country, the way that he loves God, the way that he runs the country. I have been proud of him.
So those pins and needles, you're afraid he won't get in?
Yes. So I'm just so nervous about what the outcome's going to be, because I really can't say who's going to win. I can't say if there is going to be a win, when we're going to find that out. I mean, there's just so many questions.
Lacey's here beside you, so I don't think you echo Whitney's feelings about the commander-in-chief.
I really don't like Trump. In fact, I'm not on pins and needles, and perhaps that's because I don't really like either candidate, so it doesn't matter who wins. Either way, it's not somebody who I really want. But more than that, I think that it's going to be a close election, but honestly, I think Trump will win.
You're a conservative woman, though. Would that not please you better than Joe Biden?
On some things not.
Why do you not like Donald Trump?
I don't believe him. I don't trust him. I don't like his brashness. I don't like his everything is off the cuff with him.
Yeah,
there's nothing planned. There's no structure. Over the last 4 years, we've had numerous times when his quote-unquote handlers are just screaming, going, "You're not following what I'm telling you to say," which I think is part of the reason why Whitney likes him.
Is that true, Whitney? Let's find out.
Yeah, I think that is true. I really love how he thinks for himself. I am so done with Biden and him following a teleprompter. I don't know if Biden can say anything without a teleprompter on his own, and I think that Trump has his own mind, and he's a thinker.
You ladies have 10 children between you. And, so that means you have very much a stake in this future. How do you feel about your country right now, Lacey, and that for your kids?
There are things that I worry about. I worry about all the unrest going on. I mean, I have 4 teenage boys. Were America to go to war, whether it's with another country or within ourselves,
Is that a
within
worry?
our own country, my boys are all, I mean, my oldest is 17. He's just about draft age. And yeah, that's a concern to me, all of this that we're going through. The United States, or the rest of the world's view of the United States right now isn't all that fantastic, and that concerns me. Yeah, there's a lot of things
that you're thinking about. And what about you, Whitney? Because you also have children, some that are Lacey's kids' age,
And
others
I mean,
younger.
That's my reason for feeling like we got to fight this, because I want my kids to have a beautiful future, a future that's open, not closed, not shut down. I want them to live a fun and exciting life full of baseball games and outdoor activities, and a future that has education where they can actually go to a school in person. I want
Are you talking about COVID now, that you don't like the way?
I feel like with Trump, he's saying, let's open things up. And if we go with Biden, he's going to say, let's continue to shut things down.
Even with over 230,000 dead and 9 million cases?
Yes, because we have to move forward. And I think shutting things down is not going to solve our COVID problem.
Right. Tell me, what are you doing tonight? How are you watching the election?
I am watching it with my family. We are going to be on the edge of our seats. We are so excited.
What if Trump loses?
We are going to have a very hard time recovering from that.
Lacey?
We are having a normal evening. My husband will watch. I'll check in once in a while. The kids probably will game together.
Is it easy for you ladies to speak politics to one another?
I think it's easy, but we don't do it. I mean, neither of us is.
Yes. I think that one thing for sure, we love God. It is in God's hands. That's where it has to end.
Whitney, Lacey, thanks so much.
Nuala,
thank you.
Thank you very much to you and to your guests live with us from Nevada. If you're just switching on, you're listening to America Decides with Philip Autonomous and me, Ros Atkins, in the election studio, and Jamie Kumarasamy live with us from Troy in Michigan. Now let's tack to the state that everyone is focused on at the moment, Florida, and speak to Barry Richard. He's a lawyer. He led George W. Bush's legal team in the Florida litigation. I apologize. We're going to speak to Barry in a little while, just while I find out. Let's speak to Barry Temple instead, also in Florida. John Temple, I apologize. John, thank you very much indeed for joining us from Florida.
My pleasure.
Just tell us first of all about your position in Florida.
Within our county, we have a Republican Party, and I'm the head of the Republican Party in our county. And I've been doing that for 2 years now.
And how are you reacting to the results that are coming in? I mean, the count is almost done.
Absolutely, and we're excited, to keep Florida red, keep it a Republican state, and we're pleased. I'm so excited on both sides of the party. Of the turnout that we've had in our vote has just been amazing. Within our county alone, we set new records as far as people coming out voting. We had a 33,000 advantage voting for Trump. 68% voted for Trump and 32% voted for Biden.
And help people listening all around the world understand why voters, especially older voters in Florida, have stuck with a president who has been in charge while the pandemic has spiraled in America to a degree that it hasn't in almost any other country in the world.
I can't speak for everybody, but the conversations that I've had, like the previous caller, we're a strong faith-based. We believe that things are in God's hands, and ultimately he controls all. And so our beliefs and our philosophy aligns with the Republican Party and President Trump. People are tired of career politicians and people being in positions for a really long period of time. Like Mr. Biden, he's been in office for the past 47 years. So to see the things that have been done over the past 47 months has been refreshing to us.
And so when you hear Democrats and indeed some Republicans talk about a crisis in American democracy and that, to use Joe Biden's phrase, the soul of the nation is at stake here in this election, what do you say to them?
I think if you go back 20 years and listen to 40 years and listen to them talk then, that they're going to have similar, how important every election is extremely important. I have a 16-year-old daughter. We were just talking today about, she asked, is this the most important election? And I said, well, if you're running for office and you're the candidate, it is the most important because it involves you. But I don't share those same dire concerns. I heard you talk earlier about what are we going to do if Joe Biden wins. We're going to get up, we're going to go to work, and we're going to continue to do the things that we do and support our local politics or state level politics and get ready for the next election. And if President Trump wins again, we're going to rejoice and excite and do the same things. But it's not going to be the end of the world, regardless of which candidate wins.
John Temple, thank you very much for speaking to us. John's the chair of the Republican Party of Sumter County in Florida.
And let's just get a quick look at how things are going in a couple of states. Let's speak to Anna Foster, first of all, in Cleveland, Ohio.
And this is the bellwether state. It's accurately predicted every president since 1964. At the moment, we're looking at 58% of the vote counted here. Most of that is the mail-in ballots, the ballots that happened before today. In fact, they're behind me on great big shelves wrapped in blue plastic bags. What we haven't seen yet is the ballots from the 295 different locations around the county that I'm in at the moment, Cuyahoga County. They will start to come in probably the next 10 or 15 minutes, and then that pace will pick up in the next few hours. The way things look at the moment, Joe Biden, 51%, Donald Trump, 48%. But a note of caution on that. It would always be expected that those early mail-in ballots would favour the Democrats. At the moment, Ohio is simply too close to call. Let's head west. Sophie Long is in Phoenix in Arizona.
Thanks, Anna. Yes, I am at a Republican watch party in Phoenix, Arizona, and people are just turning up here now, and it seems like they are planning a celebration. Whether they get to pop champagne corks or will be drowning their sorrows remains to be seen. Now, this could be a tight race. Normally, Arizona is reliably Republican, not this time round. Now, the polls shut here about at 7 o'clock local, so that's about half an hour ago, but we're told there are still hundreds of people in line. Now, if they were in line before 7 p.m., then their votes will still be counted. We're told by Maricopa County, that's the main voting area here, that they will have some projections for us at about 8 p.m. So that's about half an hour. We might start to get a clue of what the situation is in Arizona.
And Sophie Long, it was about time we got to Phoenix. Do stay with us. We'll have a lot more on all the results coming in from across the United States. America Decides with me, James Kimarasamy, here in Michigan. And, of course, back in the studio, we have Philippa Thomas and Roz Atkins with you throughout the night.
This is America Decides across the BBC.
I would have to say this is a monumental moment and will determine really the course of direction that this nation takes, for the next, not just 4 years.
We'll get all of a sudden this projection on the screen, all of the votes that have already been counted, and we'll be off and away and starting to look at what is going to happen here this evening.
Yeah, here on America Decides, we have reporters on the ground everywhere in those key battleground states.
People in very festive mood, hoping that tonight is going to be something of a celebration. All very good-natured for now, but clearly the mood might change.
I did speak to one man who said he was fed up of it all. He said he couldn't wait for it to end. So it's quite a mixed reaction.
And the whole evening is beginning to gain momentum.
With reaction, interviews and analysis from America and the world, this is America Decides from the BBC.
Coming up in the next 30 minutes, we speak to the Trump bugbear, Jeff Flake, a now former Republican senator for Arizona, advising his supporters to vote Biden. Also, we'll go to Florida, still very much balanced on a knife edge, to Wisconsin, another swing state, and we'll also go to Minnesota, the state where George Floyd lived and died, the spark that lit the latest Black Lives Matter movement. All of that keeping you right up to date after this summary.
BBC News with Stuart McIntosh. With the presidential vote count now in full swing across much of the US, all eyes are on a number of key battleground states. One of the most important is Florida, the Sunshine State, which is crucial for President Trump if he's to remain in the White House. The race there is reported to be neck and neck between the president and his Democratic challenger, Joe Biden. Our correspondent, Nick Bryant, has been talking to senior members of Mr. Biden's campaign team.
When I spoke to that super confident Biden advisor earlier in the evening, it was interesting. In the states that he was suggesting we look at, Florida wasn't one of them. They always thought that Florida was a toss-up. They're not putting their hopes on Florida. They would have loved to win it, of course, because it's the knockout punch. Without Florida, it's very hard to see a path that Donald Trump has to the White House. But their calculations aren't based on Florida. They're saying, look at North Carolina, look at Georgia, look at Michigan, look at Wisconsin. So many Democratic hopes have been dashed in Florida over the years. They had such great hopes for the state. So I think they've learnt their lesson in recent times. Don't pin your hopes on Florida.
As Nick Bryant was saying there, apart from Florida, key battlegrounds include North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Ohio and Michigan. The race in Georgia, which has been in Republican hands for almost 3 decades, is also expected to be tight. The polls have closed in most central and east coast states. Huge numbers have voted. This election is expected to register the biggest turnout in a century. In other news, South Korea's military says it's detained a North Korean man after he tried to cross the heavily fortified border. The man was first spotted crossing barbed wire fences installed along the demilitarized zone near the eastern county of Gosong. It's not known if he's a civilian or a member of the military. BBC News.
Hello, this is Ros Atkins with Philippa Thomas in the BBC Election Studio. Jamie Kumrasamy is with us from Michigan, and we are bringing you all of the latest on another extraordinary night in American politics. Already we have 19 projections, 19 states projected. Let me run you through them. South Carolina, Alabama, North Dakota, South Dakota, Arkansas, West Virginia, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Kentucky and Indiana, all projected for Donald Trump. Colorado, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Massachusetts, Maryland, Washington, D.C., Delaware and Vermont, all projected for Joe Biden, and all of those are as we expected. In terms of the Electoral College vote, because bear in mind, this is not a national vote. It's not who gets the most votes across the country. Each state, with the exception of 2, gives all of its Electoral College votes depending on which candidate has won, whether by a single vote or by much more. At the moment, Philippa, the Electoral College vote count stands at 89 for Joe Biden, 72 to Donald Trump. But really, we don't need to pay too much attention to that at this stage. It's more about the big swing states and which way they might be going.
It is, and at the moment, a lot of the thinking is about Florida. The Trump camp saying they think that they will have won Florida. They're talking about stunning gains for the president among Latino voters. And let's bring in Kyle now, Kyle Kondik, who's watching all this for us, our pundit in Virginia. Do you think the Trump camp is right to be celebrating over Florida yet?
I do. I just think that Miami was just so poor for Joe Biden compared to Hillary Clinton that was good enough. So that I don't. I mean, again, I don't know if the state has been called officially or not. But I think they're right to feel good about Florida.
Yeah, not called yet. I mean, just looking at the stats I've got in front of me, 95% of votes counted, still counting. But yeah, Joe Biden was very much hoping that, especially given the pandemic, given the number of seniors who are worried about Donald Trump's handling of the pandemic, the Biden camp really thought they had it, didn't they?
They did, and I think and they did do better than Clinton in some places. But I think they just didn't, we knew going in that there was some weakness in South Florida for Biden, but we just didn't think it would be this bad.
And just picking up on the momentum that the Trump camp will hope that this generates, we are hearing from inside the Trump campaign. CBS News was reporting, they say the president will speak tonight, even if it's not to declare victory. He needs to set the narrative. Expect him in the East Room.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me that they would send the president out. I wonder if we'll hear from Joe Biden at some point. And I just want to say, just overall, if you're watching this election, I think it's all very much up in the air right now, and a lot of these states are, frankly, difficult for me to interpret just because there's such a disparity between the early vote in some states being very Democratic and the election day vote being very, very Republican. And so, for instance, in Pennsylvania, you've got a lot of results in right now that are wildly unrepresentative because it's a very Democratic-leaning mail-in vote. There does seem to be some improvement for Biden in the Midwest compared to Hillary Clinton, but I just don't necessarily know if it'll be enough based on what we have right now.
Kyle, thank you very much. Let's bring in Thomas Giff, founding director of the Centre for US Politics at UCL in London. He's here with us in the election studio. And Thomas, in the last few weeks, we've seen the Democrats pursue a lot of what you might call dream swing states, Texas, Georgia, states that appeared out of range. And there's some evidence that they are out of range.
Well, it does look increasingly like they are out of range. And, it ultimately, I think, will come back to the same battleground states that we saw were pivotal in 2016. States like Texas, for example, maybe in 4 years from now, maybe in 8 years from now, it's possible, never say never. But I think a lot of those were reaches at the outset. Democrats didn't spend a whole lot of money in those states relative to the traditional swing states. But I think what you're saying is certainly notable.
And again, we're in a situation like the one we were in 4 years ago where, while we don't know the outcome, certainly the outcome appears to be somewhat different to what the polls were pointing us towards.
Well, I think what Kyle said was very correct insofar as you're right. Early signs, I think, are looking good for Donald Trump, but it's just so early simply because there's this sharp contrast between the mail-in votes and and today's votes that it's really difficult to interpret them. Both kind of giving conflicting visions of what this race may turn out to be.
All right, Thomas, thank you very much.
Let's go to our Democratic strategist, Amisha Cross in Chicago. Are you getting worried, Amisha?
I'm actually in D.C. I'm from Chicago, but no,
okay.
I'm not. I never counted Florida as actually, personally, I never counted Florida as actually going to Biden. I think that what was underestimated by some analysts was the Latino vote in Florida. And again, there are several different demographics of Latinos across the state, but I think the Trump narrative around socialism, specifically speaking towards that Cuban American vote, was something that really brought them out in large number. And I never counted Florida. I still think that there are so many places where Joe Biden actually stands a much better chance of winning. We're seeing this happen, in states across the Midwest. Pennsylvania is obviously going to be called a bit later. We don't know what's happening. We don't know, Texas hasn't been called yet. I think that Biden still has a very strong pathway to victory. But again, I didn't rest my hopes on, and I think that Democrats who've seen race after race over the past couple decades probably shouldn't have rested their hats on Florida either.
President Trump is apparently talking now about wanting to set the narrative. Kellyanne Conway, former Trump advisor, has said, yes, you're going to hear from the president tonight. He's expected to address the nation from the East Room. He will try to take the momentum if he seems to be ahead.
No, absolutely. I think that President Trump's goal the entire time was to basically call this race before it's officially called. Because aside from him trying to dissuade people and make them believe that our electoral system was broken in some way, and to, dissuade beliefs in the strength of our democracy, what Donald Trump has said even before any vote was ever counted was that he was going to call a victory early. So this is par for the course for Donald Trump. We know that there's still many hours out before we hear from some of the strongest of the battleground states. So it's quite a bit premature. But of course, Donald Trump is going to do what he always does, put on a show.
Amisha Cross, thank you for your time with us this evening.
Now, understandably, Philippa, we're focused on the presidential election, but actually Americans are voting on a number of other things as well as who they want their leader to be. Oliver Conway's just joined us here in the election studio to take us through some of that.
Yeah, hi, Ros. Just had a couple of results in, or projections. The Democrats seem to have flipped one of the 3 or 4 Senate seats they need to take control of that chamber. The Colorado Democratic challenger, John Hickenlooper, has beaten the Republican incumbent Cory Gardner, according to projections. Now, he ran for the Democratic presidential nomination, but didn't do too well. During that run, he said he didn't want to be a senator and would be bad at it, but he announced his candidacy and appears to have won. The Democrats were pretty confident about taking this. They cancelled $1.2 million worth of advertising, thinking that they had this race sewn up. The Republicans, though, a little bit of good news for them. It looks like the incumbent senator for Texas, John Cornyn, will hold his seat. That's according to Edison Research, while Ben Sasse in Nebraska looks likely to keep his seat. Both of those have distanced themselves from Donald Trump, including Ben Sasse, who was called Little Ben Sasse by the president after saying that, excuse the language, Donald Trump kisses dictators' butts.
On that, thank you very much, Oliver. So just to remind you, Americans are voting for a president. They're voting on the entire House of Representatives, the lower house of Congress. They're electing a third of senators for the upper house of Congress, and governors are being selected in 11 states too. So it's all going on.
It's all going on. In fact, we want to think about congressional races. I think we can go now to Tampa, Florida. We've been hearing, of course, that Florida is key. It has, after all, picked every presidential election winner since 1996. I think we can talk to Alison Clay, who's running her mum, Christine Quinn's Republican campaign for Congress. Alison, I don't know if you're there and if you can put your mother on the mic.
Yeah, hi, I'm here with you guys. I can definitely get Christine on the phone for you. I think that'd be fantastic for her to speak to you.
Thank you very much. Tell us a bit Hi, are we speaking to Christine now? This is BBC Radio.
Hi, this is Christine Quinn. How are you this evening?
Very good. And more importantly, how are you? How's it going?
It's, well, we're going to not concede this race. We're going to contest it because I just think there's just too many of mail-in ballots that to me seems a little fishy. That's 3 times the normal average for this race. So we're going to contest every single one of those mail-in votes, and we're going to check them for signatures and make sure the person is who they say they are. 1 person, 1 vote. And we're going to go through them, so we'll start that process tomorrow. But other than that, I feel great. We ran a great campaign.
So, Christine, it sounds to me like you'll be spending money on lawyers.
I don't know that we're going to need to spend too much money on lawyers, but we will have a defense team. I already have a legal team anyway, so we'll go in there to the supervisor elections, Greg Vladimir, and we'll make sure that that every vote counts correctly and that there's no fraud going on or no duplicate voting. And if it goes well, then we would win the race.
It sounds as if you're having to work quite hard, given the way that your race is going. At a national level, Donald Trump's people seem to be saying they think they've done well in Florida. How's that feeling for you?
Oh, we won Florida. They already called it for Florida, so we got Florida and we got those electoral votes. So Florida's been called, and Donald Trump did so strong here in Florida. It's unbelievable, and across the nation. But unfortunately, we just have too many people in California and the very liberal blue states that are deceived by the press. They don't get the full story. They don't understand the truth of what's going to really be happening here. Donald Trump was the best candidate we've ever had for president. Promises made, promises kept. Don't worry about what he says. Look at his actions of what he does.
Christine, we're getting all views here on BBC News Overnight, I have to tell you. And I have to ask you, what's it like having a campaign that's being run by your daughter?
Oh, fabulous. She's a rock star. Let me just tell you, college paid off. She has been awesome. And you've talked to her. She's very articulate, extremely intelligent. And she has a mind of her own, and she can think quick and on her feet. And she's been a fabulous job. We ran a great campaign. I mean, Allison and her social media skills were unbelievable. And, you know, I'm a businesswoman. I own a business. I don't tweet. I don't do Instagram. I'll tell you what, she's like, Mom, you got to get the millennials. You got to get on Twitter. You got to get on Instagram. You got to get a Facebook. She did all of that in less than 9 weeks. And go ahead.
No, that's great to hear you talking about the way that you work together. And actually, Christine, I'm going to ask whether we can put Alison back on the mic and I'll hear a bit of her point of view. Thank you.
There's Alison. Thank you for having me, and God bless America. There you go.
Very good to hear from you. Alison, what has it been like managing your mother's campaign?
Well, it's interesting, you know, I mean, if I could just make it very personal, imagine yourself trying to manage your mother. You know, it's a difficult feat in and of itself. I mean, it's difficult trying to decide who's going to make the gravy for Thanksgiving dinner, for crying out loud. So, but I think it's been a real bonding experience for the both of us, to be perfectly honest, because she's learned to understand that I'm looking out for her better interest. I've actually kind of taken on that parental role in a certain reversal modality, and I think it's actually worked out for us. It's brought her a lot closer. we've had our moments. We've definitely had those little bickering incidences, but I've also had said, hey, you know what? I'm fighting with you because I love you and I'm here for you and I support you and I'm looking out for your best interest. And I'm also willing to call out people who come out of the woodwork, especially when they understand that you're running for a big office. You have a lot of people with interests that are not very clear that become clear after a period of time. And I'm the one that steps in and says, hey, no more, and I draw the line.
You're both so thoroughly engaged and there for each other. So Alison and Christine, what a great double act. Thanks for speaking to BBC News.
Here with me in the election studio and with Philippa is Thomas Gift, founding director of the Centre for US Politics at UCL. And Thomas, I'm looking at a tweet from Edward Luce, a senior editor at the Financial Times, saying, whatever the result, American democracy is in a chronically bad state. Trump remains competitive, possibly victorious, after having given the middle finger every day for 4 years to basic competence and decency. And I think there will be people listening around the world who are, surprised that an American president can be as popular as evidently Donald Trump is, regardless of whether he wins or loses, given how he's conducted himself.
Well, what I think we see in the United States is just extreme polarization. And so there is around 40% of the American public, what is often referred to as Trump's base, that will stick with him through thick and thin. And there's a similar Democratic base as well. And so I think in large part, a lot of voters just feel such strong partisan allegiances that they're going to vote for the ticket that is represented by their party. And I think in some respects, that's how you get that outcome.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Now, joining us on America Decides live here on BBC Radio is Mick Mulvaney, a former chief of staff for Donald Trump, a job, Mr. Mulvaney, you held in 2019. I'm imagining that the first couple of hours of results coming through are giving you some pleasure.
They absolutely are. Florida is very interesting tonight. We're seeing the president track right now about 3 points up in Florida. That's without the western part of the state, which is in a different time zone reporting in. It's a heavily Republican area. Even if that margin holds at 3%, that would be an overperformance versus the expected polling data of between 4 and 10%. If that is followed through in states like Georgia and North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, you could see a landslide here tonight. I don't think you're going to see that. I think there's some unique things about South Florida in particular. But it certainly does bode well for the president early in the returns here this evening.
And you may have heard me reading a tweet in an earlier interview from one correspondent for the Financial Times wondering what this tells us about America, that Donald Trump can go so far outside of the political norms that we've become accustomed to and still clearly resonate with many, many Americans.
That's a really interesting question. One I'd have to think about. It's somewhat of a loaded question. I think it's often offered by people who don't like the president very much. If the president wins, what does that say about the country?
But hold on a minute. I mean, this is a president who has refused to say he would accept the result when asked. He calls the media the enemy of the people a lot. He makes often baseless allegations of voter fraud. I'm sure when you were working with him that you had moments to pause and think, okay, this is far from normal. Am I comfortable with this?
Yeah, well, many responses to that. Number one, the Democrats have also said they would never concede the race either. So are they willing to accept the results of the election? The president, look, a lot of the folks don't like the president. There's no question about that. His personal style turns off a lot of people, but you have to acknowledge that at least before COVID, the economy was doing much better than anyone expected. African-American unemployment was at historic lows. Hispanic unemployment, historic lows. The same for women, Asian Americans. People were doing well, and they are willing perhaps to vote for people they don't like if it's good for their bottom line.
What was it like working for him? And if I could add another question, what's it been like since you left his inner circle?
It was great. It was never boring, I can assure you of that. One of my, the biggest challenges I had was I actually like to sleep sometimes. The president does not. He sleeps between 3 and 4 hours a night. But since I've left, it's continued to be good. I talk to him, I don't know, once a month. I try not to impose on my relationship with him. We've had a couple discussions, and I was on the campaign trail a couple times with him, had a chance to talk to him in some detail. But listen, they were not nervous about tonight, but election night's always very tense in the United States, especially in races that are going to be close. I know it's tense in the White House. I know it's tense at the Biden household right now, but you have to objectively sort of admit that the first 3 hours of returns, we're at 10 o'clock now local time, have gone better than expected for the president.
And we've people listening to us all around the world on the BBC at the moment. If Mr. Trump wins, or even if he proves to be very, very competitive and it's close, what do you think that tells us about many millions of Americans in terms of what they expect from their democracy and what they expect from their politicians?
It's going to tell you a bunch of different things. Number one, that they don't like pollsters very much. And number two, they really don't like, and no offense intended, and I don't want to beat up on your profession, but they don't like the media very much either. Keep in mind, the media here for the last 6-8 weeks has been telling everybody that Donald Trump had absolutely no chance. There were some sites that were, claiming he had less than a 5% chance of winning, and if he were to win, it would continue to undermine confidence in media, which has a lower approval rating in this country than Congress does, if you can believe that. And I'm a member of Congress, and I paid attention to those sorts of things. Listen, American elections are wonderfully sort of cathartic things. It gives everybody a chance to sort of have their say. And maybe what they're saying tonight is that, look, we don't particularly maybe like this guy. We might not like his style. But we don't care that much about politics. We care about whether or not our kids are going to get jobs and whether or not we can afford to take care of our parents. And if Donald Trump wins, my guess is that is because those are the issues that resonated with people.
Mick Mulvaney, thank you very much indeed for your time this evening. It's really appreciated. And Mick Mulvaney was the Chief of Staff for President Trump in 2019.
And he was also a former member of Congress, as he mentioned. Let's speak to somebody else who served in Congress. He was both in the House of Representatives and a senator, a Republican senator from Arizona for 6 years. He's now part of Republicans for Biden. He is Senator Jeff Flake. Welcome to the program, Senator.
Thanks for having me on.
And you're amongst those who've been urging conservatives, Republicans to support Joe Biden's campaign. What do you make of the results so far? It looks as though he is underperforming, or President Trump is overperforming, certainly as far as the polls are concerned.
Well, I think the president hasn't taken any states that people didn't expect him to take. He's doing better in Florida than I expected him to, the president, but I expected him to take Florida. But then Joe Biden is doing very well in Ohio, which not many expected him to really compete there. I think in the end, Joe Biden will win.
And if he doesn't?
4 more years of President Trump. He will beat the odds again. I don't expect that, but it can happen.
And what do you make of your fellow Republicans, folks who've supported President Trump in the Senate? I know you've been trying to persuade people that he's not the right man to be commander-in-chief. Have they listened to you?
No. Well, I mean, a lot of them agree with me, but the president controls the base of the party. And if you want to be reelected, if you want to be nominated in the Republican Party right now, you need to be with the president. The problem is, in a state like Arizona, by the end of the night, we will likely be represented by 2 Democratic senators for the first time in over 70 years. Because you can't win a Republican primary unless you're right with the president, and that prohibits you from winning a general election. So we're in a bind, and that really is playing out all over the country. The Republican Party has really been decimated down ballot. Lost the House, will likely lose the Senate tonight, and at the state legislature level, we've lost more than 350 seats. That's before tonight.
What happens if President Trump is re-elected and the Republicans lose control of Congress?
Yeah, well, if President Trump wins and we lose control, then it's a lot of gridlock. And the president certainly won't have a willing legislature to go along with what he wants to. So he'll be playing defense and do a lot by executive order.
I don't know if you heard Mick Mulvaney, former acting White House Chief of Staff, talking about what this election was showing about how Americans perhaps held journalists in even more contempt than they hold members of Congress.
I think there's a lot of truth to that. I think I still value a free press, and I think it's been just awful the way the president talks about the press, calling them the enemy of the people, and that. But we have a very bifurcated media, and then you add social media on that, and it gets ugly.
And tell us about Arizona. You're predicting that the Democrats will pick up the Senate there, but what about the presidential race? What do you foresee?
I think it's most likely that Biden ekes out a win, but just barely. But that, it could go to the president. The president underperforms for a Republican. If you run, somebody for mine inspector, which is an office we have statewide, as long as they have an R by their name, they'll win. And that's the way it's been statewide. But there's a particular aversion to the president's style and some of his conduct and behavior that keeps his percentages a lot lower than they would be otherwise.
But eking out's good enough for all the electoral college votes.
It is. My guess is that it won't be needed for Biden to become president, but I'm sure it would make Joe Biden pretty happy.
Senator, thanks very much. Senator Jeff Flake there, former Republican senator from Arizona.
And Jamie, thanks very much for being with us these past few hours. We know you'll be back with NewsHour on the BBC World Service. I've just got a minute or so left. I just want to go to Minnesota. Polls closed there 50 minutes ago. Catherine Richard is a senior reporter for Minnesota Public Radio based in Rochester. That was a state, Catherine, that Hillary Clinton held last time around. Donald Trump wants to feel optimistic here too. What are his chances?
Well, yes, Hillary Clinton barely won Minnesota 4 years ago, and what we've seen since then is that Trump has spent a lot of time and money in our state, and Minnesota has been reliably Democratic for many, many years before this. So we've seen that on the ground with Get Out the Vote efforts. He's also been visiting our state very often, including as late as last Friday.
And of course, this is the state that was rocked by the death of George Floyd in May, the Black Lives Matters protests, and then the counter-demonstrations about law and order. Do you think law and order might have played well for the president?
I really do in Minnesota, and here's why. Minneapolis is the urban center of the state, but the rest of the state is fairly rural. I live in Rochester, which is home of Mayo Clinic, an internationally known hospital. Pretty cosmopolitan, but right outside of Rochester, it's a pretty red area, pretty Republican leaning, and that law and order message has played very well down here. I can tell you from personal experience, we've been getting inundated with ads, flyers, all these last few months since the civil unrest in Minneapolis that link Democratic candidates, including Joe Biden, to that civil unrest.
Catherine Richard, thanks so much for giving us your time out of Rochester tonight. And you are listening to America Decides. Stay with us as we bring you more from the key contested states like Florida. A lot of projections in now. One of the latest is South Carolina, reliably Republican. That's gone to President Trump. The White House is briefing, President Trump's people briefing, that he's feeling very positive. So it is a very tense night, and we will take you through all the twists and turns here on BBC Radio. So stay with me, Philippa Thomas here in the studio, and Ros Atkins and our guests as we work out whether America decides tonight or whether this is going to be a longer game.
This is America Decides across the BBC.
Voting in the U.S. presidential election has now ended in most East Coast states, parts of the Midwest and the South.
Well, I can understand why people in general can be uncomfortable with either side.
Starting to get to the point where hard data is coming through thick and fast.
It's going to boil down to not only the states, to the counties in those states.
With more coverage still to come across the BBC, this is America Decides. The US Elections 2020 from the BBC.
Listening to 5 Live, it's
BBC Radio Wales.
Listening to BBC Radio Scotland from the BBC World Service House.
BBC Radio 4. This is BBC Radio Ulster.
Listen live around the world on partner stations, on BBC Sounds, and at bbcworldservice.com. America Decides.
It's 3 o'clock. Hello, I'm Ros Atkins. Welcome to BBC Radio's coverage of the US presidential election. Polls have closed across the central and eastern United States as voters choose whether to give Donald Trump 4 more years in the White House or hand power to his Democratic challenger, Joe Biden. There's intense focus on a handful of states that could determine the outcome, including Florida, Georgia, and Pennsylvania.
The US is on course for the highest turnout in more than a century after a rancorous campaign that's exposed deep divisions. Amid all the action, though, at least one high-profile political figure has kept his job, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell.
The people of Kentucky had a clear choice, and they sent a clear message. Tonight, Kentuckians said that challenging times need proven leadership.
Coming up, we're in Iowa, where polls have just closed, and the Democratic stronghold of New Hampshire. We're back after this bulletin.
I'm Stuart McIntosh with the BBC News. Hello. Counting in the US presidential election is now taking place in all but the westernmost states. All eyes are on the swing states, where the Democratic candidate Joe Biden is hoping to overturn President Trump's success in 2016. With more than 95% of the votes counted in Florida, Mr. Trump appears to have a narrow lead, but it's too close to call. Other key battlegrounds include North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Michigan. Counting has been delayed by a burst water pipe in Georgia, which the Democrats have been hoping to seize from the Republicans for the first time in decades. Gary O'Donoghue is at the White House.
We're hearing also, not officially at all, but through some of previous advisors like Kellyanne Conway, who's suggesting that the president may actually decide to say something to the nation from the East Room here later on tonight. That would be an interesting moment. Of course, that'll be the moment people will be waiting for to see whether or not the president tries to make some kind of claim about the election before the data bears it out.
Nick Bryant is with the Biden camp in Delaware.
The original plan that Joe Biden would come and address his supporters. They're having a drive-in event here in Delaware, in Wilmington, his hometown. They haven't let the cars in. We're stood in the middle of this massive empty car park right now. But that was the plan. But earlier today, Joe Biden said he wouldn't be speaking unless he had something definitive to say.
These two voters in Reno, Nevada, told the BBC they weren't sure who would win.
I'm just so nervous about what the outcome's going to be because I really can't say who's going to win. I can't say if there is going to be a win, when we're going to find that out. I mean, there's just so many questions.
I don't really like either candidate, so it doesn't matter who wins. Either way, it's not somebody who I really want. I think that it's going to be a close election.
Crucial races are also taking place for control of the Senate, with a third of the seats up for grabs. The Republican Senate Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell, has been re-elected. He called for unity.
Tonight, Kentucky said we're keeping our front row seat in the Senate. We don't yet know which presidential candidate will begin a new term in January. We don't know which party will control the Senate. But some things are certain already. We know grave challenges will remain before us, challenges that could not care less about our political polarization.
The election comes at the end of a turbulent year, with the country in the grips of a pandemic that's killed more than 230,000 Americans and ravaged the economy. The US has also been shaken by protests against racism and police brutality. You're listening to the latest world news, coming to you from the BBC. South Korea's military says it's detained a North Korean man after he tried to cross the common heavy fortified border. The man was first spotted crossing barbed wire fences installed along the demilitarized zone near the eastern county of Gyeongsang. It's not known if he's a civilian or a member of the military. Ethiopia's Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed has ordered a military offensive to subdue the long-running separatist movement in Tigray state following an attack on the army base in the region. Mr. Abiy was quoted as saying that the government had tried to avoid war, but that a red line had been crossed. He said force was being used as a last measure to save the people and the country. He's asked Ethiopians to back the army and remain calm. 3 years after breaking away from Antarctica, the world's biggest iceberg is bearing down on the South Atlantic island of South Georgia, posing a threat to the rich wildlife of the area. Jonathan Amos has more details.
South Georgia is the graveyard for many of Antarctica's greatest icebergs. They get drawn up from the White Continent on strong currents, only for their deep keels to catch in the shallows surrounding the British overseas territory. These giants have been known to stick around for years, slowly melting away. The biggest iceberg right now is called A68. It weighs hundreds of billions of tons. but it's relatively thin, meaning it could come right up to South Georgia's coast before anchoring. If that happens, say scientists, it could block seals and penguins getting food for their young, as well as crushing all life on the sea floor.
Chile's Interior Minister Victor Perez has resigned after the lower house of Congress approved a motion to suspend him over police brutality in recent protests. Mr. Perez was accused of failing to address human rights violations. The motion was brought forward after a 16-year-old protester was pushed off a bridge in the Chilean capital Santiago last month. BBC News.
You're listening to America Decides on BBC Radio with Roz Atkins and Philippa Thomas here in the election studio. We have projections coming in, we're getting results, and it is a very tense time of night, I have to tell you. Some of the results that we have through for Donald Trump, projections that are in South Carolina, Alabama, North Dakota, South Dakota, Arkansas, West Virginia, Tennessee, Oklahoma, 72 electoral votes so far. The challenger, Joe Biden, looking at a big state like New York, also Connecticut, Colorado, New Jersey, Delaware, his own home state there, also Massachusetts, Maryland, Washington, D.C. and Vermont. So 72 votes in so far on our projections for Donald Trump and 89 for Joe Biden.
Things are getting very tense. Kellyanne Conway, former Trump advisor, has told ABC News, yes, you will hear from the president tonight. The president's expected to address the nation later from the east room of the White House. Got no time on that, no further details. Fox News and the Associated Press are projecting that Lindsey Graham will win re-election as a senator. That was probably the most high-profile Senate race, so that's a projection from Fox News. Inside the White House's East Room, guests are telling CBS News the mood is upbeat with, and I quote, sliders on plates. And as you'd expect, Fox News is playing on big screens. And here's a detail for you. Donald Trump is now favourite to win this election on the betting markets, which, of course, we should emphasise doesn't mean he is going to win, but he certainly wasn't favourite a few hours ago.
Let's turn to Kyle Kondik, managing editor of Sabato's Crystal Ball in Virginia. Your crystal ball gazing, Kyle. Do you think the Trump camp is right to be enjoying themselves so much at their White House party?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think that there was a possibility that this election would be kind of like a blowout, basically, and that Biden would win, going away, and that he would win in the Sun Belt, and he'd win in the Midwest, and he'd win in the West, etc. Doesn't look like that's happening. The Sun Belt has come through pretty well for Trump. He's, he's doing well in Georgia, Florida, and North Carolina relative to how the polls look. That said, I think the Midwest is still there for the taking for Biden. In some of these states, we don't have a great sense of the results so far. A lot of the results kind of look very tilted one way or the other because they're either heavily election day, which skews Republican, or heavily mail, which skews more Democratic. So kind of an unclear picture. Look, again, I think that just like in 2016, I think Trump is doing better than sort of projections suggested. That also doesn't necessarily mean he's going to win, though.
Thomas Gift from the Centre for U.S. Politics at UCL. Pick up on some of Kyle's points, if you would.
Well, I still think it's a bit premature to make too many inferences. It is still early, but we are definitely seeing a changing complexion of this race, and certainly Trump's campaign has to be encouraged by what he sees. If Trump is just able to capture Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina, all states where the numbers currently look good for him, this race might start to look more and more like a toss-up. But the big question really is, as Kyle says, does this race tonight look more like 2016, or does it look more like the midterms in 2018, where there were some early positive signs for Republicans, and then everything kind of went in favor of the Democrats?
Moment, thank you.
Let's go to the White House. Aline McBull is there for the BBC.
Well, I'm outside the White House now. You remember earlier I was inside behind a very large fence which has been put up around the perimeter of the White House grounds. And outside, several hundred people had gathered, a lot of young people. The crowd was getting bigger and bigger. And for the most part, it was something of a celebration, people feeling this was the end of the Trump administration. But this is all happening in Black Lives Matter Plaza, just outside the White House, which is the scene of a lot of unrest during the summer following the killing of George Floyd. And just over the last half an hour or so, the mood has changed somewhat. Right in front of me, I saw a man tackled to the ground by the police, and suddenly police descended on the area from every direction, and suddenly very familiar standoffs between protesters and police. And now things have calmed down again, but it's just a reminder of one of the biggest dividing lines through this society over the year, on the issue of race and law and order, and one of the biggest dividing lines in this election as well.
And Aleem, if we do hear President Trump speaking in the next few hours from the East Room of the White House, that's something that in a democratic city like Washington, D.C. isn't going to go down very well.
No, quite. And there is one news station being beamed live on the front of one of the buildings here, and people are watching intently as some of those results come in. It's all been relatively inconsequential so far in terms of confirmed results, but something like an appearance of Donald Trump is just one of those things that could turn the mood of the crowd. And we've seen already, as I described, that while for the most part it seemed very festive, people here are anxious, as so many across this country are who have a stake in this election.
Aleem, thanks. Do keep us up to date.
We're seeing a tweet from Larry Madow, our correspondent in North Carolina this evening. He says North Carolina is crazy divided. Fox News says Biden has a 95% chance of winning. The New York Times says Trump has a 94% chance of winning. And I'm looking at the huge screen we've got in our election studio, which tells us with 90% of votes counted in North Carolina, 49% for Biden, 50% for Trump. There is no guessing which way that one is going to go yet. Let's now turn to another crucial state, the swing state of Iowa. Kate Payne is a reporter at Iowa Public Radio. Hiya, Kate. Help us understand the biggest issues for voters in Iowa when they were making their decisions.
Certainly. So I think the coronavirus pandemic has absolutely been top of mind for a lot of voters here. Even in the lead up to the election, we've seen the virus surge in this state with more hospitalizations for COVID at this point than we've ever seen at any other point in the pandemic. Certainly the economy as well. And again, as you said, this is a swing state that voted for Barack Obama twice before flipping to President Donald Trump. So a lot of voters here who are willing to split their ticket and who may change their minds again.
And I'm looking at this big dashboard which we have showing all the results coming in, where it says Iowa, it says 0% counted. So help our listeners around the world know when we might start getting a feel for how things are going in your state.
Yes, so polls here just closed 13 minutes ago. There are almost certainly still voters at polling places still waiting to cast their votes, which they can do as long as they were in line 13 minutes ago. So we're still going to be waiting maybe a couple hours is some of the expectation from local officials, but results are starting to trickle in now.
Kate, thank you very much indeed. And across this BBC Radio special covering the US election, we've got BBC correspondents, but we're also getting a lot of help from our colleagues in American public media as well.
Absolutely. And we can go now to Texas, where Jen Rice is a reporter for Houston Public Media. Jen, I think you're at a counting center in Houston. How is Texas looking?
That's right. I'm in Houston at NRG Stadium. I'm literally watching the votes come in. The election judges are dropping off the ballots, and I'm watching them get signed in now to be counted. This is in Harris County. It's the largest county in Texas and the third largest in the country, also the most diverse county in the U.S. 1.65 million voters in Harris County cast ballots in this election. Right now in Houston, Biden is currently leading with 56% of the early vote, but looking at the state of Texas as a whole, Trump has a narrow lead right now with 50.5% of the vote.
And just a thought, when you said Houston and Harris County, well, there have already been lawsuits, haven't there, about whether drive-in or drive-by votes were to be allowed or not?
That's right. It's been a chaotic 48 hours leading up to the election here with legal challenges and the rules changing. So like this morning, last night, the rules changed here and 9 out of 10 of those drive-through locations actually closed. And that was in response to the legal challenge.
Jen Rice, thanks for your time.
While we're listening to Jen, New Mexico is being projected for Joe Biden. We would have expected that. So we now have 20 projections. Joe Biden is projected, according to those, to pick up 94 electoral college votes to Donald Trump's 72. But so far, none of these projections are on states which we could say were really in place. So don't draw too much from those figures yet. Next, let's go to Miami in Florida, the BBC's Nomia Iqbal, because Nomia, I think if I was to pick out one single result that's come in from across America that is the most significant so far, it would be where you are.
That's right. I think it would have been a much easier night for Joe Biden and the Democrats if Florida had gone their way, because, of course, those 29 electoral college votes would have meant that Joe Biden would probably have had a much more smoother path to the White House. But right now, it's leaning in President Trump's favor. So far, 96 votes have been counted. 51% to Trump, 48% to Biden. That's a 3-point difference. And in Florida, given how tight the race is, that would be considered a blowout, to be honest. Some of the clues are coming from key counties like Miami-Dade, which is a Democratic stronghold. Joe Biden didn't seem to get the turnout that Hillary Clinton got. And I think there may be something in there about how badly he's done with Cuban Americans, which make up quite a large part of the population here. But at the moment, it does look like it's going in Donald Trump's favor. It's his adopted home state. Looks like his neighbors may have pulled through for him.
Thanks very much, Nomia. We will keep watching Florida, of course. Now we're going to bring you two more guests with more insight from both parties. Jen Kearns is a Republican strategist who's worked in California, though, Jen, I think you are in Norman, Oklahoma for us. And Mo Vela is a former senior advisor to Joe Biden and a Democratic strategist. Mo, if I can come to you first, I know you're a Texan, you're interested in what's happening there, but can I get your comments, your thoughts on Florida first?
Yeah, sure. Hi, thanks for having me. First of all, Florida is historically and traditionally a, down to the wire, too close to call state every 4 years. I have what I call double political PTSD. I used to be Vice President Al Gore's. I was Al Gore's CFO and senior advisor in 2000. So can you imagine? I had the 2000 Florida debacle, and then, of course, a PTSD from 2016. So, look, I'm not pleased with what I'm seeing. I think that Florida is going to go to the president. I'm just partially surprised, to be honest. I saw my fellow Latinos in southern Florida start to fall for and be gullible toward this, socialism attack and the Castros and so on and so forth. And regrettably, it looks like it might have resonated with more of them than I would have liked to have seen.
Jen Kearns, are you pleased with what you're seeing? And if so, what's pleasing you most?
I think so far so good tonight for the Trump campaign. My takeaway so far is one interesting storyline here, and that is tonight's theme appears to be so far too early to call rather than too close to call. And I think that's a slight nuance that is really important here, because I don't think this contest is going to be as close or as victorious for Biden as people initially thought. And I think this nuance of too early to call really has more to do with electioneering in a global pandemic than really this close contest between these two gentlemen. And I think that's quite interesting. Other states I'm looking at, Florida, I think it's very interesting. It's being called a lot later than I thought. I remember in 2016 when Florida was called, that was the clincher for Donald Trump. But I think that won't happen tonight. It's possible. I'm looking at a couple of interesting areas in Florida. 90+% turnout in conservative areas for Donald Trump in strongholds like Naples and the Villages, two places where seniors live in Florida. Over 90% turnout in those areas. And one exit poll I thought was very interesting that did not bode well for Biden in the state of Florida. When they were asked if Biden is a good leader, only 3% of Floridians answered yes.
Mo, do you think there will be voices Well, there are voices already saying perhaps Biden could have put more energy into this, given the kind of turnout you were talking about among Hispanic voters.
No, I
Too
don't
early?
think so. No, I really don't think so. Look, I think there'll be plenty of time to, I've been in the political science business for 40 years, and all the elections I've been through and campaigns I've been involved with, I'm sure my colleague on the other side would agree with this. There's plenty of time to dissect and evaluate and assess later in the week, and next week we'll be doing a lot of that, but not tonight. I will say this. This is, regardless of the outcome, and I still believe that Vice President Biden is going to win this election. I have to tell you, I'm deeply, deeply bothered and disheartened by the number of racists we have in our nation. I am in a state of shock that many people are supporting Donald Trump and his racism and hatred. It really sends a horrible message to the rest of the world. I've been doing media all over the world, and people all over the world are just mortified for us. And this is just horrific that this is the message we're sending.
Jen.
If I may jump in, look, the president has been very clear, even going back to August of 2017. Everybody can see for themselves on the White House press office website. There is a statement from the president in mid-August of 2017, 3 years ago, where he proclaimed that racism is evil, that the KKK is evil, that the folks who seek to be racist are evil, and he has answered this time and time again throughout the campaign.
We have to leave it there. Jen Kearns, Mo Vela, thank you for now. We will come back to you, but we talking about the voters' verdicts, of course, and we're going to get the latest from our editor in Washington. Do stay with us.
Well, yes, around 5.5 hours ago, we began this BBC radio special covering the US election, and the first person we spoke to was the BBC's North America editor, John Sopel, and John is back with us. And John, a few things have changed since we last spoke.
Yeah, a few things have changed. I said we didn't have any data, and I said that the Trump campaign were kind of confident that things were going okay, and we were on a call and we didn't know how much it was spin and how much it was substance, but when they said they thought this was going pretty much like it did in 2016. And I've got to say that although I'm in Washington now, rather than at the Javits Center in New York, which is where Hillary Clinton was due to hold her victory party in 2016, there are elements of the movie where I feel I've seen the plot before. And again, it feels like it's all going to come down to what might happen in what was kind of the upper Midwest, the Rust Belt states, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, maybe Ohio. It's not over yet, but certainly in Florida, I think the president has run a very effective campaign, bringing all sorts of different people together. So kind of white working class voters in the panhandle area, the elderly in the center of the country, Cuban Americans in the south of the state, in Miami-Dade. So all of those areas, Trump has done very, very well. And as he predicted, and as he promised, that there would be a red wave turning out on polling day, that is what we've seen. And you've seen that there were, in the states where they'd counted the postal votes, the mail-in ballots, the early in-person voting, it was looking good for Joe Biden. And as they've counted more and more of the day-to-day ballots, or so you've seen Donald Trump closing the gap and moving out into the lead. And so if you're a Democrat, you're not going to feel very confident. Well, Florida looks like it has gone, and North Carolina is looking dodgy, Georgia is looking dodgy. So some of the areas where you'd hope to make big gains, it's looking a bit grim.
And that's interesting, that what you seem to be saying is that while there are some patterns that we recognize from 2016, actually the reasons those patterns are playing out are quite different. The reason that perhaps Hillary Clinton struggled and Joe Biden is now struggling with some elements of the electorate are quite different.
Yeah, Ross, I mean, I've travelled quite a bit, even with, COVID and the limitations. And, Trump events in Florida, being up in Pennsylvania, other places as well across the country, Tennessee, Ohio, the enthusiasm levels for Donald Trump, I just think, are fantastically underestimated. And I think as well, what is underestimated is the extent to which they run a very professional data collection. They know where their voters are. They know how to get to them. They have run a very efficient campaign. And remarkable that in the midst of a pandemic where 230,000 Americans have died, I think if you were to try and make a simplistic analysis, and I know simplistic analysis never quite do it, but there may be a kernel of truth in it. You had some Americans who were very overwhelmingly concerned about the coronavirus outbreak, and you had other Americans who were much more concerned about the economic future. And it looks like the economic future has won, and that has put people into the Trump camp rather than the Biden camp.
John, thank you very much indeed. Perhaps we'll talk in another 5.5 hours. There's John Sopel, the BBC's North America editor, and that point, Philippa, is fascinating, that the economy appears to have been a more dominant factor for voters, according to some of the research you were referencing earlier, than COVID, which a lot of polling was suggesting was the number one issue.
Yeah, and you'd think it would be hard to distinguish between them. They have to be interconnected, but that economic, I mean, it's the economy, stupid. That's what Bill Clinton said all those years ago. And the economy, jobs, immediate futures, obviously that really resonates. We can go now to Georgia, which is a state that we've been talking about quite a lot through the night, to Cobb County to talk to the Republican Party chair there, Jason Shepherd. Jason, thanks for being with us here on BBC Radio, and how's it looking for you?
Well, we have at this point about 25% of the vote in and counted. We have not reached the result of even the early voting and absentee numbers that were banked in even before Election Day. And looking across the county, Republican precincts have had very strong turnout today. Of course, at this point, we had about 58% of registered voters having voted before we even got to Election Day. So even a high turnout precinct would only see about 20 to 30% of registered voters showing up on today. In Republican boxes across the county, we've seen much higher than average voter turnout. In fact, there is 145 precincts in Cobb County. In the top 50% of those, we had about 63% voter turnout on average for the Republican precincts before Election Day. So that's early voting, absentee voting. On the top 50% Democrat precincts, we had on average 53%, so about 10% gap even before Election Day.
So, Jason, what is it that's bringing your voters home to Donald Trump?
Oh, I mean, there's a lot. The economy is a big issue, as the
yes, we were just saying there with our correspondent, yeah.
And in Georgia, Governor Kemp has done a fantastic job sort of managing the COVID crisis. Georgia's economy is the number one state to do business in, but also our unemployment numbers have got back to basically pre-COVID levels with about 5% unemployment rate, which is in the United States statistically full employment or close to it. I'm right now in the Marion Square in the heart of Cobb County, where businesses have been open. We've been social distancing, wearing masks, but it's a thriving business community after the shutdown in March, April, May.
Jason, I'm going to have to stop you there because I'm running out of program. But thanks very much for giving us the latest from your county in Georgia, and do stay with us here on BBC Radio for America Decides. You're listening to America Decides from the BBC, with live coverage from across America and reaction from across the world.
Polls have closed across most of the eastern US as voters choose whether to give Donald Trump 4 more years in the White House or hand power to his Democratic challenger, Joe Biden.
I feel excited, so I'm definitely watching closely.
This is a great night for us in Texas, and something remarkable is happening here.
We get here at 7 in the morning to set up the polls, and there was already a line that was well over 100 people, and we were like, oh my gosh, don't been opening for an hour.
I mean, oh my goodness, I'm on pins and needles. Honestly, it has been the longest day.
Now this could be a tight race. The polls shut here at 7 o'clock local, so that's about half an hour ago, but we're told there are still hundreds of people in line.
Live coverage of the US election results across the BBC. This is America Decides.
Coming up in the next 30 minutes on America Decides, we've spent much of this program looking at whether Republican states may move towards the Democrats, but in North Dakota, some votes are going the other way. We'll talk to a senator who's lost her seat. Also, we'll talk to a former mayor of Baltimore, a target of Republican criticism for how she handled riots in 2015. And we'll talk to a farmers leader in Minnesota about the impact of the president's trade war with China. All that after the latest BBC News.
BBC News with Stuart McIntosh. As the votes are counted in the US presidential election, a number of key battleground states are the focus of all attention. These are the swing states, which the Democratic candidate Joe Biden has to wrest from President Trump if he's to win tonight's contest. With about 96% of votes counted in Florida, Mr. Trump appears to have a narrow lead, but it's still too close to call. Other key battlegrounds include North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Michigan. Our correspondent Peter Bowes is watching the count.
This election is still on a knife edge. The polls have closed in central and eastern states. In the west, there's just under an hour of voting to go. So far, in the states with projected results, there have been no major surprises, with races going the same way as they did in 2016. Joe Biden is on course to win New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, and Colorado, while Mr. Trump is projected to take North and South Dakota, Arkansas, and Alabama. With most of the votes counted in Florida, Donald Trump appears to have the edge in a state that's crucially important if he's to win a second term in the White House. Turnout across the country has been huge, especially in the state of Texas, which is another close race.
Crucial races are also taking place for control of the Senate, with a third of the seats up for grabs. The Republican Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell has won re-election, but his party is defending hotly contested seats in 12 states, while the Democrats are defending just 2. The House of Representatives is expected to stay under Democratic control. In other news, South Korea's military says it's detained a North Korean man after he tried to cross the heavily fortified border. The man was first spotted crossing barbed wire fences installed along the demilitarized zone near the eastern county of Gyeongsang. It's not known if he's a civilian or a member of the military. BBC News.
Hello, this is Ross Atkins with Philippa Thomas, live with you from the BBC Election Studio as we bring you America Decides. We are well into the evening now, and the results coming in from a number of different states are coming thick and fast. Utah has just been projected for Donald Trump. We'd expect that. Nebraska's 3rd district, and Nebraska as a separate entity. Nebraska's complicated, but we expected those 3 electoral college votes to go Donald Trump's way. So far, 25 states have been projected. All of them would be ones that we would have been able to predict, but we're watching very closely states like Ohio, states like North Carolina, states like Florida. A couple of other things to tell you about. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, big star of the Democratic Party. As expected, she's been re-elected to her seat in the House of Representatives. That's the lower house of Congress. We're also hearing from CBS News, who have a reporter at the White House. They say an official at the White House watch party said the crowd erupted into huge cheers when Fox News projected Lindsey Graham would win his re-election race for his Senate seat. And bear in mind, Lindsey Graham once called Donald Trump a nut job, a race-baiting, xenophobic, religious bigot. But the two men have put their differences behind them, haven't they, Philippa, in more recent years? And Lindsey Graham's been a big supporter of Donald Trump's as well. And just one other detail, the betting markets have Donald Trump favourite to win, which doesn't mean he's going to, but he certainly wasn't favourite a few hours ago.
Yeah, the first few hours of this election night have made the Trump camp feel better. Now, on the Biden side, the Democrats had hoped that swing states like North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Texas even might go their way, but it's got very nail-biting. We can go now to Biden headquarters in Delaware and our correspondent Neda Tofik. Neda, atmosphere there, what's the mood like?
Well, you know, Philippa, we are just starting to see some cars, the guests coming in to this headquarters parking. Of course, they were expected to do that ahead of an appearance a few hours before Joe Biden would come speak. But certainly this is headed in a little bit of a different direction, although I will say the Biden campaign has maintained that people need to be patient as the states in the Midwest and Pennsylvania come in. Kind of the mood we're getting from the campaign is that they're not at this point panicking. They had anticipated that this could be close, even though they had expressed to us optimism at the beginning of the day, if you remember. But they still are saying, you know, that they're optimistic about their current lead in the Electoral College, and they just feel like there needs to be patience at this point. But at the party, we are seeing more people pulling in and a bit more activity.
I suppose it's partly about expectations, isn't it, Neda? Because some Democrats had allowed themselves to think about landslide.
Absolutely. I mean, you look at Joe Biden earlier in the day saying, we've never seen an election where we have this many states at play. The narrative out there was that the demographics are changing in this country. And we go back to 2016, and that was also the narrative Democrats were using, that, you know, a lot of cities and suburbs are becoming more diverse, more minorities. We thought in the 2018 midterms, when we saw so many women and college-educated white voters going back to Democrats, that we could see a repeat of that this time. Now, certainly, again, in the Sun Belt, southern states, a lot of hope there that Joe Biden could have picked up some vote and support and really changed the game from a lot of red-leaning states. Doesn't appear like that's going to be the case, but as I say, the Biden campaign stresses that they want people to be patient, and that the Midwest and Pennsylvania could be where he still picks up the votes and wins.
Neda, thank you. And that's a message, I think, Ross, to all our listeners around the world to keep listening, because it's not in the bag for either of them.
No, there are going to be lots of twists and turns, and we should emphasise, despite the fact we're on air for 12 hours, that we could easily get to the end of this 12-hour stint and we will not know who the president's going to be for the next 4 years, in part because of the volume of in advance voting, particularly mail-in voting, which means that some states, especially Pennsylvania, which looks like it's going to be crucial, could take days. In fact, I was reading, as long as you voted today, Tuesday, and got it in the post, and had it postmarked as being posted on a Tuesday, it can arrive on Friday and it'll still be counted. So Pennsylvania has a way to go. CBS is projecting that the Alabama Democrat Doug Jones has lost his re-election bid, so that would be a Republican Senate gain. That's significant. Bear in mind the Democrats have hopes of taking the Senate, the upper house of Congress. Right, let's get some help as ever from Carl Kondik, our analyst in Virginia, and Thomas Giff from UCL, who's here in the election studio. Both of you are poring over all of the details. Help me out here, Kyle. Step back from all the detail, all the different counties which are filing their results. Have we got enough data now that we can start getting a national impression of how America feels about these two candidates?
Look, I think that the nation probably feels better about Donald Trump than maybe national polls suggested, in that he seems to be holding his own in this election. I don't necessarily know if he has the upper hand or not, but I think he's doing better than expected. We did just get Arizona, which has become one of the crucial swing states in American politics. The early vote there looks good for Biden, but again, remember, the early vote looks good for Biden in a lot of places, and then the Republicans catch up on Election Day. But Biden is up about 9 points or so, and the state is already at about potentially 75% of the estimated vote in. So Republicans will really have to catch up on Election Day. That Arizona could very well be a key piece of the puzzle, because if Biden is able to win, let's say he wins Michigan and Pennsylvania, but not Wisconsin. If he also wins Arizona, that's enough to get him to 270 electoral votes. So Arizona's a real important one to watch. We got a lot of results from there so far.
And Thomas, that leads me to a question I've been resisting asking up to this point, but I can't resist it anymore. There is a possibility these two men could tie, isn't there?
Oh my gosh, I don't even think we want to think about that. And most Americans have been dreading that possibility. I think regardless of whether you're on the political left or the political right, what you're hoping is something that looks decisive, even if that takes several days. So for now, let's hope that that is mere hypothetical.
More broadly, though, as you look at this, picking up on what Carl was saying, what broader trends are you picking out for us?
Well, I would very much echo what Kyle said, which is that early indications absolutely look good for Donald Trump. It does seem to suggest that he is outperforming relative to what some of the polls initially suggested. But even if that's the case, it makes the race tight, something that could be more of a toss-up. Still, both candidates have a considerable path to victory, I think, at this point. So it is a little bit premature to make too many indications, precisely because also we see such a sharp contrast between the mail-in votes and the in-person votes. But all signs are quite good, I think, for Donald Trump.
Thomas Carl, thank you very much indeed. Let's bring in Oliver Conway, one of my BBC colleagues. There's so many different elements to this election day. It's not just about the presidential election, there are several other things going on as well. Hi, Ollie.
Hi, yeah, we're looking at the Senate. Now, you mentioned Doug Jones, Democrat, looking like he's losing in Alabama. Now, that was expected. Alabama is a Republican state, and he won it against Roy Moore. Remember him, the rather controversial candidate who'd been accused of sexual assault allegations. So it was a surprise victory when the Democrats took it. So it was always likely to go back to the Republicans, and Auburn University football coach Tommy Tuberville looks set to take that Senate seat. One other race to tell you about, the Georgia special election. There are 2 Senate seats up for grabs in Georgia. We're hearing that the Democrat, Raphael Warnock, who's a pastor, has qualified for the runoff. That runoff will take place in January. Talk about not knowing the result of the presidential election in 12 hours. We might not know the result of the Senate until next year. That runoff could be against either the sitting Senator Kelly Loeffler, who's been accused of insider trading after secret COVID talks at the White House, or Doug Collins, also a Republican. So that remains to be seen who will join Raphael Warnock in the runoff in Georgia. Ollie, thank you very much.
And let's keep talking about the Senate, or talk to somebody who has experience of the Senate. One of the themes of this election has been talking about new states coming into play. We've talked, for example, about whether Georgia and Texas could ever possibly swing to the Democrats. But what about traditionally blue states that are moving the other way? And what about perhaps rural voters coming out in greater numbers for Donald Trump? With us now is Senator Heidi Heitkamp. The senator was Democratic senator in North Dakota until January 2019. North Dakota called for President Trump, and perhaps that's no surprise.
No surprise at all. Of the 50 states, we gave them the 4th highest percentage of any state. So we're pretty red in North Dakota, and that's kind of the trend that we've been trying to attack as Democrats, to try and reach out to rural voters, convince rural voters to think about voting Democratic, or at least to look at the plans and the policies. And we'll see tonight whether we made any headway.
Well, the Trump camp is saying that they have faith in their red wave, and especially perhaps among rural voters.
Well, I think you got to remember there are so many more votes in suburban America and rural America than there are in urban America and suburban America than there are in rural America. So you can win by a lot, but that doesn't really give you a lot of votes by comparison. And so, you know, the problem that you have is when you lose by so much, 70-30, it's very hard to overcome those margins in the suburbs and in the urban parts of our country.
Can I ask you about the farming votes? Because so much subsidy has gone to farmers from this White House, and it's partly had to, I suppose, because of the impact of the trade wars, also prosecuted by the White House.
Yeah, had they not done the market facilitation payments, which has been the big direct payments to farmers, particularly soybean farmers and cotton farmers, I think that we would be seeing a completely different picture in rural America. So some people in our country say you're buying votes. There's been no authorization from Congress for these payments. But that's Donald Trump's way, pretty autocratic, and, you know, kind of takes money that is assigned to other purposes and repurposes it. And as a result, you gain some political clout.
Another factor that I can't believe I haven't raised so far in this program is the Supreme Court. The fact that Donald Trump has got 3 conservative justices onto the Supreme Court. Obviously, this really resonates with a lot of conservative voters. And, you know, you had your own problems with this, didn't you, Senator Heitkamp?
Yeah,
because you voted not to confirm Brett Kavanaugh, and that led to some pile-on from the right for you.
Well, absolutely. And you've got to remember that a lot of the rural vote is very evangelical. And the evangelical vote is really hyper-focused on social issues, whether it is marriage equality or whether it is reproductive rights. They want a judge that is going to reverse the trends for the last 50 years and begin the process of rolling back those rights.
And in those terms, putting 3 new Supreme Court justices there, and they're there for life, and keeping his promises, Donald Trump can say, look, I said I was going to do certain things and I've done them.
Oh, absolutely. I think that there is a sense that, and honestly, I would tell you this, that if Donald Trump had a different personality, if he wasn't quite as bombastic and quite as rude, I think he would be doing better tonight. He would be doing better with suburban women. He would be doing better with a lot of people. And a lot of voters. And, it's very, very hard in our country to deny a sitting president a second term. It doesn't happen very often. I think in all probability it will happen tonight, but it will be by a very, very small margin as it appears right now.
Yeah, the last time an incumbent was denied a second term was the elder Bush in 1992, wasn't it? Can I just ask you briefly, how worried you feel right now?
Oh, I think everybody's got post-traumatic stress from 4 years ago when you came into an election pretty confident and it did not turn out the way you thought it was going to turn out. I think Arizona is the bright spot. I think that Donald Trump will carry Arizona. I attribute that to my friend Cindy McCain and to Donald Trump's treatment of John McCain.
You think Joe Biden will carry it?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yes.
But I think Joe Biden will carry Arizona. And I think the reason for that is because of the mistreatment of the McCain family by Donald Trump. That does not sit well. That's their favorite son. And so, that rudeness, once again, that I was talking about is coming back to haunt him in Arizona. And it could be Arizona that actually tips the scale in this election.
We're watching all the key battleground states, and Arizona is certainly one of them. Senator Heidi Heitkamp, thank you.
This is America Decides from BBC Radio. It's 3:47 in the morning, GMT. It's 10:47 p.m. on the east coast of the US. Illinois has just been projected for Joe Biden. That's very much expected. Another 20 electoral college votes in the bank for him. Let's also just quickly bring in Jen Kearns, a Republican strategist from California, who's been with us for the last couple of hours. Jen, we now appear to be heading towards a situation where perhaps we won't know a winner this evening, and then it becomes down to, in part, to a strategy of how both camps play it, how both camps talk about the situation they find themselves in. What would you be advising the president?
Well, look, I actually think we might know tonight. I've just moments ago, and granted, I'm not the BBC decision desk, nor am I even the Fox News decision desk, but I have lived and died at the ballot box over the last 17 years as a political strategist. And my math, as of right now, Fox News just moved Pennsylvania into the red column ever so quietly. And the map that's left on this United States map does not leave a clear path for Joe Biden. So what I'm seeing here, if Pennsylvania is now leaning red, which the decision desk there says, that also puts Texas as now leaning red. Early on in the evening, it was for Joe Biden. It was going blue. Texas is now red. And I do believe, as I said in the first segment here tonight, Florida will be all but sure red for President Trump. Michigan also, just in the last half hour, moving to red. I don't think there's a way for Joe Biden to make up the votes here, but that's my opinion.
Well, we'll see how those states shake down. I'm looking at our results dashboard as you're talking to me. 37% of the votes in Pennsylvania are counted at the moment, so we're way away from being 100% sure about that. Can I also ask you about these? We're getting a lot of research from the exit polls suggesting that the economy was more important to voters than COVID, which runs against what almost everyone was saying during the campaign. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I think that is more nuanced than people are giving the American voters credit for. I think what Americans have seen is, yes, we did have a global pandemic, but then following on that global pandemic, you had a politically motivated shutdown. And I think most Americans are very fair people. They were willing to lock down and hunker down for a period of a couple of months. But then over the summer months, I think the narrative changed at the hands of the Democrats. And I think their strategy was to continue to keep the economy locked down. Because they thought it would hurt President Trump. And I'm very sad to say that, but I do think that is what happened. And so when you see these exit polls that say people were more concerned about the economy than they were about COVID, it doesn't mean that they weren't concerned about COVID. They were. But now they want to very much get back to their jobs, get back to their lives. We know so much more about the virus now that Americans want to be trusted as responsible adults to continue on, and they've seen the massive amount of other negative side effects of an economy that is shut down.
Jen, if we can bring in Mo Vela now as well, who obviously a Democratic strategist, has experience in the Clinton and Obama White House. Mo, Joe Biden was very, very clear that he felt this is partly about the handling of the pandemic, and you know, he had a lot to say about President Trump's irresponsibility, and yet we're seeing from exit poll data that the economy seems to have factored more than COVID.
Well, first, I'd like to respond, if I could. Listen, I think we have to all take a deep breath here and stay calm. The votes that are outstanding in this race right now probably favor Joe Biden. It's shocking that anybody would quote Fox News' desk decision to call Pennsylvania with 30-something%. That doesn't indicate somebody who knows national electoral politics very well, especially if you recognize. Excuse me, I did not interrupt you. I did not interrupt you. I did not interrupt
Mo Vela, the point that you want to make about not calling it too early. So where do you think your party stands right now?
Before I was so rudely interrupted by a typical Trump supporter, that's their MO, clearly. What I was trying to say very nicely was anybody who knows anything about electoral politics knows they would have already gone to find out that Philadelphia, which is voting 90-something% for Joe Biden, has stopped counting votes tonight. Were you aware of that, Jen?
Mo, can I put something to you, actually? You sound shaken. You sound rattled.
No, I just heard a fellow American say that this country was shut down politically motivated. And I'll tell you why I'm rattled. I'm very angry to hear a fellow American speak like that about the death of 230-something thousand innocent people. Children and grandparents and parents. My sister has COVID, her husband has COVID, and this lady is sitting on global radio talking about politics playing a role to try to hurt Donald Trump. When people are dying and this virus has resurged in a way that is killing people. How dare somebody get on global radio?
You are both with us through the hour, and we want to hear from both of you. And I have that sense that you are reflecting deep emotion and deep division in America, and we're seeing it come through in the polls. For now, Mo Vela, Jen Kearns, thanks for being with us here on BBC Radio.
Wyoming has just been projected for Donald Trump, as you would expect. Kansas projected for Donald Trump, as you would expect. That's 9 electoral college votes for the president. He currently has 108 on the projections. Joe Biden has 118. Either of them, if they get to 270, become president. Don't read too much into the running totals, though. It's all about which way the key states go. And at the moment, almost all of the key states have yet to be projected. One of them that we're waiting on, and frankly we could be waiting a number of days, is Pennsylvania. It's absolutely crucial. Let's get 2 perspectives on it. First of all, let's speak to Jim Wirtz, the Erie County Democratic County Chair. Jim, very good to have you on BBC Radio. Tell me what's happening in your county as I talk to you.
Well, thank you for having me. We have just closed our polls a few hours ago at 8 p.m. And right now at our county courthouse, they're in the process of canvassing those in-person votes that were cast today, and they're also going to begin counting many of the mail ballots that came in this cycle.
And are you feeling the pressure as a Democrat in Pennsylvania, because it may come down to you for Joe Biden?
I do feel some sense of pressure. I think there's a sense of urgency as well. I mean, we've spent a lot of time kind of enduring the Trump economy and the Trump administration, not only in a national sense but also in a local sense. The stagnant economy that we've experienced here in northwestern Pennsylvania is in part due to the poor trade policies of this administration, and so I think folks turned out to vote against this administration, but also in favor of Joe Biden, who they know and believe in from his time in politics, and I think his candidacy resonates with many people here in northwestern Pennsylvania.
Jim, stay with us if you would. Bill Bretz is the Republican chair in Westmoreland County, Pennsylvania. Bill, it's equally good to have you on the BBC, and I guess I'll ask you the same question. Are you also feeling the pressure that it could come down to you for Donald Trump?
Yes, absolutely. Our county has delivered large margins for the Republican candidates in the past, and for Donald Trump last year when he ran. So we're expected to perform here and win by a margin significant enough to help offset the expected margin of victory that he's going to have in Philadelphia for Joe Biden. So our numbers are coming in also, like our friends in Erie, and we've got preliminary results in the mail-in ballots, which are heavily favoring Democrats in terms of registration and some of our polling, and we're coming in at a margin that's higher than we had in 2016. So we feel very good about what we're going to do here in Westmoreland County and throughout southwestern Pennsylvania, and very much opposite what the gentleman said about Joe Biden here. We're voting against the shutdown policy of Governor Tom Wolf, which has really crippled southwestern Pennsylvania, and Joe Biden's policy against fracking, which is really detrimental to industry this side of the
Bill,
state.
can I pick up on this? Because one of the fascinating details to emerge from the exit poll is that it suggests that the economy was more important than the candidate's position on COVID, though of course those are related. Is that your impression when you speak to Republican voters in Westmoreland County?
Absolutely. There is, we all accept COVID-19 as being out there, and it is a definite thing that we need to be aware of, and we need to try to mitigate the spread and the propitiation of that disease. But I think that we're managing that well. So I think we're ready to open the economy back up safely and get back to business here.
And Bill, we're hearing from lots of Democrats who say the future of the country is at stake, that American democracy is at stake, and that if Donald Trump wins, it's the end of American democracy as we know it. What do you say to them and their concerns?
I think that we feel the exact opposite way there. I believe that, we feel that the Republican platform, the conservative platform, is much more adherent to the original constitutional intent there. Many of our friends on the Democratic side want to shift to a little bit more government control there, a more socialist style economy, and that's not the direction that we want to head here in southwestern Pennsylvania.
Bill Bretz, we'll leave it there. Thanks to Jim Wirtz. So 2 county chairs there, 1 Democrat, 1 Republican, giving us 2 perspectives from a state that may well be crucial. Pennsylvania, we should emphasize, is unlikely to give us a complete declared result because of the way they count mail-in ballots. So we may be in a situation in a few hours' time where we don't yet know who's won and everyone is looking at Pennsylvania, but we'll have to see how that shakes down in the next few hours. Do stay with me and Philippa as we continue to bring you all the results from across the US.
This is America Decides across the BBC.
I can feel the energy and I can feel the tension as well.
Where Donald Trump does seem to be floundering is with suburban women, educated women.
Donald Trump did make a plea for suburban women to like him. Do you like him?
I love him. I don't really like either candidate, so it doesn't matter who wins. Either way, it's not somebody who I really want.
Across the BBC and across the world, this is America Decides.
The US Elections 2020 from the BBC.
Listening to 5 Live, it's
BBC Radio Wales.
Listening to BBC Radio Scotland.
From the BBC World Service Council.
BBC Radio 4. This is BBC Radio Ulster.
Listen live around the world on partner stations, on BBC Sounds, and at bbcworldservice.com. America decides.
It's 4 o'clock GMT, 11 p.m. in Washington. I'm Philippa Thomas. Welcome to BBC Radio's coverage of the US presidential election. With voting now finished across most of the US, Americans are waiting to see who will win the contest for the White House. There is intense focus on a handful of battleground states that could determine whether Mr. Trump remains president or has to cede power to his rival Joe Biden.
And we're on course for the highest turnout in over a century after a rancorous campaign that's exposed deep divisions which the re-elected Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell says need healing.
We know grave challenges will remain before us, challenges that could not care less about our political polarization. We know our next president will need to unite the country, even as we all continue to bring different ideas and commitments to the table.
We'll continue to bring you all of the results as they come in, but first of all, here's the latest BBC News.
I'm Stuart McIntosh with the BBC News. Hello. Tight battles are emerging in key US states after a hotly contested presidential election. President Trump appears to have a 3-point lead in Florida over his Democratic rival Joe Biden, but the race is too close to call. Crucial races are also taking place for control of the Senate, with a third of the seats up for grabs. Peter Bowes has the latest.
With the presidential race still all to play for, the makeup of the new US Senate is beginning to become clear. The Democrats have picked up a seat from the Republicans in Colorado, but in Kentucky, the Republican leader, Mitch McConnell, has been re-elected for a 7th term in office. Joe Biden's hopes of becoming the next president appear to hinge on results from the American Midwest, the so-called Rust Belt states like Michigan and Wisconsin that Donald Trump won in 2016. But it could take a while. Postal ballots in those states may take several days to count, delaying the final result until the end of the week.
The election comes at the end of a turbulent year, with the country still in the grips of a pandemic that's killed more than 236,000 Americans. The US has also been shaken by months of protests against racism and police brutality. The former Secretary of Defense, William Cohen, a Republican who served under President Clinton, said these issues were fundamental to how people voted.
COVID, I think, is the driving force. COVID would be number one, but racism is number two. If you look at what's taking place in the brown community, the black community, the COVID is hitting them 2 or 3 times harder in terms of infections and even deaths. So I think in the urban areas, you're going to continue to see support for Biden. Trump will continue to dominate the rural areas.
Ali McBool is in Washington, where there have been scuffles between protesters and the police near the White House.
Several hundred people had gathered, a lot of young people. The crowd was getting bigger and bigger. And for the most part, it was something of a celebration, people feeling this was the end of the Trump administration. But this is all happening in Black Lives Matter Plaza, just outside the White House, which is a scene of a lot of unrest during the summer following the killing of George Floyd. And the mood has changed somewhat. Right in front of me, I saw a man tackled to the ground by the police, and suddenly police descended on the area from every direction, and suddenly very familiar standoffs between protesters and police.
Voters in many states have also been asked to approve or reject a wide range of ballot questions, from proposals on elections and tax to abortion and drugs. Voters in Colorado have been asked whether they back a plan to reintroduce grey wolves to the wild. In Oregon, people are voting on whether to allow the therapeutic use of magic mushrooms. World news from the BBC. South Korea's military says it's detained a North Korean man after he tried to cross the heavily fortified border. The man was first spotted crossing barbed wire fences installed along the demilitarized zone near the eastern county of Gosong. It's not known if he's a civilian or a member of the military. Austrian and Swiss authorities have made a number of arrests in connection with Monday's shooting rampage, which killed 4 people in Vienna. Police in Zurich have also arrested 2 Swiss young men in the northeastern town of Wintour, previously investigated by Swiss counter-terrorism forces for having an IS cell. Austria has begun 3 days of official mourning. Jenny Hill reports.
Investigators have arrested more than a dozen people suspected of having connections to the 20-year-old convicted IS sympathiser who had dual Austrian and North Macedonian citizenship. Meanwhile, Vienna remains on high alert, the authorities concerned about copycat crimes. The atrocity, which follows similar attacks in France, has shattered this city's long-held reputation as a place immune from terrorism, and other European capitals are looking on with alarm.
The Mexican president, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, has signalled a review of the government's cooperation of a drug policy with the United States. His decision comes after the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration arrested the former Mexican Army chief Salvador Cienfuegos in Los Angeles last month on charges of drug trafficking and money laundering. The president has expressed disquiet about how U.S. agencies operate in Mexico. Hurricane Eta has halved in intensity and has been downgraded to a Category 2 storm after earlier forcing the evacuation of about 30,000 people in Nicaragua. As it made landfall, its winds reached more than 220 kilometers an hour. Nicaraguan media said 2 artisanal miners had been killed by a mudslide. BBC News.
You're listening to America Decides on BBC Radio. In the election studio, me, Philippa Thomas, and Rosa Atkins, and we have guests to help you make sense of the maths as both Donald Trump and Joe Biden strive to get the 270 electoral votes they need to get into the White House. Voting is now closed in all but the most western states, and while 27 states have been projected, none of the handful of swing states that decide the election are among them for the BBC, although I should say that for the battleground state of Florida, 97% of votes have been counted. Fox News has called that for Donald Trump. We are waiting for more votes to come in.
One former advisor to President Trump has likened what's happening to the election in 2016 and has been reminiscing about showing Mr. Trump the projections going from little chance to clear victory. Well, we're not at the stage where we can say President Trump is looking at a clear victory, but he is much more in this race than he appeared to be at the beginning of the night. There's increased attention on Ohio, always a very important state, often a bellwether state, a state which points the way of the eventual victor. This was thought to be an outside target for Joe Biden. There's some indication he's outperforming Hillary Clinton in 2016, but just to reiterate what Philippa was saying, the way this system works, it doesn't matter really if Mr. Biden does better than Hillary Clinton. If he doesn't win the state, he doesn't get any of Ohio's electoral college votes. So improvement in performance is really not going to make too much difference to the Democrats unless they bank the electoral college votes they need. Close to Ohio, we're also keeping an eye on Wisconsin and Michigan. Joe Biden's been bowling reasonably well in both, so we'll have to see if that translates. We're going to have to wait a while for those two, we think. And also, we're keeping an eye on Georgia, which looks like it's going President Trump's way, and Arizona, which looks much more in play.
Yeah, Arizona was one of the states that former Democratic Senator Heidi Heitkamp said a few minutes ago she thought was looking positive for Joe Biden. Just a bit of Senate news as well. Republican Senator Lindsey Graham, often on the airwaves and very prominent, now aligned to Donald Trump. He's won his race in South Carolina, but Republicans have lost their first Senate race of the night with the former Democratic Governor John Hickenlooper winning out against the incumbent in his race. So we find ourselves right now with neither candidate taking a clear lead and nails being bitten all over America.
Just looking at the results dashboard, we've got projected up here on a big screen in the election studio. Washington State's been projected for Joe Biden. Oregon has been projected for Joe Biden. California has been projected for Joe Biden. So all along the west coast of the US, no surprises there. Those were electoral college votes that the Republicans and the Democrats would have fully expected to go towards the Biden campaign. Now, as we've been getting help all the way through the program, Carl Kondik is still with us, a leading analyst based in Virginia. And Kyle, for all these states which are projecting, we're really still focused on the ones which have yet to project, in particular at the moment, North Carolina and Ohio. What have you got for us on that?
Yeah, I think that the president looks good in both of those states. North Carolina is closer. Ohio, it's a great way to illustrate what we're seeing tonight with the early and mail-in votes, the votes cast before Election Day, really skewing very Democratic, and then Republicans voting on Election Day. The initial results came out. They were very blue in Ohio. They were very Democratic. But then as Election Day caught up, the president, I think, is up by about 6 points in Ohio right now. That's a little bit smaller than his 2016 victory there. Although who knows, by the time the state is fully tallied, it might match his 8-point victory. And a little bit of history in Ohio, Mahoning County, which is where Youngstown is, which is one of the great kind of white working class preserves of the Democratic Party, flipped to Trump tonight. And that was a very Democratic county going back to the New Deal realignment from Franklin Roosevelt way back during the Great Depression in the 1930s. And there was some thought that Donald Trump might be able to win that county, and it appears that he did.
And Thomas Giff from UCL also helping us through the program. Talk to us about Arizona. Where does that fit into the equation at the moment?
Well, it's certainly important. I'm looking at Arizona, I'm looking at Pennsylvania, I'm looking at Ohio. With Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina increasingly going into the Trump camp, certainly haven't been called, but going more toward Trump, that's where those other states become also crucial.
Carmen Thomas, for the moment, thank you, but you're going to continue to help us as we continue with America Decides.
And we are bringing you views across the political spectrum and getting a lot of insight from senior politicians on both sides. In just a few minutes, we'll be speaking to Governor Howard Dean, a former DNC chairman and presidential candidate, of course. Now we're able to go to New Hampshire to speak to former Republican governor of New Hampshire, Judd Gregg. Now, Judd, it looks as if New Hampshire, which voted Democratic in the last 4 presidential elections, is doing it again.
Yes, it's Biden has won in New Hampshire.
And why is that, do you think?
Mostly because the independent vote, which is the dominant vote in our state and in a lot of states, which is made up primarily of women, well-educated women who tend to be center-right, but find Donald Trump's style to be unacceptable, went overwhelmingly for Biden, and so he won.
If Joe Biden should become president, and it's looking quite a bit closer now than perhaps it did a few hours ago, you have written about your horror about his budget proposals. But isn't this a time with the COVID pandemic and, an element of economic collapse where fiscal stimulus and investment really will be needed?
Well, I don't disagree with that. What I disagree with is the fact that on top of that type of stimulus, he's suggesting new programmatic activity that has nothing to do with the pandemic, which would accelerate the deficit by $5.4 trillion over the baseline.
Yeah, he's talking about $2 trillion of investment in green energy, which he says is about the future of America and the way the world is going.
Well, it's a joke. You just can't borrow against your kid's future at that level and expect your kids to have a future. I mean, we're talking about running the debt to GDP ratio in this country up to Greek-type standards, and it's not to address the COVID issue, which you need to put a lot of liquidity into the markets in order to make sure that people can get through this period. But it's basically about a socialist movement. It's about a French-type approach to governance, where you basically spend a heck of a lot of money that you don't have, and you pass the bill on to your kids.
I can hear that fiscal conservatism matters to you. In terms of balancing the budget, would you support, if President Trump is returned for a second term in office, would you like to see him hand more away in tax cuts?
Well, the president hasn't been very good on deficits either. One of his problems is that he doesn't appear to be too concerned about debt. I think in his private life he used a lot of debt and used a lot of bankruptcy. And so he's not oriented towards the fact that we right now are on a trajectory which is unacceptable and unsustainable if you're going to look at a country which needs to have fiscal responsibility going forward in order to protect the future of our kids.
Governor Judd Gregg, do I detect some sadness perhaps that the Republican Party that you started with appears to have disappeared under Donald Trump?
Well, there's no question that Donald Trump is not a conservative in the tradition of the Republican Party. He's conservative in name only, but he's more conservative than Joe Biden, and certainly than Kamala Harris. And you have the problem. We have a problem in this country. We have a president who's erratic and really sort of eccentric, and he's leading the Republican Party. But on the Democratic side, they got a bigger problem there. They've moved to the left in a way that would even embarrass the English Liberal Party, and it's not acceptable for us as a nation. And that's why you're seeing Trump being very competitive in this election, and much more competitive than I would have thought he'd been. But most people are saying, hey, I don't like Donald Trump, but I sure as heck don't like the policies of Joe Biden, because they're so far out there in the socialist agenda.
Judd Gregg, former Republican governor of New Hampshire, thanks for being with us, and we always appreciate the international perspective. Thank you.
It is 4:15 GMT, 11:15 p.m. in the evening in Washington, D.C., and we're being told that Joe Biden's currently ahead in Arizona's Maricopa County, which is home to more than 60% of Arizona's voters. Currently, Biden is 54% and Trump's 45%, with just over 3/4 of the vote counted. But as we keep emphasizing, don't read too much into that, just because some types of votes get counted earlier than others, so things can still skew around a lot. But at the moment, Joe Biden is up, and it's absolutely crucial to him now that Arizona goes his way. Let's get a Democratic perspective now. Let's speak to Governor Howard Dean. He's a former Democratic National Committee chairman, a presidential candidate, and governor of Vermont. Governor Dean, thank you very much for your time today. I wonder what your thoughts have been in the last couple of hours.
Well, of course, I was hoping that we were going to do what the polls said we were going to do, but we haven't yet again, which calls into the question the future of the polling industry, as it did the last time we went through all this. I think your point is well taken. Arizona looks like it's going to go our way, and we may need it because we now have to pick up Pennsylvania, and we have to pick up Michigan, and we have to pick up Wisconsin. And so if we do win Arizona, which looks like we will, that'll take the pressure off a little bit.
And given the idiosyncratic nature of Donald Trump's presidency, and given the pandemic, don't you think it's a little underwhelming that Joe Biden hasn't managed to fire up Americans about the prospect of his presidency more than the results so far suggest?
No, I think we're going to have to do a lot of work to find out what happened here. And we have to be terribly careful not to come to a conclusion tonight. We know for a fact that the enormous surge in voting before the election day, because of the pandemic, was dominated by Democrats. That'll be the last vote counted. Those will be the last votes counted. But the country is divided. And I think Trump did an admirable job getting his vote out, to my surprise.
But I suppose what I'm getting at is, do you think Joe Biden and the Democrats more broadly have managed to shake down what they actually are, what they're offering Americans beyond not being Donald Trump?
Oh, but that's the key of every election when the president's running for re-election, is you have a choice between Donald Trump and not Donald Trump. The incumbent presidents don't generally win elections. They generally lose, or don't vanquish their opponents. They generally lose, and they're the ones that lost, not somebody else won.
Now, you know a thing or two about running as a candidate who says you are outside of the Washington bubble. You offered an alternative when you ran. Donald Trump, in a very, very different way, has done that. Are you surprised he's still managed to position himself as the outsider, even though he's been in charge for 4 years?
I feel badly for the country. I mean, he's a fraud. His business dealings are appalling, and I actually agree with Judd that, although I'm not as conservative about money as Judd, I'm pretty conservative. And, he's a disaster. I mean, he can't run anything. He's got psychiatric disabilities, I think. And so I'm a little surprised that it's this close. I still expect Biden to win. But I'm a little surprised, partly given the polling, that it's as close as it is.
Are you surprised because you're discovering that Americans perhaps value different things to the ones that you value?
Well, if decency and not grabbing women by their private parts is the basis of decency, I'm very surprised at that.
And Governor Dean, just before I let you go, I wonder what messages you're getting from other senior Democrats who you know. Is everyone panicking?
No, I don't think so. I mean, it's much too early for that. I expect to take Pennsylvania on the strength of the initial vote that hasn't really been looked at very much, the early voting. Michigan gives me pause. I'm not sure what's going there, but I know only 3% of the vote is in Detroit, which obviously is an enormous part of that. So, I'm far from panicking. I am surprised at the strength of Trump's vote, but again, it's early because of the tremendous amount of voting that went on before. Look, assuming the vote count stays fair and Trump doesn't insist on getting the courts involved, which I'm sure he will, this is the largest vote perhaps in the history of the United States. So it's not like there's a low turnout and it hurt us, which did happen in 2016. And so, you can always feel better about the results if tons and tons of people vote. And so I think that's a good thing. But it is closer than I expected. I expected to win at least one of the North Carolina, Georgia, Florida states.
Mm-hmm.
I am very pleased that we apparently have won Arizona, but then, of course, we get left with this dilemma that we have with these 3 states that we lost unexpectedly last time, and we have to win those now.
Thanks for your time, Governor Dean. We appreciate it. That's Howard Dean, former Democratic National Committee Chairman and presidential candidate as well.
Howard Dean saying it's closer than he thought, sounding somewhat anxious. When it's close like this, of course, it makes for more drama, I suppose, for some of the people who've been living and breathing this race for the last few months. That's reported in our partner stations around the USA, and we're going to hear from a few of them now. Let's start with Danny Rivero, who's a reporter for WLRN Miami. Danny, you've been following Miami-Dade. That's been home to one of the big stories of the night, which appears to be the Latino or the Cuban vote for Donald Trump.
That's right. It's taken a lot of people aback. Nobody expected Republicans to win the county, and they are not winning the county, but they have been able to crank up the number of Republicans that have voted here, particularly in the heavily Latino, heavily Cuban American suburbs. That the margin of victory for Democrats here is really, really very small. And this is typically a part of the state where, Democrats are able to pad their losses from the redder parts of the state, and they're just not able to do that this time with the Cuban vote in particular.
Danny, thanks for that update.
Next, let's bring in Stephen Fowler, political reporter for Georgia Public Broadcasting. Stephen, thanks for joining us on the BBC. Tell us what you're hearing.
So here in Georgia, we have seen an interesting turn of events. We had smooth voting throughout the day with very little problems. We had relatively few people show up to the polls today. And then as the results have come in some of the bigger metropolitan Atlanta counties, there have been delays with the vote counting. And we still have more than 1 million votes outstanding to count that we won't know until tomorrow. Now, in Georgia's second Senate race, incumbent Senator Kelly Loeffler appears to advance to a runoff against Democratic pastor Raphael Warnock. A third contender, Republican Doug Collins, called to concede just a little bit ago, but it's still really too early and too close to figure out if Georgia, a crucial battleground swing state, has indeed flipped for Democrats or if Trump has survived.
Stephen, thank you very much indeed. As you're talking, I'm seeing a tweet from Rudy Giuliani, Donald Trump's lawyer, saying the fake media is refusing to call Florida, Ohio, and Georgia so they can maintain a phony lead for Biden. Well, in the case of Georgia, we're not calling it because we don't yet have that confirmation.
No, we'll keep you up to date with what is coming through. Let's take you now to Texas. Ashley Lopez is a reporter with KUT Radio in Austin. I think Austin's pretty liberal, isn't it, Ashley? But for Texas, is Donald Trump feeling a bit easier about Texas, do you think?
Yeah, he, in the past couple of hours here, has opened up a bigger lead. It was looking a little close, but now that, we have more election day votes, we had a really long early voting period. Now that those election day votes are starting to trickle in, those tend to be better for Republicans. So, there's only more good news for the president probably coming forward.
There was a hope among Democrats that the changing demographics of Texas, more young people moving in, more people coming in from the West, maybe more Latino vote would help them out, but perhaps not this time.
Yeah, it seems like the suburbs and places like that where there were more diverse voters and the electorate was starting to grow. That was a place where Democrats could really start to see some gains. But yeah, it seems like it hasn't translated. And I'm looking at like lower down ballot races in those counties, and those seem to not be going well for Democrats either. A lot of Democratic hope was based in a very close watch Senate race last year, Beto O'Rourke versus Ted Cruz, and even though Beto O'Rourke lost, that seemed to excite a lot of Democrats and made them feel hopeful for this year. But I will say this is closer than it was in 2016. So at least in terms of trajectory, this seems to be going. In a way that it's getting closer and closer for Democrats, but it looks like they might not pull this out.
Interesting trend there. Ashley Lopez, thank you.
Now, it's fair to say, Philippa, in the last 6.5 hours, there's been much more good news for Donald Trump's campaign than there has for Joe Biden's. But this is a significant moment. Fox News is calling Arizona for Joe Biden. If that proves to be the case, if Joe Biden, as the poll suggested by some distance, also takes Michigan and Wisconsin, it's a big if, but if he were to, those three states, along with Nebraska's 2nd district, and holding on to all of the states that Hillary Clinton won in 2016, would get him to 270. So that is a significant moment from Fox News. Doesn't mean anything's in the bag. We don't have any details yet of Michigan and Wisconsin. But nonetheless, Joe Biden will have been looking for some good news, and some seems to be coming from the southwest of the US. Now, let's bring in Ollie Conway, because, Ollie, not everyone's been following every Senate race in detail, but there's been one which has been getting attention, not just in the US, but around the world.
Yeah, indeed. Before I get to that, just a quick update on the Georgia race. I told you in the last hour that the Democratic pastor Raphael Warnock has reached the runoff. He will, now we know, face the Republican Senator Kelly Loeffler in that runoff in January. You were talking about the South Carolina race, though. Lindsey Graham came through a tough battle, beat Jamie Harrison, reached out to his opponent in his victory speech. He referred to the huge amounts of money that had gone into that race. I told you earlier, $220 million. And here's what Lindsey Graham had to say about that as he made his victory speech.
And to all the liberals in California and New York, you wasted a lot of money. This is the worst return on investment in the history of American politics. I got a call from Mr. Harrison. Jamie, thank you. He was very gracious. He created an incredible campaign for the first time he's ever run for office. He raised more money than anybody in the history of the United States Senate.
Lindsey Graham there. Just an update on the scores on the doors, if you like. Both the Republicans and the Democrats have taken one of each other's Senate seats each. So at the moment, still even.
Ollie, thanks very much. We're going to go back to Jen Kearns. We heard from her earlier. We're talking to you in Oklahoma, Jen, and you, of course, have got a lot of experience with the California Republican Party as well. What we're looking at, you're happy about Florida, but Joe Biden may have taken Arizona. Do you think it's still too close to call this night?
I think it still looks very good for President Trump, and the reason I say that is Michigan, again, still leaning red. Pennsylvania, still leaning red. Texas, just in the last hour, moved back to red. I think those are all very good signs for President Trump, and of course, I do believe that Florida will also go red for Trump, given those hotly conservative areas where you had 91% turnout in some of those conservative areas for Republicans. Look, I think it's looking good across the board. And, we spoke about what did the election results mean. I looked particularly at the U.S. women's vote. Women really leaned into this election. And I think no matter what the result is, we have to accept the results, because U.S. women really leaned in to vote. 53% of American women cast a ballot. They outnumbered the men in this case. Just 46% of men voted in this election. And so I would caution my colleague Mo on the other side that was saying, gosh, the verdict here is racist and sexist. It doesn't look like that will be the case.
You have the last word for this part of our bulletin. Jen Kearns, thank you for being with us over the last couple of hours. As things stand, 192 Electoral College votes for Joe Biden, 114 for Donald Trump. The figure that both of them are looking for is 270. Do stay with us for BBC News and America Decides.
This is America Decides across the BBC.
I'm seeing more and more African Americans go in the Trump direction, especially the black male vote. So I'm really, really excited about what we're seeing.
Diversity isn't just on the ballot. It is literally something that the nation is screaming about because of where we are with race and racial reconciliation that's needed across this country. I know what it's like to be someone who looks towards a party for a better future. And that party for me has always been the Democratic Party.
Donald Trump was the best candidate we've ever had for president. Promises made, promises kept. Don't worry about what he says. Look at his actions of what he does.
Why do you not like Donald Trump?
I don't believe him. I don't trust him. It is a very tense time of night, I have to tell you.
Thank you for having me, and God bless America.
Live coverage of the US election results across the BBC. This is America Decides.
This is Ross Atkins and Philippa Thomas with you on America Decides. Coming up in the next 30 minutes, we'll talk to one of President Trump's most trusted economic advisors, Stephen Moore. We'll ask a leading Democratic pollster, after getting 2016 wrong, what's happened this time. And with Arizona perhaps switching to the Democrats, we'll talk to the Democrats' boss in Arizona's most populous county. Plenty to pack in as the results pour in from across the United States. Before all that, though, here's the latest news.
BBC News with Stuart McIntosh. As predicted by many experts ahead of the vote, the US presidential contest now depends on tight electoral battles in a number of key states. The race in Florida is too close to call, though President Trump appears to have a 3-point lead over his Democratic rival Joe Biden. The two contenders are neck and neck in North Carolina, with more than 90% of the votes counted. Other states that are witnessing close contests include Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Michigan. Huge numbers of Americans have voted in this election, many by postal ballots, which could take several days to count. Crucial races are also taking place for control of the Senate, with a third of the seats up for grabs. The Republican Senate Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell, has won re-election in Kentucky. He had this to say about the presidential contest.
Tonight, Kentucky said we're keeping our front row seat in the Senate. We don't yet know which presidential candidate will begin a new term in January. We don't know which party will control the Senate. But some things are certain already. We know grave challenges will remain before us, challenges that could not care less about our political polarization. We know our next president will need to unite the country, even as we all continue to bring different ideas and commitments to the table.
The Republicans are defending hotly contested races in 12 states, the Democrats just 2. So far, the Republicans have lost a seat in Colorado. The House of Representatives is expected to stay under Democratic control. Doctors treating Argentina's former football star, Diego Maradona, say he's undergone successful brain surgery to remove a blood clot. Speaking from a private clinic in the capital, Buenos Aires, doctors said the situation was under control and that Maradona would remain under observation. BBC News.
It is 4:30 GMT, 11:30 in the evening in Washington, D.C., on the east coast of the U.S., and you're listening to America Decides with me, Ross Atkins, and Philippa Thomas. There is an awful lot going on, and this race is as tight as we all thought it would be. In terms of projections, the most recent 3 all along the west coast of the US, Washington, Oregon and California states, all going for Joe Biden as we thought it would. In terms of Ohio, that's been getting a lot of attention. With 88% of the vote counted, Joe Biden is down 45% to Donald Trump's 53%. But at the moment, after initially focusing on Florida and then focusing quite a lot on North Carolina, attention is shifting, isn't it, Philippa, to Arizona?
It is. Where Florida wasn't looking good, isn't looking good for Joe Biden. Arizona doesn't seem to be looking good for President Trump. We've just heard the Fox network projecting that Arizona will go to Joe Biden. Also some news coming through, it seems, about the Senate race there that has been very tight. A lot of money coming into that. Let's go to our correspondent Sophie Long, who's at a Republican watch party in Arizona. Sophie.
And Yes, thanks, Philippa. I am in Chandler, a suburb of Phoenix, and you can probably hear I'm battling with Fox News. They've had that playing here all night, and a little while ago there were huge whoops when Fox News called Florida for President Trump. Now there are a lot of Republican voters sitting here looking at a screen, very stony-faced, because Fox News Network has also just called Arizona for Joe Biden, and also that crucial Senate race. They're saying that has gone to the Democratic candidate Mark Kelly, who has beaten, Fox News are saying, the Republican incumbent Martha McSally. So people are not looking very happy here at the moment. They all came here telling me that they were definitely here for a celebration. Some Republicans didn't even accept earlier this evening that Arizona has now become a battleground state. Well, it certainly has become that in recent years. You know, it was only 2018, the midterms, that it really revealed itself to be truly purple when it elected its first Democratic senator in several decades. But at the same time, its Republican governor was re-elected quite comfortably. So it does seem that Arizona certainly is leaning towards Biden and could go that way. So some very unhappy people here this evening. Arizona voters aren't used to being a battleground state. If it sounds noisy here, it's been a very noisy election for them. They've been bombarded by television adverts, radio adverts from both sides. And we were at a polling station a little bit earlier today, and both camps were out giving snacks and water to people queuing to vote, desperate for them to not leave the queues in the midday sunshine, because they knew every vote would count, and it does seem it has been that way.
Sophie, thank you very much indeed. There's Sophie in Arizona, and let's stay focused on this. Carl Kondik is still with us, an analyst from the University of Virginia. And Carl, can you help me here? I'm a little confused. We spent the early hours of the evening talking about how President Trump had done well to connect with Hispanic voters in Florida, and then here we have Arizona giving us a quite different story.
Yeah, that's right, and it's not just Hispanic voters, but also it's the city of Phoenix and Maricopa County, which has long been kind of the one of the few remaining big, still Republican, kind of densely populated urban counties in the country, and it looks like Maricopa is finally going to flip to the Democrats. That's a story about Latino voters, but it's also a story about white college-educated suburbanites who have moved away from the Republican Party, and so this has been, I think, a disappointing night for Democrats, although the presidential race is not over with. But flipping Arizona was a long goal of theirs. They won the state, it appears, and also it looks like Mark Kelly, the Democrat, is going to win the Senate race out there, which is a very important pickup for Democrats.
And as we've been asking you to do through the night, if you could just step back and cast your eye across all of this data coming in, what are the main themes that you would pick out for our listeners around the world?
This race is going to come down like it did in 2016 to the key swing states of the industrial north, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. The vote counts there are all kind of really hard to follow because some of the states and counties have reporting election day, which is very Republican leaning. Some places are showing the mail vote, which is very very Democratic. So it may ultimately be days before we actually figure out who won those states. One good thing for the Democrats, though, is because of Arizona, and it looks like their apparent win in that state, that means they don't have to win all three of those upper Midwest states. If they just win 2 of the 3 plus Arizona, that should be good enough for them for Biden to narrowly win. But I think the Democrats were hoping we wouldn't be talking about a narrow win for Biden, that maybe he'd win by something more than that. But that doesn't seem that's the way the night is going.
Kyle, thanks very much for getting us up to date on where you are. A couple of points to make now, looking at Florida and Pennsylvania. The Florida Republican Party, the GOP, has just declared victory, talking to CBS News, saying that they've crushed the Democrats on the ground in voter registration and by turning out our voters. A team win, a great day for Florida. That's from the GOP party chairman, Joe Grutas, to CBS News. So that's 29 electoral votes. We're also, of course, thinking Pennsylvania, 20 electoral votes, very much in play. We might not know tonight, but what we can do right now is speak to Charlie Gero, who's a Republican strategist based in Pennsylvania. Charlie, what do you think are your chances of Pennsylvania? It was such a narrow win for President Trump last time.
Exceptionally narrow in 2016, only about 44,000 votes. And I suspect it's going to be very, very tight again tonight. Actually, not tonight, but this week. I do believe, though, that President Trump's going to carry the Keystone State, as they call Pennsylvania, once again.
And which voters in particular do you think would have put him over the top?
The voters largely in southwest Pennsylvania, the traditional Democrat voters there that are voting for President Trump, largely because of the natural gas and oil issue. That is a huge factor in support of the president's reelection.
We've also heard from some of our exit polling data that a lot of voters are saying the economy